Hello, everyone. Welcome back to CrawfordCana. Today, we are live in Grantham for the Pendulum and Angle Win a Case event. This one is going to be an absolute thriller. We have a fantastic game to start you guys off. We have Chris from Community, and we also have Colin, who is a very, very strong player. Lots of top cup performances at Axion, a very well-known player in the UK. So if you're just tuning in, make sure to stay tuned with us. It is going to be an absolute mammoth one today. I am looking forward to cast it. Now, we're going to try to do things a little bit differently for you today compared to our previous streams. I've set up an interview camera in our streaming room, in our commentary room, and hopefully I'm going to be able to get some player interviews for you today, just to keep things nice and interesting, nice and fresh. But yeah, big, massive thank you goes to Pendulum for inviting me down to cast this. Big thank you to Angle Entertainment, who's been working with Pendulum to build this up. Going to be a really fantastic event. As you've probably seen from the title, we have a case on the line, everyone. A full case of Winterspell, which is absolutely nuts. This tournament's been supported by Ravensburger, so big shout out to RB for helping us out with this, and a big shout out to every single player who's made the trip all the way to Pendulum. We are in the depths of Grantham today. Lovely sunny Saturday. We are ready for a thrilling event. Now, obviously, this is the exact time that you want to be watching some Lorcana content, because we do not have long until the Store Champs period. Now, if anything, this is about the time where I'd be digging into the meta, trying to work out exactly what decks are the best, what is performing well, and what is the best deck to take in Store Champs. Our meta's wide open at the minute. It looked like it was going to be Dogs, the only viable deck, but we've got Dogs, we've got Blurple, we've got the brand new Amber Steel. Steel Song is back, baby. We love it. We have different variants of Ruby Amethyst. We have some phenomenal decks going around. So make sure to stay tuned and see what is performing well with these top tier players today. Absolute massive event. Now, we are going to be starting very soon with everyone. Right, I'll be back with you guys just in a couple of seconds. We're just having a couple of issues with the camera that I'm going to nick into the room and fix. Once that's sorted, I'll be back in, ready and live for the commentary. Stay tuned, guys. It's going to be a good one. Right, hello everyone. Sorry about that. A little bit of tech issues at the start. What's a live stream without some tech issues, eh? We're working on it. If there's any more issues, we'll get that sorted just at the end of round one for you, because we don't want to miss any of this live action right here. Chris versus Colin. Now, this is going to be an absolutely exciting match because we have Colin on a very exciting Steel Song deck, which has been performing super well recently, ever since it's been showcased at the DLC and CCQ events. But we also have Chris on a very spicy list on Ruby Sapphire today. Not used to seeing that in a while. Now, predominantly, Ruby Sapphire has always had a little bit of an advantage against Amber Steel, but with the new Amber Steel deck and Ruby Sapphire losing a lot of its key cards when we move to a different format, such as Sisu or Be Prepared, I'm not sure that it'll be able to stand up. You can see Colin getting a little bit of a wide board here. Not too many cards on the field for Chris, unfortunately. We've had the cells, we've seen the ramp, which is nice, but Amber Steel can go quite wide here and puts the pressure on. See, Angel going into the Inkwell, fantastic card for Winter Spell, has the ability to throw snowballs at your opponent, can deal 2 damage by discarding the card. We're going to quest out all the way there with a Mulan, Troubadour, and Lilo on the field. Now, I really like the addition of this Lilo in the deck. A lot of players refer to it as Zombie Lilo. Now, this Lilo is able, when it's in the discard, to be brought back onto your field. You still have to pay for it. You still have to pay for the ink, but at the start of your turn, before you draw, you are able to bring it back exerted. And we see a lot of Dogs players playing this out, and it can cause absolute chaos with Chromicon. Now, the benefit of this deck is if a lot of players are playing Raging Storm at the minute, Lilo can just come back constantly. We see Chris coming down, seeing both pieces of ramp. Absolutely key for this Ruby Sapphire deck to work. Cinderella on the field. At the end of your turn, if you've played a princess, you're able to ink an additional card and then draw a card. On Colin's turn, we see Ariel coming down. We're going to be singing Strength with Troubadour. Gets out the Cinderella straight away, all the way up to 6 for Colin. Really nice start here. Exactly what the Amber Steel player is wanting to do. We've got Angel going into the Inkwell again. We've got the Amber Angel here. A really cool card here. It's got the Underdog ability. Once again, pattern by Spessy, called it in the DLC, and I'm stealing it from him because I love shouting Underdog Story. Really, really cool card. Comes down on the turn 1 nice and easily, but it's a Singer 3 as well. So think of it like your vintage 1-cost Cindy from the days of old. Now, the Ariel on the board that we have for Colin, a little bit of a draw engine here. Once that card is boosted, of course, a new mechanic for Lorcana brought out in set 10. Every time a song is played, you get to draw a card, which is really, really nice. Amber Steel predominantly not the best draw engines, but we would see cards such as Doc or maybe Goliath just to keep the hands filled. Colin with a wide board state here, though, putting a lot of pressure on Chris. Not a lot of removal in Ruby Sapphire, so he's going to need something special to be able to get Colin on the back foot here. Chris having to think about the best way to play. He's got quite a lot of ink now. Liquidator goes into the ink, exerting 4, 5 altogether. We're spending great Horseman. Great Horseman is a phenomenal card that I've been playing a lot in Ruby Amphis lately. Able to banish a character with 2 strength or less. Chris having to think about what he wants to get rid of here. A little bit of a difficult one. Obviously, Lilo is a higher quester, but it is going to come right back. Now, Horseman has the additional ability that whenever you banish a card on field, it means you get +1 strength to all of your characters. So Horseman, a 4-2 stat line, currently up to 5-2. Can't do anything with it this turn, does not have rush, so not able to challenge, so just going to be passing back to Colin. 3 cards still on the field for Colin, only 1 for Chris, but more in the Inkwell. We stick down Grandmother Willow and a Doc. Lovely turn for Colin, getting that additional draw, really going wide, keeping that hand filled. Doc is such a key card in this deck. Now, Amber Steel is such a difficult deck to pilot. Colin, of course, plenty of experience on Amber Steel from the previous versions, but for this set, it's basically brand new, piloted by some fantastic players across the pond. Now, I really struggled playing this deck myself just because I found that there wasn't enough draw in it, so I did worry a little bit when playing it. I didn't like that feeling of having an empty hand. Of course, Grandmother Willow on the field as well has the additional effect of -1 for each card that you play next. So we played 2 for the Grandmother Willow, 1 for the Doc, and now we are playing down a Troubadour additionally. Total of 6 cards on the board for Colin. Chris only with Horseman there, so not a lot. Questing up to 8 total. Keeping that. No, we do exert the Ariel. We're going to be questing out to 10 here. Very strong position. Now, of course, he can bring that Lilo back on his next turn to keep that board state even wider. Chris is going to need to find some control here, or he's going to be in a terrible, terrible position. Now, Horseman, as much as it has a lot of strength, it can do a lot of damage into characters. It doesn't have a lot of willpower. Only 2, so it's not going to stick on the field for too long. Something, of course, that Chris is going to be concerned about. If he loses that board presence, it's going to be all over very, very quickly. Now, we do have what looks like 6 ink available for Chris. Maybe ink in another card this turn. Could potentially go for something like a Wreck-It Ralph. If he runs that, could be a potential board wipe when he gets rid of the Ralph. Looks like Zertinal goes for, David Xanatos. So 6 ink available, goes down for David Xanatos. David Xanatos has the ability that when it quests, gets to give a character rush. But when you take out a card, with David Xanatos, you get to draw an additional card in your hand. So additional draw here for the Ruby Sapphire for Chris. Looks like we're sticking an additional card into the inkwell here, having to think about what he wants to do. Couple of cards in hand, so a few choices. Gets rid of the Maleficent Dragon. Really, really strong card for Ruby. Been around for all the sets now. Maleficent Dragon, 9-cost character. When you play it, you get to banish a chosen opposing character. Colin, quite simply though, saying catch me if you can. Quest out all the way to 15 here. Has chosen not to play the Lilo by the looks of it. Must have something in his hand that he wants to play. Gets another aerial down. Going to be boosting it straight away. Having a little bit of trouble sliding your card under there, Colin. Going to need to work on that in the future, bud. Now, going to be drawing again for Chris. Pass and turn. Only 5 lore needed for Colin to win this. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore available on the board. Chris is going to have to take out a minimum of 3 lore just to stay in this game. Only 1 character on the field, though. Of course, Xanatos can give a character rush, which could be useful for him, but it means that he's not going to be challenging himself, which is really risky. Chris, of course, only on 0, which is a little bit of a worry for the Ruby Sapphire player. We do like to see a spicy deck list, but is it time for Ruby Sapphire to come back yet into the meta? I'm not quite sure. Chris has assured me, though, had some really strong results with this deck. Went 3-0 last night when he was playing it. Really, really great results for him. But how will it stand up against a meta deck like Amber Steel, which is taking the Lorcana scene by storm? Once again, we have a total of 7 ink available. Paying out a couple of cards could be useful, but the question is it a little too late? Something like Grab Your Bow or maybe another Greatest Horseman, could be really, really useful here just to thin out the field a little bit. Card coming down onto the field for Chris. A little bit of hesitancy. It's going to be Inking Bell. Brand new card for this set here. Going to be spending out Grab Your Bow. Able to take out 2 characters with 2 strength left. Going to be getting rid of, looks like Troubadour and the Grandmother Willow there. Able to challenge there with the David Xanatos. Take out another card. Going to be pass and turn onto Colin. Now, only 4 lore available on the board, but he gets 2 cards straight down on the field. Angel and Lilo. Quest now here goes to 19. Only 1 more lore needed to take the game. Somehow he's got to be able to wipe off these 2 readied characters and get rid of 3 characters on the board. So I'm not sure there's anything in his deck that he can use to get rid of it. It's definitely going to be a tough one. Something like a B-Prep would be amazing if it was still legal in format, but unfortunately it is not. Is there anything that Chris is piloting in Ruby Sapphire that can take out this board state? I'm fairly certain the only board wipe could be the Wreck-It Ralph, but he's not going to have enough ink to be able to play that and banish it in the same turn. Unfortunately, that is going to be a scoop there for Chris. That is a 20-0 win for Colin. A very, very dominant performance for our Amber Steel player. Now, the difference is Chris is going to be going first here. He is going to be on the play, has the choice. Can only assume that he probably would elect to go first. Now, give us a second. I'm just going to get somebody to go in just so we can straighten up that lore counter for you, as it's a little bit wonky. So we'll sort that. Want a high quality stream for you guys. Don't want you to be missing out on anything at home. But so far, Amber Steel shown a very, very dominant performance, doing exactly what it needs to. And this is the big issue with the deck. It has a lot of removal, but it's also able to go wide. It's still got draw engines in there, such as the Aerial, the Darks, the Goliaths. The Lilos keep coming back. It really is a war of attrition against this deck, and it's quite hard to go against it. Like I say, I played against it the other night with my Amber Amphis deck. Really, really strong deck. Loving that deck at the minute. But even when I was getting to my Raging Storms, I was hitting by Mowgli, so I was losing them. The board was so wide that I wasn't able to take carrots out, and they were able to reset with cards like Doc and Goliath just to keep their card draw going. And it really put me under pressure for the whole game. In this matchup, you just cannot afford to take your foot off the gas, which is the big, big worry. Now, it looks like Chris is sending quite a few cards back there. Now, Colin, of course, wait and see how many cards that Chris was putting back. In Lorcana, you are allowed to wait for your opponent, who is going first, to decide what cards they're putting back first, and then you can decide what you mulligan then. For anyone brand new to Lorcana, the mulligan feature is a phenomenal part of this game. You draw 7 cards at the start of your turn. If you draw cards that you don't want, you can quite simply say Vamos and send them straight back. Really, really nice part to be able to make sure that you have a balanced hand. It does lead to some higher level gameplay though, working out if you're going to be greedy, take the better cards in your hand, maybe the uninkables, or if you're going to go for a balanced curve. So a lot of strategy goes into it. Now, Chris going to be inking Sapphire. Cool. Here goes the Develop Your Brain. Gets to look at the top 2 cards of his deck, 1 card into his hand, the other onto the bottom of the deck, and then going to be pass and turn onto Colin here. Inking Nani, Stage Manager, going out for a 1 cost. We know we get the underdog story. Angel down onto the board. This is a Singer 3 here, 2 cost character, able to be played out on turn 1 if you're going second. Really great start for Colin here. Potential that he may have a couple of songs in his hand. Chris going to be inking Molested Dragon here, playing out Tipo, gets to ink an additional card in his hand, face down and exerted. Does not have the ability like Sail where you're able to use that ink, play out an additional 1 cost card. I think that's a strength for Raging Fire in Colin's hand there. So if he gets another card down, he'll be able to take out the Tipo. Whether he wants to use that on a Tipo, though, is the big question. Plays down the Lilo, just going to be questing for 1 with the Angel, and it looks like a pass there from Colin. Now, he could get rid of the Tipo, but really, that Tipo does nothing for Chris's board state, doesn't do too much against him. Only a 1/2 stacked character. So once it's down, it may be questing for 1, which is not a lot, but it's not going to do much challenging, and it's not going to stand up too much in the strength game. Now, Tipo, interestingly, doing 1 damage into there and then marching off to battle. Colin just having a little bit of a read there. When a character has banished this turn, you are able to draw cards. So nice little bit of draw there for the Ruby Sapphire player. A unique turn 3, obviously, because the additional ramp. Nani Stage Manager comes down, allows Colin to look for some additional cards in his deck, able to bring a 2 cost character or less into his hand. Elects to bring Mulan into his hand. Card 1 cost, 2/1 stat line. Whenever it's played, you get to look at the next card in your deck, bring that into your hand, and then discard a card afterwards. Really great for filtering if you are stuck with multiple docks in your hand. Going to be questing out 3 here, going to 4 altogether, and then we're going to be pass and turn over to Chris. Now, already we have a 3 card to 0 board state. We see a location going into the ink well for Chris there, unexpected. Looks like we have a total of 5 ink available. Could be a Horseman coming down here, popping a character. Not able to get rid of that Nani, obviously, because she's just a little bit too high statted at the minute. 3/3 stat line. So Horseman only able to pop strength 2 or less. Horseman does come down. Whether we get rid of the Angel or the Lilo is the big question. But once again, if he pops Lilo, Lilo is going to be coming straight back, which is not something you are going to want to see here. Getting rid of the Angel goes straight into the discard. 2 cards left on the field for Colin, reducing the cards, but once again, you can still quest for 3 this turn. And if he has that strength in hand still, which I believe he does, he's able to hard cast that or sing it with Nani, take out Horseman with no issue whatsoever. Perhaps if he could get the aerial down and boost it, then sing with Nani, that'd be great. Looks like he doesn't have, though, just let's get rid of the Horseman, clears the board state, and then potential quest with Lilo goes up to 6 total, 6-0 deficit for the Steel player. Still hasn't played any cards this turn. Going to be playing down the Mulan by the looks of it. Gets to draw another card. Going to be discarding a card as well. Filter out a card that he doesn't need. A little bit of a think there for Colin. Quite a few cards in hand. Doesn't want to get rid of any decent cards. Now, can take all the time in the world here to decide what card he wants to get rid of. Looks like he's got his hand on one, but what is it? Does he have multiple docks in his hand? Does he want to thin out some songs, maybe some characters? Looks like the Delos Moon Lullaby that he's potentially getting rid of. Really nice card there, which allows you to draw an additional card minus the strength of an opponent's character until the start of your next turn. We see this card a lot in dogs using it with the Under the Sea combo, but for Amber Steel, it can stop you from challenging in by reducing your opponent's strength. But it looks like we are getting rid of the Stitch. Now, this is a bit of a crime for me. I love that Stitch card. Such beautiful artwork, but we do elect to play down Grandmother Willow. 1 cost less for the next character he plays. Now, a few players get a little bit confused with this Grandmother Willow card, and they think there could be any point in your turn. However, it's not like standard ramp. It's not like Lantern where you get to choose. It is a case of the next character you play on your turn specifically is the -1 for the cost. So need to be careful what card that you put down first. Going to be ink and develop your brain here. We're going to be sticking down another Horseman. Gets rid of the Willow straight away. We say no to that. No cheap cards for you. And that's an item coming down for Chris there. Looks like Lonely Grave. I'm not too sure what that card does. I've not actually seen that before. Really great to see a unique item in the Ruby Saf list. I'll have to catch up with Chris after this match and find out what it does. If this is a card you've played before, let me know in the chat. Let me know what you think of it. Does it have a place in this meta? We have a Held as Thunderbolt come down, Horseman straight into the discard there. 10-0 deficit for Colin against Chris here. Really, really putting the gas on the pedal. Looks like we passed over to Chris here. Playing down Pete, going to boost that straight away. Pete has the ability that when it exerts, you are able to look at the next cards in your deck equal to the number of cards that it's boosted by. We ink an additional card, Pete there, and then we're going to be passing turn. Now, Pete can be a little bit slow, but it is very, very strong. And it also means that you get to search a lot of cards in your deck. So a really positive play there. But once again, we're running a little bit low on the lore total. And an Angel comes down, able to throw some snowballs at the opponent here, dealing 2 damage. Colin chooses to discard a card. Now, of course, it's a little bit risky when you don't have loads of draw in the deck, but Angel can be an absolute menace. Now, you can only do this once per turn, which is a little bit annoying. My producers just passed the card to me, Lonely Grave. So, Lonely Grave, you exert it, banish chosen character. You always put the top card of your deck face down under one of your characters or locations with boost. A very cool card there. Definitely interesting to see added into Chris's deck. Looks like we are questing out for Colin. Just fixing the lore total there for Chris, up to 1 total on the lore. Now, we got to exert there. We're looking for 2 cards in Chris's deck, and then we put 1 into the hand. The rest goes back. Surely there's something else he's going to be doing with his turn, though, because he is running out of lore very, very quickly. Colin on a total of 14. We're a total of 2, 3, 4, 5 lore on the board. Colin can go to 19 this turn. If Chris does not get rid of anything, something that has to be banished. Now, realistically, this does not look like a strong matchup for the Ruby Sapphire deck. I'm still just a little bit too quickly. Marching off to battle, going into the Inkwell here. We're going to be sticking down a Pete. Oh my God, we've not seen that in a while. Now, Baker actually played this in his match against Steve Warner. He piloted a Ruby Sapphire deck against Steve's Blue Steel deck, which was absolutely thrilling in that matchup. Steve was able to cheat out a big Mufasa very, very quickly due to his item cards. Now, we are seeing this again in Chris's deck. If memory serves me, Pete is able to banish a card, I believe. I might be wrong on that. Gonna have to check up on that card. See, this is the big benefit of seeing all these new cards and even older cards, something completely different. We love to see it. Angels came off the board state there. We're just going to be questing out straight away for Colin. He says, I don't care. You need to catch me. And at this point, it is going to be very, very hard for Chris, no matter what he top stacks into. Looks like we've not got a lot of cards in hand for Chris. Only 1 card left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ink available. So definitely going to be hard for him to catch up. Only 2 more lore needed for Colin. Now, I don't think there is any passive lore available in the Amber Steel deck, but we get the aerial coming down, able to boost that. If a song comes down, we're able to draw a card, but elects no. So that is a readied card there. Even if Chris is able to get rid of all the exerted characters, he will not be able to get rid of the aerial unless he has something specific. 3 cards exerted, so Chris is going to need to challenge multiple times here. Looks like he's exerting quite a bit, though. He has a plan. Wreck-It Ralph comes down onto the board. Now, if he's able to pop this Wreck-It Ralph here, he's able to clear the whole board. Lonely Grave exerts, and then he gets with the Wreck-It Ralph. What an amazing turn for Chris. Absolutely love to see that. Clearing the board state. What a thrilling turn. So, Lonely Grave banishes the character. Wreck-It Ralph has the ability that when it's banished, any card with the same strength or less than Wreck-It Ralph is banished. That was huge. Now, the Pete card, when you play this character, if you have another character named Pete in play, you may banish chosen opposing character. 6/6 stat line, 7 cost. Now, looks like we're sticking some cards back under there for Chris. Done a search with Pete. Going to be questing with his other Pete. 2 Pete's on the board now. This is getting interesting, ladies and gentlemen. If Chris can come back for this, I'll be very, very excited. I would love to see a game 3 for this. I said that I don't know if Amber Steel I don't know if Ruby Sapphire is going to be able to stand up in this matter, but Chris showing that it can do some fun turns. However, another wide turn there for Colin. Gets the Willow down, gets the Dock out for 1 cost less. Means he gets another 2 cards drew into hand. Total of 3 cards on the board. Chris is going to need to dig for something. He needs another Wreck-It Ralph. Try and do another board wipe. If you can get it, it'll be absolutely huge. But this is the big benefit of boosting that Pete card. He's able to search really far into his deck. Really, really cool board wipes. I see a Wreck-It Ralph in his hand. I think I see the Wreck-It Ralph. If he gets this, it could be another board wipe. Chris could come back from this. Guys, this is an absolute thriller. Round 1 here, live at Pendulum Games in Grantham. What a humongous start we've had. 2 fantastic players. Chris really showing a great performance with Ruby Sapphire, even after a slower start there. Now, Pete looks like we're potentially going to be exerting, or will he be singing a song? Nope, he is going to quest there. Goes up to a total of 5, able to search a total of 4 cards in his deck. We see the Cinderella, see another Wreck-It Ralph there. Looks like he's taking that Wreck-It Ralph into his hand. Another board wipe. If he could just keep playing these and keep balancing with that Lonely Grave, he could absolutely wreck the field with Colin here. I absolutely love to see this. Sapphire Coil goes down. Maleficent Dragon goes in. We are going to get rid of, and then we hit Grab Your Bow. What an amazing turn for Chris. He is on fire. A crazy, crazy game to begin with. Pete and Sing Grab Your Bow, get rid of those 2 cards. Now, Colin going to be sticking down the Stitch there when it quests. If you have multiple cards on the field, you're able to draw more cards. Not a lot of cards left in Colin's hand, though. Fantastic game. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm really looking forward to getting a play interview with these 2 players. I really don't know what way it's going to go. I thought this game was for sure in the bag for Colin, but Chris has turned it around in mammoth fashion. This Pete doing absolute work here, able to search so many cards every single turn. Now, of course, this Stitch is able to quest for 2, so it does mean that Colin does have game on board. Chris has to find a move for it. He gets the Wreck-It Ralph down again. Does he exert? He's going to be boosting the Wreck-It Ralph, exerts Lonely Grave and banishes it. Every card with 4 strength or left, gone. Stitch is gone off the field, ladies and gentlemen. What a humongous play. This deck is absolutely nuts. I never would have thought of Lonely Grave and Wreck-It Ralph together, but my word, I really want to try that in my Ruby Amethyst now. That could be so fun. I don't know if it's a little bit too expensive. Mowgli comes down, gets rid of the Grab Your Bow. Only a Liquidator in hand. Colin can play out another card this turn, and Chris isn't able to get rid of it. Looks like he's not able to, though. Draw an additional card into hand. Now, this Pete is going to be able to search 5 cards in Chris's deck. I can't believe it. Surely not. Colin has scooped. Oh, my God. A massive well done to Chris. What a humongous start here. Guys, I can't believe it. This game has been absolutely thrilling. I think this has actually been my favorite game to commentate over. You know what? Chris York, I owe you a formal apology. He said to me, he texted me today saying that he had a crazy list, and I was like, surely not, don't play it, mate. He came in, he told me he was playing Ruby Saf. I may have had a little smirk. I may have said that was a questionable choice. But look who's eating their words now. CrawfordCana on the back foot. Chris Chalk, you absolute mastermind. I love this deck. What a huge, huge showcase for our opening round here. Pendulum Gaming, Feet Angle in Grantham. Oh my God, I'm nearly out of breath from casting this. This is so exciting. I really, really hope this is a thriller of the 3rd set, guys. I do always say in my casting that I love a 3-setter just so we can see the big powerhouses of both decks. But Colin is going to be on the play this turn, and we saw how quickly that Amber Steel deck is able to go. Could be a little bit of a risky one for Chris if he lets Colin get too far ahead. But we see lots of removal in his deck. We've got the Mallee Dragons, we've got the Horsemen, we've got the Grab Your Bow, we've got the Peats, we've got the Lonely Grave and Wreck-It Ralph combination. Never thought that would be on my Lorcana bingo card this year, but here it is. Oh my God, I can't get over it. Absolutely love it. Now, like I say, Colin going to be on the play here, so Chris does have the option to wait to decide how many cards Colin is getting rid of first. Looks like he's just going to straight away working out what he needs. He doesn't need to wait. He knows what cards he's looking for. Looks like 6 he's getting rid of there. Big, big chunks. Ruby Sapphire, of course, looking for that ramp early on. Now, since he is going second, he could get that Liquidator out onto the field. Could be a nice underdog story for Chris. But, of course, the Amsteel deck can go really wide. Liquidator Reckless, so has to challenge. If it goes into something that's 2 strength or more, unfortunately, that Liquidator will be gone. So a little bit of a risky one. We are definitely going to have to develop the board state surely for Chris, though. If he's not able to get cards on the field like it was in the first game, he is really going to struggle. And this is the big issue with the ramp decks, ladies and gentlemen. It's great when you're able to ramp up quickly and get to those cards, but when we don't have the board wipe for Be Prepared anymore, it's a little bit heartbreaking. Colin's going to be inking the card and passing. Probably the exact turn that Chris is looking for here. Not going too wide on the board. We love it. So Maleficent Dragon into the Inkwell, sticking out Lonely Grave. He's getting that threat out already, banishing cards ready to absolute whiteboard states. I can't believe I've never seen this card before. It's absolutely brilliant. Only a 1 cost as well. Who would have thought it? Pass his turn over to Colin, can be stick and stitch into them. Oh, get Zombie Lilo straight out onto the field, able to exert for 2 here. Well, I should say quest for 2, and able to come back onto the field whenever he chooses. Going to be Ink to develop your brain here for Chris. No, he decides to go against it, looking for a different card. Inks to develop your brain, does decide to keep with it. Going to be playing down the Tipo. Inks an additional card for turn here. Not seeing the Sail of the Azurite Sea, but at least we do have a body on board. If he finds a way to boost up that Tipo, we'll be able to take out the Lilo on the next turn if Colin does choose to exert. And I can only assume he probably is going to be. It would make sense not to. It would make sense to. I don't see why you wouldn't quest when you've got this aggro power on the board. But one of the interesting cards that Colin might have in his deck is the big bodyguard for Amber. Now, I'll leave it as a little bit of a surprise if you've not seen it before. So if it does come out, and when it does come out, then we'll let you know then. But it's a very challenging card. It doesn't have the ability to challenge, but it's a 5/5 stat line, so it's absolutely difficult to get rid of. Troubadour comes onto the field. We're going to be quest for 2 with the Lilo here. Ink an additional card for turn for Colin. Could be going up to 3 ink. Inks the Mowgli. Interesting that he's getting rid of that into the Inkwell when we're seeing quite a lot of actions and items in Chris's deck. Perhaps he'd want to be holding on to that, but maybe his hand is just that good that he has to get rid of a clutch card like Mowgli. Going to be inking David Xanatos here, going for the Cinderella. Lovely play here. Chris is able to ink an additional card at the end of his turn, which he chooses to do and then draws. Of course, this trigger absolutely optional. You do not have to draw for the Cinderella. You do not have to ink again, but why not? You know, why not? We want a ramp up. We want to get those big cards out, get us in Mali Dragon range straight away. Now, on to Colin's turn here. Going to be playing down another zombie Lilo here. Now, this is the big risk of that Wreck-It Ralph strategy. When that comes down, Lilo's going to be able to come straight back. We do see Troubadour singing a Strength of a Rage and Fire there on the Cinderella. Going to be passing on, drawing for turn. Now, 4-0 deficit, so it's not as awful of a state as we were in the previous round for Chris. He's definitely in this game. He has more of a chance here. Looks like we're going to be inking an additional card for turn. Inks another one of the Lonely Graves. Then we're going to be exerting 6, going for David Xanatos. Once again, it has the effect that when it quests, able to give a character rush for your turn. Tipo is going to be going into a card. It banishes itself, so it triggers David Xanatos' additional ability. Card has been banished on the turn, so Chris gets to draw a card, keeping that hand size nice and healthy. Oh, here it is. We've got the big bodyguard. Now, I know it's Chief. I know it's Chief something, but I'm not actually too sure what the second name is here. You may have thought that I was just keeping you in suspense, guys, but realistically, I was just hoping that I'd find that card name before it came down. But unfortunately, I didn't find it. I know it's Chief something. I know it's a 5/5. I know it's a massive pain to get rid of. But of course, I've got my lovely producer here with me who is checking up on cards for me to make sure I have all the ready available information to pass on to you guys. Chief P something. That's my prediction. Starts with P. I know it. Surely I've got to be right. Now, going to be inking an additional card for Chris's turn here. Sticking the Liquidator into the Inkwell. We get Wreck-It Ralph coming down onto the field. Now, David Xanatos can exert. Give Wreck-It Ralph. But he hits that grab your bow with David Xanatos. Getting rid of 2 cards here. Gets rid of Troubadour and Delilo. Very, very nice. Now, I may be pronouncing this wrong. I do have the card. It looks like it's Chief Powhatan. I am definitely saying that wrong, but do not judge me. We are going as close as we can. You know what, guys? I'm not great at pronunciation. My producer's laughing at me as well. Chief P. We're sticking with Chief P. We're keeping my dignity intact. Character can't challenge. 5/5 stat line. Well, I've been humbled on a Lorcana stream already today. This Saturday's going great for me. How's it going for all you guys at home? Hopefully you're enjoying so far. I'm absolutely loving this match here. Of course, Colin Baker on the Amber Steel. Then we have Chris on the Ruby Sapphire. Great show for both players here. Wreck-It Ralph going to be going into the discard there. And with the Lonely Grave effect, was it? I'm not too sure. I didn't catch that because I was a bit distracted. But Wreck-It Ralph is gone, so is Lilo. Anyway, Chief Potan. Ah, there it is. Potan. I've got it right now. Took me a couple of times, but we're there. We're going to be questing for 1 with the big chief, and then... Oh, surely not. No cards played for Colin. Just going to be passing turn on to Chris. Obviously, not the cards that he wants in hand here. A little bit of a shame for him. But Chris, not too many cards in hand himself. Now, he could give something rush with the David Xanatos, and he's got another Wreck-It Ralph. Oh, I love it. However, Wreck-It Ralph is not enough to get rid of this card here, so he's going to play it down. Potentially, if he has enough, may boost it. I don't think he has enough ink to be able to do it, though. Now, if this Wreck-It Ralph is able to boost up high enough, when it wipes, we're able to just get rid of that Potan as well. But it does mean Chris is going to have to boost 2 times. It's only a 3/4 stat line. So it's going to give Colin a couple of turns. Chris, only 1 card in hand. Whether he wants to ink that is the big question. Having a little look through the discard here. Smart choice. Just see what options are available. Now, once again, the big risk, if he does the board wipe, Lilo's going to be able to come straight back out the discard and immediately put him under pressure. David Xanatos can, of course, quest here, give it rush, whether he chooses challenge in and wipe the Ralph. I don't think that's the right choice. He could choose to just keep the David Xanatos ready and protect it. But of course, if we get a strength with a few characters down, or maybe a Thunderbolt, could do some additional damage into there. Tricky turn for both players. But the big thing we need to take into consideration, a 12-1 deficit. Colin quite comfortably in the lead here. And Chris, not a lot of resources in hand. Really flicking around this card. I think this is a card that he really, really wants and he's really not sure of. We are electing to go Xanatos into the big chief there, Chief P. We're not saying the full name. Chief P is the new dub name, and we elect to ink the card. We got to draw off David Xanatos, and we boost up the Wreck-It Ralph. I think that is the sensible play, the best option he could have went with. We get a coup down, gets to draw an additional card. Now, 1 cost less for the next card he plays. Gets down the Troubadour, plays it out. Not the best turn for Colin. He really needs to aggro out a little bit here, put some pressure on. Now, Wreck-It Ralph is going to be able to wipe out any cards that Colin's able to put down once we banish it with the Lonely Grove. Get Horseman down on the field. We say no to the Troubadour straight away. Question for 3. Wreck-It Ralph, question for 3. How nuts is that in a Ruby card? Oh, interesting. We get the Hurldest Thunderbolt down, and that is going to be banishing. Banished already. That is absolutely heartbreaking for Chris. Gone straight away. But we get the Pete down. We're able to boost it here, bringing it up, able to search for multiple cards on the next turn. Once again, though, we don't have a board right ready and available for Chris. So if Colin's able to fill out the board, puts him under a lot of pressure. Angel going down. We're going to be hitting it down with the snowball effect. 2 damage into Pete. Snowball right into his face. Angel, extremely rude, but a fantastic card. I really do want a playset of these, but I just can't seem to get my hands on them. Been trying my best to pull them. I got one. I managed to pull one in the same pattern, Enchanted Eeyore, which was nuts, but no luck so far. Only the one. Need to get the 4. God, they're a little bit expensive, though. A little bit jealous there. Now, Pete's going to be certain there. Chris able to search 2 cards. Looks like develop your brain. One of them. Not too sure on the other card here. Having a little flick what he's got in his hand. Now, develop could be a good option. Let's just dig a little bit deeper. But the question is, what is the other card, and is it useful in this situation? 1 card going back there. Now, really nice sleeves on the field for Chris there. I do really like these pattern sleeves. We're going to be sticking out. Oh, interesting. We've got Bell coming down onto the field here. 2-3 stat line, able to quest for 2. And we're passing the turn over to Colin. 12-5 deficit here. Colin still in the lead, but not a lot of cards on the board. I think we see a Stitch in hand there. Could get him a little bit of extra card draw. I think we've got a big Chief P in the hand as well. But what does he choose to put down? That is the big question here. 12-5's deficit. We are in game 3, ladies and gentlemen, for an absolute thriller so far. Chris standing up a little bit better than he did in the first game here. But once again, this could go in any direction. At the start of Colin's turns, he's going to be able to get the 2 Lilos out onto the field. Plays down the Akud here. Interesting. Then he's going to be... So he's got rid of the Akud with the Angel effect, and then he's challenged Angel into Pete to take that out straight away, sticking down big Chief P onto the field. Now, great bodyguard, but he can't challenge, and he only quests for 1. It's not the best card he wants to be getting down here, but he's got rid of the big drawing threat of Pete on Chris' side of the field. Going to be sticking out another Pete. He comes straight back. Chris says, nah, mate, not a chance. I'm keeping that on the field. Relentless play from Chris, immediately boosting quest for 2 with the Bell here. Still got a little bit more ink. Does he have anything left in hand that he can play this turn? Pass his turn straight to Colin. Now, Chris catching up 7-12, but this is the big benefit here. Chief Potan on the field with the double Lilo, Zombie Lilo, quest with the Chief Potan. Bodyguard mode is in effect here. Up to 13 total. Next turn, he can go to 2, 4, gets 5, can go to 18. We are going to have to get rid of that Potan and then try and get rid of these Lilos, but they're just going to keep coming back, which is absolutely dreadful for Chris. Pete, of course, can exert here, draw him some additional cards by boosting again, but he needs to get... So, oh my God, we get Steamboat Pete coming out onto the field, banish the card straight away. The early removal because we have another Pete in play. Love to see it. You know what? Shout out to Lorcana villain for making this card a thing. I never would have thought of playing that Ruby Pete in my deck. But you know what? It's working, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen the Lonely Grave with Wreck-It Ralph. We've seen Red Pete. I don't believe it. We've cleared the board here once again for the Ruby Sapphire player. No cards on the field for Colin. Boosting Big Pete once again. We're going to be able to search for 2 cards next turn. Unless we boost again where we can search for 3 altogether. Ariel comes out onto the field. Exactly what Colin's going to want. Be able to get some draw into his hand here. And it looks like he's got no cards in hand whatsoever, though. Absolutely awful state for Colin. We boost the Pete again. Going to be search lows. Colin is really going to need to get a big song. These 2 cards are going to be really difficult for him to get rid of, though, which is really risky. If he brings the Lilos back, he's not going to be able to play any additional cards next turn. I think Ruby Sapphire may have a chance of coming back here, but it's all dependent on what Colin draws into in the next couple of turns. Get Sapphire Call coming out onto the field can go really, really well here with the abilities of cards like Horseman. And we play down Horseman. Oh my God, Sapphire Call has the ability of minusing a character's strength when you ink an additional card, playing down the Horseman there. And then we are getting rid of an additional card here. But I'm not too sure what happened there, actually. That was a little bit weird from both players. But regardless, Ariel is off the field. Request for 2 with the P. And it looks like we're passing turn on to Colin. Yep, over to Colin now. Plays that. Oh, another zombie Lilo off the top deck. Not exactly what you wanted. Chris going to be able to quest for 2, 4, 5 here, going up to 15. I can't believe I'm saying this, but Ruby's... No way, Colin is scooped. I don't believe it. Chris is taking the game with Ruby Sapphire. What an absolute thriller. Oh my God. Well done to both players. I really thought Colin was going to take that there, but Chris, a humongous performance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. We are going to be with you just in a couple of seconds. I'm going to be bringing Chris in for an interview with his Ruby Saph deck. We can talk through what has been going on there. We'll have him in the next couple of minutes. So we're just going to nick onto a waiting screen for you. And then once we're ready to go, we will get started for the big interview with Chris Chalk coming at you soon, live from Pendulum Gaming here in Granville at the Grantham for the Pendulum Times Angle Win a Case event. Going to be a great one, guys. Looking forward to the rest of the day. Right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am live here with Chris from our round 1 match. Oh my God, Chris, that game was absolutely mental. I gave you a bit of grief at the start of today because I said the deck should not work. And honestly, it shouldn't. Game 1. But you had it doing massive things today. Talk me about your thought process with this deck, please.
So the long story short is that my girlfriend, it's like her hobby. I play with her. And she's playing the purple cards. I love purple cards, but I can't play purple cards. So I had to find something that wasn't purple. And I played red blue before rotation, and I played it post rotation. I was like, this deck's awful. I'm not playing this. I'm not gonna even try. But my friend Patrick, who is obviously a brewer of decks, was like, bro, you need to stop playing meta. Like, I don't respect you. I'm like, yeah, fair. So last minute, I wasn't gonna come today. I was gonna just let Kaylee come on her own. But built red blue, put in a lonely grave as Patrick suggested, and like we played a winner trove at locals, and I went 0-3. Oh no, 1-2 because I got by.
So you got the easy win, is what you're saying?
Yeah, easy win. But so I went 1-2. I was like, okay, this deck's not good. Then we played I made some changes, made some game plans, learned the deck a bit more, how it actually works, and we played some test games yesterday. I went 3-0, and it felt really good. As you saw in game 1, the deck did nothing.
Yeah, 100%. I was a little bit worried on your game 1 because it just seemed so slow. And I was like, okay, cool. We've got the ramp there. You know, you've probably got the horseman in there. You've got the marching off to battle. So you've got the card draw. Like, we've got the Mali Dragon. So it's going to be great in the end game. But Amber Steel is really, really quick, and that's a really hard deck to go against just because they can overwhelm the board state. One of the big things for me is I was just really worried that he was going to get those zombie Leos back onto the field and absolutely cook you there. So something we need to be a little bit careful of. Do you have a strategy against Amber Steel? Did you come in prepared with that, or did you just kind of wing it off the bat there?
Yeah, I was not prepared. I haven't played this deck. I played it like once in Ghent, and that's like the only time I've played against the new Amber Steel. Patrick said the deck can stall a little bit in like the first few turns where it just sort of it's playing out its singers and setting up, and obviously like that's fine for me. I was only I can get to 7, but the issue in game 1 was I missed Lonely Grave, I missed a 4-drop character, whether it be Cindy or Bell, both are fine because obviously Cindy ramps, and if he kills Bell goes into ramps. So like I didn't. So then obviously when I played the horseman, he just killed it. Played another one, he killed it. Just like there were turns where I didn't do anything, and it's just really important to get the Lonely Grave because then, honestly, I was still in that game up until the last card I drew. If I board wipe him, he like all I have to do then is start controlling the characters, which with grab your bows, more Ralphs, like controlling the board is not hard. You have to just it's like old red blue. You be prepared, and then you have to win the game. So like that's just what happened. And game 1 didn't happen. Game 2 and 3, I stabilized. And
yeah, completely agree. And you know what? I'm going to give a shout out to one of the cards that I didn't think I'd be given a shout out in your deck, Sapphire Pete. That card was absolutely nuts. You drew so much from that. Just like being able to dig so much, find the resources. Is that 4 of in your deck?
Yeah, the card's fucking insane. Sorry.
Language, please. We are on Disney. Come on, Chris. You know better than this. For any children that are listening, please ignore Chris and his pot in his mouth. He said flipping, I promise. But you're getting banned from this stream after this.
Flipping insane. The card is insane. I honestly thought you were going to say Sapphire Coil because that card went in last night, and as you can see, like it came down when it needed to, and the card in theory is just it helps Ralph deal with the 5s, so I don't have to like play 2 graves or like boost grave something else, somehow else kill the Ralph, and the coil just helps like stabilize out the drops I can't deal with. But yeah, I mean Pete. So I saw it on the action stream where someone was playing obviously the 5-drop Pete and then playing the old 7-drop Pete, the red one. And I was like, wow, that's really cool. It's cool that card actually sees play because the 5-drop Pete is so insane. Like you go Cindy, Pete boost into new Pete, like that as a curve is pretty good because then you get to look at the top 2. Sorry, no, it's still top 1 because you wouldn't be able to boost the Pete turn on the 7-drop turn. But yeah, the card's wild and it does what blue red needs to do, which is digs and finds answers. The issue is, and as I was saying to you last night, I was almost on 67 cards. You use a lot of your cards to boost and put under cards. So I was contemplating 67 with like 10 turn 2 ramps and like more copies of other cards to smooth out in the 67 cards. Just so that like you're not losing these end games to darn. I wish I had one more turn. But I've settled on 62. So like that should be giving me the extra turn I need. I lost the game to deck out by 1 turn. So 62 should help there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the draw engine worked well. The ball control was great. It's, it just kind of all came together there. And like you said, the Sapphire Core, I really like that addition. It's something that I've missed a little bit. I've been playing a lot of Ruby Amethyst lately, and it's been great, but the removal just isn't really there. Horseman's probably my best bit of removal. I love playing against dogs because I just get to go, boom, you're gone. But the big issue when you play against other decks, it feels like such massive bricks. It sits in your hand and it doesn't do anything. So even cards like that, with the core, when you get into minus the strength, we see it a lot in the Ruby Amber decks. They've got the Nani now that I believe, not Nani, Nala, which is able to minus the strength, and that combos so well with the baby Sisus, the Horseman, grab your bows. It goes absolutely nuts. That's a big question though. I've seen a couple of people on the Ruby Amber decks piloting the 3-cost Sisu that banished the character 1 strength less. Do you think that's consideration for you, or is that just naff in your opinion?
I think it is definitely consideration. I think at that point you're playing a different curve. Like if you're playing Sisu on 3, like Coil on 2, Sisu on 3, you're playing a different curve, which I think we'll see post-rotation when we no longer have turn 2 ramp cards except for 1 jump ahead, which I was playing, as you saw when I dropped it by accident.
You heard it here first. Soul 1 jump head decks next set. Chris is actually going to pilot. He's promised this, so wait for the next stream.
No, I think Sisu is worth playing, but it's a different curve. Like you could play it maybe in a curve where you're going Mickey on 3, so then against aggro decks you play the Sisu instead of the Mickey, and you just like buy yourself some time. But I think it's worth looking at, and it was considered, but uninkable. 1-1, like the evasive's nice, but it's kind of irrelevant, really. I think the coil, it just goes in the inkwell if need be. Like it's a Cindy draw. Like Cindy is oftentimes just putting the chaff in, so I can just dig into the answers. And that's where boost becomes a bit weird, because then you don't know what you've lost. Like in that game, I knew I only had 1 Ralph left because I'd already seen 1 off the top with Pete, and I added something else. I think it was like I had to add Inkable so I could actually do the turn I was going to do. So like, okay, there's 1 Ralph at the bottom, so there's hope I either find the 4th or don't need it, which I didn't.
Now, I'm going to give you a potential other card here that I really want your opinion on. So, I was really happy to see David Xanatos in your deck. That's a card that I loved last set. I was milking it ridiculously in my games. Now, the big thing that I love about Xanatos is the ability to give rush. So in my head, I was like, you've got actions in there. You've got grab your bow. With David Xanatos, does it make sense for a Maui Shark to slide into your deck, just catch opponents off guard, and bring back a couple of those actions?
So it was definitely considered at one point. It's never been in the deck, but it's always been considered because, as you said, adding the actions back is quite good. The issue with Shark at the moment is with the yellow decks running around playing Horseman Strikes, it just dies. Like, yeah, you get the rush, but also a lot of decks just aren't turning sideways. So I have better answers, and I'm not. And to speak on the whole action thing, the Sapphire calls were distracts, so the whole Shark comes up a bit more with that. With it being coil now, there's obviously less reason. And when it comes to the actions, the only actions I'm actually like looking to add back would be, I suppose, marching off and grab. And Ralph kind of against the matchups where like I would theoretically want to be grabbing grab back, Ralph is doing that job for me, right? Like Ralph clearing a bunch of 2 power or less is doing the job. Because grab is a complete brick into anything that plays 3 or more. So it like same with Horseman, but like they're insane in the good. They're insane when they're insane. That's why Coil's in to make them insane a bit more often. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, whatever we say, the deck looks absolutely phenomenal. So well done for making it up, Chris. Now I'm going to let you go in a second, as you are going to need a little bit of a break before you round 2, especially after that thriller we had to begin with. However, I just want to get your opinions on the current meta state that we're in. Now, obviously for me, my kind of big terrifying deck is dogs. I'm like, oh my God, it's going to be everywhere. It's just going to wreck me. It's going to win in 4 turns. I'll get under the seat and then I'll cry and go home. So it is a brave choice to go for something different out the box like Ruby Sapphire. You do have the Ruby in there to counteract that. So for you in this meta, what's your kind of matches that you're really excited to see, that you think you can absolutely just wipe the floor with? And what's your kind of one horrific matchup that you're really praying not to see today?
I would really love to be able to answer that question, Zach, but I do not play the game enough to know. I was worried about Amber Steel just because I didn't know how it would fare. From that game, I'm a bit okay. I can win this as long as I stabilize. I think every matchup is winnable if I stabilize. The matchups where I will struggle is where they're playing lots of like 4s and 5s. So a mirror, I don't know. I doubt I'm going to see that today. Blue Steel can sometimes be a bit weird because I can't deal with Goliath very well very early. So if they drop it on turn 5, I think that's the curve. Is I just can't deal with it. I have to discard cards. Purple Steel just because it can aggro out. Anything that can aggro really, really hard. Like dogs can aggro, but it also can't in some games. And then Grab Your Bow just will wipe the board with and give me time, and then I get Ralph out. So.
It's interesting that you bring up the aggro decks because we did see a really new deck come into fashion from the last CCQ that went on. We had a Purple Steel Burn deck that actually won that. And that was a little bit of a weird one because it seemed reminiscent of the kind of purple-green burn that we've got. Obviously, Spacity piloted before. It took off. It's really, really quick and hard to deal with. The big kind of benefit of that Purple Steel deck is they've got the additions of the Giant Cobras. They get an additional lore. They've got White Roses in there. They're just getting so much passive lore. Do you think passive lore can be a threat to you?
Yeah, I think like lore that's coming from like alternatives. Oh, pairings up, but yeah, I think lore that comes from alternative sources could be a problem. But I think at that point, I have to just put characters down in quest. Maybe I have to take the aggro matchup. We'll see. I'm very much. This is very much sort of last minute, and we'll see if I can curve out and just resolve Ralph with Grave.
Lovely. Well, thank you very much, Chris. Best luck for your round 2. I'm looking forward to seeing you on stream in the future, my friend. Good luck. Right, to all of you at home, thank you for joining us. We're going to be right back with our round 2 match. We just need to see who we're getting on stream. Make sure to give a big shout out in the chat for Chris, absolute legend. Been friends with him for a while. He's the shortest person I know, way shorter than me. Make sure to let him know that. But yeah, cheers. See you later, Chris. Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live at Pendulum Gaming in Grantham, ready for your round 2 matchup. Now, this one is going to be an absolute banger of a match. We, of course, have the lovely Joe here on stream for the first time. We're on stream. Big welcome, Joe. And then we, of course, have Neil from Neil and Bradley that you'll all know on Twitter. Now, Neil, a sponsored player by Pendulum, so repping that lovely pink shirt here. Now, of course, we've got no bias at this event. We want each player to do well, but I know the store owner was quite happy to see Neil go on stream here. So shout out to you, Luke, if you're watching along. Now, really excited for this matchup. Neil is a phenomenal player, lots and lots of experience in Lorcana. He makes top cuts all the time. His son, Bradley, very, very famous. He played in the LCCQ. I think I'm getting those letters right, but he was taking down players such as Ed Chu and other big, phenomenal players on that level. It was great to watch. He done amazingly. Bradley, definitely one of the prodigies of the UK, up and coming in the Lorcana scene. He's, of course, playing in this tournament today, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on. And if he'll be able to stand up to his dad and take him down, maybe we could have a father-son final for the first time on stream at the CrawfordCana channel. That would definitely be exciting. But enough about Bradley for just now. Now we have Neil versus Joe. Looks like Neil is going to be on Emerald Sapphire. We've got the Ed Chu special, speak of the devil himself. We've got some Baja Blast. Now, I'm interested to see if this is going to be the Ink Geyser variant of the deck, which has been taking Storm. It's looked absolutely nuts. But we have Purple Steel, which can be a very nice counter into Emerald Sapphire. Now, Purple Steel can go very, very quickly. But what I'm interested to know, is this the aforementioned burn deck that I talked to Chris about on the interview? Or is it our standard Purple Steel that we saw the likes of Fear win the Leicester CCQ with? Got Clarabelle and MMS going into the Inkwell there, with Sale coming down, allowing them to ink an additional card, use that an additional ink for turn, and we get a that's either a Japanese or a Chinese, develop your brain, but it looks very cool nonetheless. We like the variety there, Neil, very fancy. Captain Hook on the board for our Purple Steel player. And Enchanted Demona. Oh, he's flexing hard today. Pocahontas comes down. Pocahontas is a great card. A lot of people have been swapping Calhouns for this 3-2 stat line, quest for 1, but it has the ability, when it quests, you get to gain lore equal to another exerted card on the field. Something that players need to be careful of, but not a lot of characters going to be played down early on in the green-blue deck. Cinderella comes down on the field, has the ability to ink an additional card because a princess has been played, then you get to draw an additional card. Those triggers do in fact stack with multiple Cinderellas, and each time you play a princess, you get to do that. Giant Cobra comes down on the field, going to be discarding Strength for Rage and Fire here, getting 2 lore, going up to 3 total. Now, the question is, does he want to crest this Pocahontas? Doesn't have resist. I think he just passes on, and he does. Over to Neil here. Quite a few cards in hand. I see another Cinderella in hand. Could he be building up even more with another Cinderella? Maybe he's wanting to go into MMS with Prince Philip. We've got that big board wipe for the green-blue deck at the minute, which performs lovely, lovely indeed. Cinderella on its own on the board state. So I just had somebody pop into the room there, so head quickly turned around. Neil having to think about what card that he wants to go with here. Gets down the other Cinderella. We've got 2 on the board here, which means we get 2 triggers. He can ink twice and draw twice on this turn, which is absolutely lovely to see for that additional ramp. It means we're going to be getting very, very quick on to the big Prince Phillips here. Cinderella's going to be exerted, sings "You're Welcome" on Pocahontas, going to shuffle it into the deck, and the opponent gets to draw 2 cards. Now, "You're Welcome" is absolutely nuts for cards like Clarabelle, because Clarabelle, when it's on the field, you get to draw cards at the end of your turn equal to the number of cards in your opponent's hand. If our opponent is drawing loads of cards off these "You're Welcomes," it means that Neil is going to be getting an even bigger hand when he plays down the Clarabelle. Now, interesting, Neil's just passed the turn there, and he's just mentioned that he is going to be using the triggers for both Cinderellas, going to be drawing after inking, then inks again, and draws 2 cards left in hand for Neil, but a big mass of ink in the inkwell there. Purple Steel player just a little bit quick to go onto his turn there, drew already, but that's absolutely fine. Doesn't affect the board state. Oh, Giant Cobra exert, singing Strength for Rage and Fire, and then the other Cinderella's gone as well. Now, not too much of an issue for Neil. He doesn't really mind if these go. We do have 3 characters on the board for the Purple Steel player. Purple Steel really just need to go quite quick in this match, try and aggro the way through, but we get the Giant Cobra. I want to say the Giant Clarabelle there. We get the, well, it is light on her hooves. She is a big, big Clarabelle. She comes down the field. Clarabelle effect gets to draw an additional card because there's more cards in the opponent's hand. Doc comes down onto the field, and he's discarded. No, wait, a double Doc discard, 3 Docs in hand. Absolutely awful for the poor Purple Steel player here. Absolute nightmare, devastating for him. Losing a lot of his card draw here. Really, really sad to see that, but at least he's got a dock in the field and he gets to redraw a little bit. Board state is quite wide, but a Prince Philip could absolutely wreck this. Looks like we've got no cards left in hand. No way! Under the sea, hit by Neil. What a phenomenal turn. Half the board state already gone. Green Sapphire looking very, very strong. Yzma comes down on the field. Really nice card for Joe to be going into here. Yzma has the ability that when it exerts, you get to draw up to 3 cards in hand. Very, very cool. Now, a big shout out has to go to Luke from Pendulum. Just popped into the room, giving myself and my producers some lovely merch. Looking forward to wearing that on the way home, keeping us nice and toasty in the chilly parts of the morning. A lovely pink as well. Great to see it. I'm sure you'll see it on stream with Neil. Looks phenomenal. My producer is in fact behind me doing some very weird modeling poses. I am so glad we do not have the camera on in the background. Back to the game though, where it's most important on the field. We've got an Aurora on Neil's side of the field. Interesting seeing green blue, as well as Clarabelle and the Prince Philip. We've got Olaf and Christopher Robin coming down on the field. Looks like only 1 card left in the hand for the purple steel player, but the board state is very, very wide at this point. If he does get the shift Prince Philip here for Neil, this could be absolutely devastating for poor Joe. Now, if he sings Malicious, Mean and Scary with Prince Philip, it deals 1 damage onto every single character, shifts on Prince Philip for 6 total, and then it wipes every damaged character on the opponent's board state, which is absolutely horrifying. But no, it looks like he doesn't have it. Prince Philip going to be going straight into the Yzma there, stopping that draw, not letting the purple steel player get the additional cards. Go another under the sea for Neil. I can't believe it. Oh, the Little Mermaid's back, everyone. We are getting a lot of songs in here. That pesky crab is doing some work. Under the Sea, a phenomenal card. 8 cost Sing Together song, but you can just hard cast it if you've got a green-blue deck like Neil does, and it means that you get to get rid of every card on the board on the opponent's side for 2 strength or less. Now, the Elsa does come down there, able to exert the Clarabelle, take it out. Tipo and Prince Philip on the board for Neil. Now, we are in a little bit of a tricky position. Looks like Neil has no cards left in hand. The tide is turning very quickly. Cheshire Cat can exert, and they're going 7 lore total. We've got Olaf and Captain Hook on the board. Unfortunately, only a baby Clarabelle off the top of the deck for Neil. Not exactly what to see. Genie comes down. Additional draw coming into the hand of the purple steel player. Genie gets to give you that +1 card, but with Olaf on the field, if that's taken out, he can bounce that Genie back into his hand. Neil gets a Tipo. It's all going wrong. Not what the Emerald Sapphire player wants to see. This is brick after brick after brick. Not a strong board whatsoever. He's going to need to get rid of some cards. He gets rid of the Olaf. At this point, he can bring the Genie back, but it is risky because it means that he doesn't get to quest on the following turn, and he needs to aggro out Cheshire Cat, Captain Hook, and Genie on the board. Emerald Sapphire struggles to deal with these evasives. Looks like Pocahontas in hand. Pocahontas comes down as well. Wide board state, and then we're getting another. Oh, is that Angela? A very interesting card. This gets rid of the gargoyle abilities in the deck, so this can be great for cards like Demona or Lexington. Love to see that. Oh, we got another Under the Sea. Neil, cruel man at this point, just taking every card off the board. Cheshire Cat and Pocahontas is still on the field. What a game this has been so far, ladies and gentlemen. But a 13-0 deficit for the purple steel player. Angel comes down onto the board, able to throw snowballs, but no cards left in hand for Joe. He is on 16 already, though. Pocahontas quests out, gains the additional lore for a card that's exerted, takes that off Cheshire Cat, goes 16, and Neil goes into another Clarabelle. How can you get these cards back to back? The deck needs to be shuffled, Neil. You can't be doing this. We put 2 cards into Pocahontas, gets rid of it there. Cheshire Cat and Angel on the field. Going to be sticking down a knot. Oh my god. The 4th dot in the game. Going to be Incan and Elsa plays out another Angel. Quest out for 2 goes to 18. We need. I don't think there's anything because he's not got enough for the meat. Oh, he's shifted it, but there's nothing he can do there. And that is game 1 goes to Joe already. What a mammoth performance in game 1. Poor Neil bricked absolutely awfully that game. That is not what you want to see on the Emerald Sapphire deck, but a massive shout out goes to our purple steel player for that humongous performance against a very, very talented and experienced veteran player like Neil. Really showing the benefit of this purple steel deck. It can aggro out so quickly, even when you go into triple dock. Have to get rid of half the cards in your hand just to be able to get some draw. You can still come back into it. Yzma was a clutch card in this game. Genie come down and when it needed to, and Pocahontas getting that additional lore, a great addition into the deck. I can't help but to think with cards like Calhoun in the deck there, it just would not have done as much for the matchup. Calhoun, of course, 3/2 stat line with resist 1, a 2 cost uninkable, just like Pocahontas, but once again, it has the exact same thing that. Well, not the exact same thing. I tell a lie. The big issue for the Calhoun is it just only gets lore when you challenge into character's quest for 1. But if you remove a character, you get an additional 2 lore. Now, a lovely comment in the chat here. Somebody's just commented saying, "Go, Joe. That's my stepson." Big shout out to you in the comments. Glad to see that you're watching along here. Really, really love to see this. Chat is going wild, everyone. I am really glad to see all you joined us today. Thank you so much for joining us for an absolute thrilling event. Today is absolutely mad already. And you know what, guys? Don't worry, because Pendulum is going to be back with more of these tournaments. We've got their store champs coming up soon. And once again, it looks like they're in cahoots with Angle Entertainment for another winter case coming up in the future. Now, this next one that they do, if they do go for another one, could be a crazy event because that will be in rotation territory. After these store champs, we are going to be entering into Wilds Unknown, where we get my favorite cards. We've got Toy Story in Lorcana. We've got Incredibles in Lorcana. Oh my God, everyone. I hope you're as excited as I am. I am buzzing for these cards to come out. Next set is going to be crazy, but the rotation is definitely going to hit us hard. But enough talk of the future. We are back here in the present. We have Neil on the play here. Emerald Sapphire against Joe, who has taken game one with a phenomenal performance, showcasing Purple Steel to the very best of its ability. 7 cards in hand for each player here, able to mulligan, get rid of the cards that they don't want. Looks like we got rid of a few cards there for Neil, potentially shuffling up. But Neil has dropped a few cards on his shuffling. Looks like me every time I try to shuffle a deck. Happened to me at the CCQ, and last time my cards went everywhere. It was hideously embarrassing, but I'll trust you all in chat not to rip me for it and never remind me of it, because my pride has still not recovered from dropping all those cards. It's a sad game for a card game player, but this is why I'm on commentary, everyone, because I can't keep my cards in hand, but at least I can chat to you guys for a while. Let me know in the comments where you're watching from today. Obviously, we've got a big mix of people on the channel. We've got a lot of UK fans. We've also got people from across the pond in USA. Love to hear any other countries that are tuning in to see this big event here. That would be really interesting. Stay vocal in the chat. I've got my producer looking at all the comments for us, so we are seeing everything that goes live. Thank you all for joining us today. But once again, Neil on the play here, sponsored by Pendulum. Pendulum's own Lorcana player going straight in. Ink in the Basil sticks up, develop your brain, searching 2 cards on his open turn. 1 card goes in hand, the other goes to the bottom deck, and we're going to be passing turn on to Joe, our Purple Steel expert, in the room, ready for another big performance. Strength for Rage and Fire into the Inkwell. Olaf comes out. I really love Olaf as a card because its ability to send cards back to your hand. If Joe is able to get a few cards boosted under Cheshire Cat, he can get rid of an Olaf and then boost there, send that Cheshire Cat back into the hand, getting a load of card draw if he really needs it, can put him in a good position very quickly. John Silver goes down into the Inkwell. Sail the Azurite Sea Song. We put Tipo into the Inkwell, and it looks like that's all we can do for that turn. Passing over to Joe. Pluto, Steel Champion into the Inkwell. Really good bit of item removal and gives additional lore when you challenge characters with steel characters. Captain Hook comes down. I can only imagine Joe would have been wanting to see a 2-cost character on that turn. Does he have another 1 cost that you can play out? If not, it's a little bit devastating. Unfortunately, he's had to pass. Neil is going to be over there. Inkiner, you're welcome. Surely a Cindy coming out. Cindy does come down onto the board. Has the ability that gets to ink an additional card, then draw a card for his turn at the end. Now, the ramp is going really, really quickly here. It's really, really boosting up, getting him to ink very, very quickly. Cheshire Cat comes out onto the board here. Cheshire Cat, Captain Hook, and Olaf on the field all together. Now, if I do suddenly cut out for no reason whatsoever, don't panic, guys. I am still going to be here. My monitor has just flashed with low battery. See, this is what I get for not preparing enough. But we're going to get that sorted in the background. I'm still commentating while my producer faffs around with our charging pack, trying to make sure that the monitor stays in check for you. So hopefully we'll be able to get that sorted. Not to worry. We'll be able to get everything back in live for you soon. If there is any delays, I do apologize profusely. Now, not a Cinderella, it's an Aurora on the field for Neil. Now, Aurora gives protection to his other cards here. Hello, everyone. Sorry for that slight delay there. Just trying to get this charging situation sorted for you, just so we can say live on the air for you get all the good cards ready and rare and ready to go. Now, Vision of the Future has been played out for Neil here. 2-cost card lets him search for 5 cards from underneath the deck here. Well, from the top of his deck, I should say. Really, really useful to find the cards you need at the right time. Maybe looking for something like a Clarabelle, maybe looking for that Prince Philip shift line, of course, going with MMS to be able to wipe the board, or maybe we look for something like an Under the Sea. Donald Duck Gentleman comes out onto the field, lets you draw an additional card at the start of your turn, but both players are going to get to do this. A little bit risky with the purple steel player because it means they're going to be drawing as many cards as you are as well. Cinderella, Aurora, and Donald Duck onto the field. On the opposing side, we have Genie, Cheshire Cat, Captain Hook, and Olaf on the field. So a wide board state for our purple steel player, but only one Lord. Joe needing to be a little bit quicker here, trying to catch up as quick as he can. However, Neil, if he's able to wipe this board, it's going to be able to go very, very quick at getting to the end game. This matchup tends to work as the purple steel player going as quick as possible, and the Emerald Sapphire player just try to control the board until the player has no resources left. One cost Clarabelle comes down the field, great for item removal, but not great in this situation. Giant Cobra comes down. We get rid of the Yeastman there. That means we're going to be able to gain an additional 2 lore, and I think we're just going to be questing now. No, Cheshire Cat sings. We get rid of the Aurora here, stopping the reward on the characters. Really nice. And then Doc comes down onto the field. Great play from Joe. Absolutely love to see that. Board state is nice and wide. We can go quite quickly, up to 5 lore altogether. Neil is going to need to get some removal very, very quickly, or Joe might just take this second game in perfect fashion. 5-0 deficit. Neil is going to be playing down that Sail the Azurite Sea here, getting the additional card draw in hand, gets to ink an additional card turn if he so chooses to. Looks like a total of 8 ink available for him to use, so not enough to get Prince Philip out straight away. He could sing with a Donald Duck and then ink for this turn. We get You're Welcome sung on Clarabelle itself. So Neil electing to use this on his own card here, making sure that he can get some additional cards in hand. This tells us as a player that he doesn't quite have what he's looking for in his hand, which is a little bit of a shame, but maybe he could pull into that with the You're Welcome. Donald Duck and Cinderella on the field, shuffle the cards up, gives it to the opponent takes a cut, then the top 2 cards from the deck from the You're Welcome. If he can ink an additional card, play down Malicious, Mean and Scary, and then hit down that Prince Philip, we get a straight board wipe. Unless he's got the Under the Sea in hand, that could be really big as well, but he does need that removal this turn. Unfortunately, it's a Donald Duck coming into hand. Neil really does not have the answers that he needs. Joe is going to be able to go very, very wide on the following turn. We see a Genie in hand there, can get additional draw. I do not think Neil is playing any hand removal. We do not see Emerald Sapphire players playing the big, big blast cards now that get rid of the hand. Got Prince Philip coming down on the field. Lit one had to ink a Malicious, Mean and Scary there. I don't think there's any cards. No, 1 card left in Neil's hand. So really, really risky position. He's going to need this combo to go together. However, Demona comes down on the field. I'm not sure this was the right play from Joe here. You are giving Neil resources. The benefit is you do get to draw cards into your hand. However, Neil gets drawn them as well. If he didn't have an answer, he might draw into it now. Going to be questioned with the Doc going up 6 altogether. We are then going to be running Olaf into the Prince Philip. We bring Doc into the hand. What a great play from Joe. Fantastic turn. Captain Hook goes into the Cinderella, wiping the board. We then have the other cards going in, taking out the Donald. Now, we've not quested out, but we have been able to clear the board state. The big risk of this play, though, is if Neil is able to get out that Prince Philip, he's not going to be able to because he's not got enough ink. He can lose the board state very, very quickly. 1 goes down for the Develop Your Brain, telling us that Neil does not have the answers yet. This game is looking really, really good for Joe so far, playing this absolutely masterfully. A fantastic player. Neil on the back foot the whole way through, needs to try and find some answers. Sail the Azurite Sea goes into hand. Not what Neil's looking for. He's still desperate to find these answers. Hits down Sail the Azurite Sea, going to be drawing an additional card for turn. Needs to get something, needs to be able to get this shift line going. Now, Demona has been an amazing counter to Prince Philip, the 3-cost one. Obviously, this is a ward card, so it means you can't choose it, but Demona exerts everything. So instead of having to rely on removal, which you can't do on it, we can hit down Demona, exert, and then take out a character. This just stops the shift line altogether. 6-1 deficit for Joe. Neil is going to be inking an additional card with the Cinderella, drawing a card. Surely at this point, he's found a single resource that he can use to control this game in his favor. Looks like we've got double Genie in hand for Joe. Don't think he's got enough ink available yet to be able to get double Genie, but getting one of them down means he gets additional draw. Genie comes down on the field, +1 card into the hand. Going to be exerting the Demona there. Quest for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 altogether. Goes to a total of 12 lore for Joe. 12-1 deficit. If Neil does not find a board wipe on this turn, I can't help but to think that it's over for him. Pocahontas comes down as well. Not what Neil wants to see. This card gets an additional lore when it quests for an exerted card. If Demona stays on the field, he quests across Pocahontas for 1, gets an additional 2 from the Demona. That is 3 lore just on a single card. The board is looking very wide. I don't know if he can take it here. Neil is counting out cards, working out the lore. He needs to find any removal. If he doesn't have the removal, it is game over. Hits the Sail the Azure at Sea. Desperate to see that Prince Philip and Malicious Mean and Scary combination. I don't even think that an Under the Sea is going to be enough to do it here. Could this be a game for Joe? Can he take it against the veteran player in 2 straight games? 2 straight games, single fashion. It would be a phenomenal performance against a match that you're predominantly a little bit weak against. Greens Blue, a huge deck to play against. Cinderella going to be exerted. Does he have the Malicious Mean and Scary? Is he able to sing it? Is he able to get the board wipe on field at this point? He's going to sing. It's the You're Welcome, and he's going to be using it on the Demona. Has to get rid of that so he doesn't get the additional card lore with the Pocahontas. We've still got a total of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore on the board. Can go to 19, but Pocahontas effect will take over the line. Neil needs to get rid of that Pocahontas or one of the genies, or it's going to be completely game over. Now, the other issue we've got here is Joe is going to be drawing more cards into hand, which means it's going to be even more difficult for Neil. Still a lot of ink, but not a lot of cards in hand himself. He gets the dock into hand. Prince Philip comes down onto the board. We are able to get rid of the Giant Cobra and the Genie. Really good start, but he needed that Malicious Mean and Scary to do some real damage. We can quest for 2, 3 here for the Cheshire Cat, +1 for the Pocahontas, 4, and then we can get another 2, 6. He can go to 18 altogether if he has any passive lore in his game. Genie comes down onto the field. Really close game here, guys. Could go either way, but I think Joe is potentially going to take it. Angela out onto the field. Going to be exerting Cheshire Cat. 13, 14, 15. Pocahontas, 16. Gains 2 from Genie. 18 total. Only 2 lore needed. Neil needs the board wipe now, or it is game over. Does he have it in hand? He's hesitating, so it doesn't look like it. I see a single Prince Philip. I don't see the combo he needs. Hitting down Prince Philip. Plays down Ink Geyser. Can he get any resources from it? I don't think so. I think it's all but too late. Maybe he can get an Under the Sea, get rid of some of the cards, but that still leaves game state on board for Joe. This could be it altogether. Right at the very clutch moment of the game, Neil desperate to find any single combos that he can get. Under the Sea is not going to do it. Cannot get rid of the Pocahontas, the Cheshire Cat, or the Angela. Oh, no, Angela is a 2-cost, 2-strength character. So it would be game still for Joe, who only needs 2 lore to win this game. 2-0 in this match against Neil would be absolutely massive. And will we see it? A full hand now. Ink Geyser comes down. The cards drew into hand. You only keep 3 cards in your Inkwell. I don't think there's anything that we can do from this position. Prince Philip going to be singing. Does the Under the Sea. Gets rid of the 2 genies and the Pocahontas. 2 cards left on the field. He needs to be able to challenge in and take these out, but can he do that? Cheshire Cat, obviously a 4-strength character, needs to get rid of the Pocahontas. Only 2 strength. Cinderella is going to be singing here. Nope. Elects to take out the Pocahontas. Neil has kept himself in the game for now, but only 2 lore needed for Joe. Plays down the Giant Cobra. He's got game. What a fantastic performance for Joe. 2-0 already. What a humongous game. Massive well done to Neil. A valiant effort, but was not able to keep up against Joe with a mammoth performance for Purple Steel. Now, stay right where you are, guys. I'm going to be back in 2 seconds. We are going to get an interview with Joe, ready to get his thoughts on Purple Steel in this meta and this matchup. Stay tuned. I'll be right back with you in a couple of seconds. Right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have the fantastic Joe on interview here. And now I was surprised to see this. Joe is actually very young. Joe, tell us how old you are.
I'm 16 actually.
Can you believe this? We've got a 16-year-old who's 2-0 in a tournament like this. Absolutely crazy. Now, Joe, I was very impressed by that matchup there. You absolutely destroyed Neil, which I was really shocked at. Neil is a very, very strong player. So you held your own, but not only that, you dominated the whole game. Tell me about your deck. Purple Steel, do you think that is the deck for this meta?
Not maybe for this meta, but it is my deck. I'm very good at it. I've been playing it set 9. So I've had a lot of practice on it and I'm doing very good this set with it.
Yeah, fantastic to hear. Now, I think that's a really big key thing there when you've got a deck that's almost your own deck. You've got loads of practice on. You always play well on something that you know the reps on more. Now, don't get me wrong. Purple Steel is quite quick at the minute, but I'd still say that Green Blue potentially is a little bit more favoured in this matchup because they have so much removal. If you don't see the cards you need, and that first game, of course, we saw 3 docks in your hand. That was awful. What's your kind of strategy against a big deck like Green Blue?
Basically, I want to get turn 1, obviously, a character. If I'm going second, Christopher Robin. When I'm going second turn, usually Pocahontas, because then she can quest, and then I gain your faster. And then turn 3, get down a 3-drop, maybe Cobra, usually, so I can discard something I don't want. And then I go into strength next turn with Yzma or Doc or Genie.
Yeah, lovely start there. I mean, that really is the best curve for Purple Steel. We go straight into that 1, 2, 3 strength, get rid of a card on the board. You're putting a good threat on there. But Pocahontas has just been an absolute massive drop for this set. Pocahontas obviously has the ability that when she's played down, when you quest with it, she gets 1 lore. But on top of that, she also gets lore equal to an exerted card. And that's something that we definitely saw you make use of in that game there. Pocahontas was such a threat on the board. I didn't see any Calhouns in your deck, though. I did say on stream that I thought it's a better choice having the Pocahontas. But when dogs are really proficient in this meta, a lot of people on dogs, is it risky playing Pocahontas or are you happy to have that swap?
I'm quite happy running Pocahontas because I practice a lot into dog matchup. It's usually something I win most of the time. And I've sort of teched my deck to go more into it as well by having also Black Heron and Genies.
Yeah, really nice. And the other card that I saw in your deck as well is the Pluto Steel Champion. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain that gets rid of an item when it's played. Is that right?
Whenever you play another steel character, you can banish an item.
There you go. Well, you know more than me about steel, Joe, so well done. But yeah, that's got to be a really nice card against the Emerald Chronicons. A lot of steel cards in your deck as well. I mean, for me, I play a lot of Ruby Amethyst, mainly because I'm just scared of dogs. But having that steel card in there, being able to just banish the Chronicon straight away can really turn the game in your favour. Is there any times you're worried about the dogs matchup, or since you've got that card, does it just feel kind of easy breezy?
I've never actually been worried about dogs matchup other than one person playing it, but I don't play much on it anyway.
Fair enough. Now, Joe, once again, a huge performance here. I'm really looking forward to see how you get on this tournament. Not only we do have another young player here as well, Bradley, who's Neil's kid that you just fought against. So it would be interesting if I could have a Joe versus Bradley in the final. I'd love that. 2 youngins absolutely rocking for it. See, I'm old now, Joe. I'm 30, so I'm basically a pensioner. I don't have your youth. But tell me about your kind of like matchup spread. What's your favoured match? What's the one match you really want to see, and what's the one that maybe you're a little bit scared of going against this tournament?
It's either Amber Steel I want to see or dogs, but the deck I don't want to see was Green Blue, but I still beat it. So
now, Joe, I don't think you need to worry about that anymore because I think that is the quickest win I've ever seen against Green Blue in my life. An absolute titan of a deck by a phenomenal player as well. So I've got every faith that you're going to smash this tournament. Joe, I'm of course going to let you go in a second because you are going to need a little bit of a break for your following rounds. But from me, a massive well done. Is there any shout outs that you want to give to anyone back home that's watching today?
Shout out to my dad and to Jack and to UC.
Really, really love that. Joe, best luck for this tournament. You've got to smash it, mate. I'm sure of it. Looking forward to seeing you in the final rounds. Cheers, buddy. Right, everyone, please make sure to stay tuned as we are going to be back with you soon. We're just going to have a tiny, tiny break here. Like I said before, we've got a couple of charging issues on my screen that I need to sort out. Joe, my screen nearly died in the middle of your match. That would have been awkward, right?
Yeah, very awkward.
So stay tuned, whereas we'll be right back ready for round 3 where we've got another thrilling match coming soon. We're live here at Pendulum Gaming in Grantham for the Pendulum and Angle Winner Case event. I'm live with Joe. Congratulations, Joe. See you in the next ones, mate. Hello, everyone. We are back on CrawfordCana for round 3 of our mega winner case event, co-sponsored by Pendulum and Angle Entertainment over here in Grantham in the UK. Been a fantastic event so far. We are on round 3 today. Oh my God, our first 2 matches have been nuts. We had Ruby Sapphire against Amber Steel in the first match, a very dominant performance by Chris. In the second game, we had Purple Steel by Joe and then Neil on Green Sapphire, another thrilling match, which was a 2-0. And then now we are back with a vengeance, ladies and gentlemen. She has returned. Stream Queen Beth is back with us again. If any of you followed on from the previous events that have cast at Pendulum, Beth has had mammoth performances. Obviously, Jordan's partner, both of them phenomenal players. They have great results, and I'm so excited to get her back in the studio, ready, playing live on stream for us today. And I'm hoping she's got the same deck. But we are going to be going against Harley today, newcomer on the stream, but a very, very talented player as well. Now, it looks like we've got Captain Hook going up on the side of Beth. We're going to be inking Ohana Means Family and then passing. We've got an amber deck here, ladies and gentlemen. But what is the matching color pair? I see a genie in hand. I think that is an amber amethyst. That is quite exciting. Christopher Robin comes down on the turn 2 for Beth. Now, Christopher Robin, of course, an Underdog, has the ability that 2-cost character you can play on turn uno, quest for 2, 1 free start line, great card. But unfortunately, since Beth is going first here, it means Christopher Robin comes second on turn 2. We do get Grandmother Willow coming out on the turn 2 here, 1 less than the next character, and we play out Yolonwe. Now, Purple Amber, this, for me at least, I think this is quite strong into Purple Steel. So going to be a hard matchup for Beth there. Got the Epic Genie going to think, well, Giant Cobra comes out. Doc goes into the discard pile, getting 2 lore altogether. To me, this is telling us that we've got a Doc in hand. Going to be quest for 2, the Chris Robin going up to 5. Very big start here for Beth. Going quick. Now, if she's able to go quickly against this deck, she can really, really take over precedence. Question is, what version of the deck? We've seen a couple of versions. We've got Maya Madness in his Raging Draw variant, which is very, very cool. So much draw. We've got the Finders Keepers in there. I love that. We've got the standard Raging Storm version, which JDR made a version of. I've been piloting that myself. Absolutely love it. And then it looks like we've got something a little bit different here. We've got the Tigger coming down on the turn 3, thanks to Grandmother Willow's effect. Temporary ramp for our Amber Amethyst player. Tigger is a 4/3 start line, 4-cost character. When it's played down, you return a 2-cost card or less into the opponent's hand. But Beth comes down with a Yzma. She is ready for the draw. Stream Queen Beth back again. Quest for 1 with the Giant Cobra goes 6 total, keeping that Captain Hook ready to do some challenging later on. Now, Beth, when she played her semi-final match here at the last one, she was very unlucky and did not see her card draw, and it lost her the game. However, this time she has got a Yzma, so it may be putting her in a good spot. However, Elsa comes down onto the field 1 turn early. We're going to be exerting that Yzma, and then we're questing with Yolonwe, giving +2 on the stat because support to Elsa, making Elsa a 4/5 for this turn. Going to be taking out Yzma, 3 damage back, and Tigger going to be taking out the Giant Cobra. Board wipe almost, only Captain Hook left on the board. Really, really great start for Harley there, keeping up with Beth. Now, we do have that 6-1 deficit. Beth's still in the lead, but only a 1-cost character on the field. And I can't help but to think, if it is the Raging Storm variant, this gets a lot better for Harley in the later game. Elsa comes down, going to be exerting the Grandmother Willow here. We take out Elsa with Beth's own Elsa, and then Captain Hook takes out the Grandmother Willow. We've got back-to-back board wipes, ladies and gentlemen, clearing off the board. Only 1 card left, a 1 cost left for each player. We love to see it. This one is going to be a tight one, neck and neck. And you know what? I'm going to predict it right here. I think we're going to get a 3-game thriller here. 3 games coming your way, I'm almost certain. Of course, if it is a 2-game thriller, then I'm not to blame. We'll find somebody else because I cannot be blamed for my terrible mistake. I can indeed. We have Hades looking for a deal coming onto the field. Going to be inking the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, 2-cost item. When it's played down, you're allowed to pay 1 to exert it, banish it, draw 2 cards. Hades, when it comes down, you choose an opposing card. Your opponent gets to choose whether to stick it on the bottom of the deck or you get to draw 2 cards. So very, very cool card, but it never tends to be the right one that you want. Did I just see a Monstro in hand for Harley there? Now, this could be interesting. This could be Zan's old version of the Monstro OTK Amber Amethyst tech, which would be very, very cool. Tigger comes down the field. They're bouncing the car back in hand. We ain't Captain Hook. We get Doc on the field. What a turn by Beth. Very well played to her. Love to see that. Elsa going to be quest for 1. Completely safe to exert there because it is evasive. Keyword there, evasive, means those characters are darting around and we just can't quite catch them. Now, we do have some different versions of evasive that get evasive on your turn. turn. We also have cards like Lexington, which only get evasive when challenging as well, but straight down Elsa into the Genie here for Harley on the Amber Amethyst deck. Another evasive character, 2/4 stat line, 4 cost uninkable. When you play it, you get to draw an additional card in hand. Going to be inking the Cheshire Cat here. Interesting one. Cheshire Cat tends to be very good in this matchup for manipulating damage across. A 3-cost character, 3/4 stat line, quest for 1. But you have the ability to pay 2 to boost it. And when you boost this card, you can move 2 damage from anywhere to one of your opponent's characters. Going to be questing out with the Hades, going to 2 altogether, and then pass and turn. Quite a few cards in the hand for Harley there. Plenty of options for him. Beth, obviously a little bit lower, played down the dock, but still has. We get Angel on the field and a signed copy nonetheless as well. Discards the Calhoun. We're popping 2 damage, throwing a snowball straight in Ilonwe's face. Very, very good turn for Beth there, controlling the board. I love this Angel card so much. It really helps turn around the game and keep the Purple Steel player in charge. But we're also seeing it in decks like Amber Steel earlier. We saw that in Colin's deck. Going to be quest for 2 there with Beth, going 10-2 deficit. Only 1 card left in hand, but only need a few more Giant Cobras and we can get game from there. Giant Cobra, of course, has the phenomenal ability of when you play it down, discard a card, you get to draw 2 cards. Sorry, that's a lie. I was thinking of using it. Yeah? You play it down, you get to discard a card and gain 2 lore. Look at that. Dodgy commentary. Shame on me. I'll give myself a red card on that, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you worry. But anyway, moving back onto the game. Genie, the only card on the board for our Amber Amethyst player here. Looks like Dumbo was going to think well, but we hit down a Mowgli. See what's in the opponent's hand. We've got a Genie there. Mowgli has the effect that the opponent has to discard a non-character card of their choice. Kind of like Bare Necessities in the older formats of Lorcana. But it's a character card that comes down 1/2 stat line. Really nice to see. However, we do get Cheshire Cat coming down onto the field here. Genie has 2 damage on. We ink the Dumbo. We're going to be boosting that Cheshire Cat, moving the damage straight across onto the Elsa, wiping that out. Very good play from Harley there. 2-10 deficit, but he's controlling the board well. However, Angel can do a bit of damage quickly. We can take out the Mowgli if she wants to. Plays down the Genie, additional card in hand. But we have to be careful about leaving damage on the field because of Cheshire Cat and its ability to manipulate and move across. Predominantly, we see in Purple Steel that Cheshire Cat and Angel are played together, meaning that we can move damage and place damage on. We get double 1-cost Palace card into Captain Hook. Now, predominantly at this point in the game, it's not really what you want to see, but it's a wide board state, which is exactly what Beth needs. She's questing to 12 now, quest for both Angel and Doc, but key part here, no cards left in Beth's hand. Angel has the ability, when there's no cards in your hand, it gets resist not 1, but resist 2, which is absolutely crazy hard to get rid of, being a 3/3 stat line. Means you have to do 5 damage into Angel just to be able to get rid of it. But Cheshire Cat able to place the damage counters on top of it, which does go through the resist. We see that being the fault of cards like Calhoun as well, able to go around resist by placing damage counters on. Harley got 2 Genies on the board now, additional card in hand. Cheshire Cat, Mowgli, double Genie on board. He's going to need to start questing out soon, but he does also need to control Beth's board state, make sure she doesn't get too high. We've only seen 1 Giant Cobra on the field, which means that there's still another 3 potentially in deck. From that, she can get a total of 6 lore on 12 altogether at the minute. We stick the Cheshire Cat into Angel, take the damage back onto Cheshire Cat, move it onto the Angel, able to take it out cleanly there. Still have access to Mowgli and Genie. We could potentially do Mowgli and Genie into Doc to take that out, but it decides that Harley is going to be questing instead, going up to 5, catching up that lore total. Now, it's a little bit close for me, so I don't know if I'd like to do that, because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore available on Beth's side of the board. She can go to 17 now. We see a Genie in hand. Very, very cool card here. It has the ability that when you boost it, you get to quest for every card plus 1 underneath it. So quest for 1, if you have 5 cards underneath it, you're questing for an additional 5, which, believe you and me, that is some crazy plays. Now, interesting, Beth does decide to get rid of the Captain Hook there. We had a Yulonwi, and I think it was a Royal Guard underneath it. We're going to be playing down Genie, boosting it all together. So next turn, it can be quest for 2, unless we boost it again, quest for 3. We are then going to be questing with 3 cards by the looks of it, 2, 3, 4, taking up 16. So Harley has to get rid of all 3 of these, but she doesn't quest with the Genie. Obviously, the 2 Genies on Harley's side of the field here mean that Genie could be taken out. She's holding on to that. Now, on the following turn, that will be 3 for the Genie if she boosts it, and then 2 for the other Genie. That's 5, so it gets to 19. So Harley has no choice. He has to get rid of Palace card and Doc here. He doesn't have to worry about the Giant Cobra yet, but we see Monstro coming onto the field. Oh, I love to see it. We've not seen Monstro in a couple of sets, but it's back with a vengeance. Monstro, an 8-cost card, has the ability that when you play this card, it gets rush, and you also get to discard a card to ready it. This is the big benefit that we saw in Zan's OTK deck. You're able to get that combo going to cycle cards down from the bottom, and then you're able to get Alan Dale out, get the song cards down, and then through that, you're able to cycle up to 20. But even so, it's nice to see that just as a little bit of a board clear. Beth's still only on 14, one card underneath the genie. So this turn, 2 cards underneath Genie now, so can quest for 5 this turn to 19. She only needs a single Giant Cobra, but only 1 card in the hand at the minute, so we need a dock or a draw card to go into a Giant Cobra and another card. We get Angel coming down on the field, has the resist 1 now, so if she does quest out, this is really, really useful. However, Monstro does have the 6 strength, so it would be able to take out Angel in one go. Looks like Beth has decided not to exert the Genie there, questing for an additional next turn. No, she is going to quest. She goes to 19 altogether. Only 1 law needed by Beth. Now, realistically, Harley is going to have to take out the Genie with his 2 Genies. Monstro is going to have to take out the other Genie. 2 damage on Monstro, so it's not going to get rid of it straight away. Monstro will stay on the field, but he needs to find a way to be able to exert Angel. Perhaps if he's got something like an Elsa in hand, but I think I see a Cheshire Cat there. Cheshire Cat could be good, but it's not enough because it's only 2 damage that can be moved across. Does he have anything to exert the board state? Exert that Angel to keep himself in the game, or is Stream Queen Beth going to be back with a vengeance, taking a big win in round 3? Genie comes down off the board, having that additional draw. Can he find the result he needs? He's still got 4 Inconvert. Can Ink again play the Elsa if he has it, but I don't know if he has the Elsa. Unfortunately, he's had to scoot there, did not find the card that he needed. That is going to be game 1 going to Beth. Mammoth performance for Stream Queen Beth there. Really, really great showcase. Now, you know what? We've seen 2 fantastic Purple Steel players on stream so far. I've been looking a little bit away from Purple Steel this set, as I've been leaning more towards Amber Amethyst myself. I also like Ruby Amethyst for the Dogs matchup, but Purple Steel showing out really, really well today. That's 2 players with great success on it so far. Beth, of course, had all wins up to this point, and she is now 1 set up against Harley. Harley all wins at this point as well, hoping to be able to take the next 2 sets against Beth. Now, both players shuffling up their cards. I did say, guys, I was hoping that this would go for a game 3 right here. Will we get to it? Harley's going to be on the play this time, so he's definitely going to have a big chance. Now, the big benefit of this Amber Steel deck is not only is it control with cards like Cheshire Cat, cards like Elsa, Demona to exert the board and then challenge it in. We've got cards. Some of the decks have Bell Accomplished Mystic, but we don't see that as much. But there's also a lot of draw cards in there from the Yzmas and the Docks. You can pilot this deck on barely any cards whatsoever. And then on top of that, you've got your aggro cards like Pocahontas. The deck does so many things, and it's often described as a fair deck. But honestly, at this point, I don't think it's fair to describe it as that anymore. I think this deck is a very competent deck that can go wide, go quick, and remove. Now, interesting to see, we've got a different list to the style of Joe. Joe said that he didn't elect to use the Calhouns in his deck, but it appears that Beth is in fact running them, has the Calhoun in there, which is really good for those challenger matchups. We've been playing against the quicker decks, the aggro decks, any of the tempo decks. Really good board threat, but against the ramp decks, not quite as beneficial. So against green-blue, may struggle a little bit. Now, whether it matters so much in the Amber Amethyst matchup is a big one. I'm not too sure it does. In this matchup, the smaller cards, we're looking at Grandmother Willow, we're looking at Yolonwi, so it may get the odd card to be able to take out there, but I can't help but to think that Pocahontas would probably be stronger in this matchup as well. The big thing about Pocahontas is you can also rely on your opponent's cards. So if they exert a card to challenge into you, and they've got something like a, let's say, a Demona or another 2 quested there, your Pocahontas is going to be gaining you 3 lore that turn just because they've challenged into something. Now, something that Beth does need to be careful of, in Amber Amethyst, we of course have Horseman Strikes, and the Amber 3-cost action, which allows you to draw a card and banishes an evasive card. So it can be a really big threat. We've also got cards like World's Greatest Criminal Mind, banishes a character with 5 strength or more. I saw great success against it in a Amber Steel match that I played, playing against that big Chief P, which I mentioned in the previous matches, being able to just wipe that off the board straight away. I think I see an enchanted card in the hand for Harley, though. Oh, we've got another flexer over here. I love to see it. Enchanters are so stunning. One of the best reasons to play Lorcana, ladies and gentlemen. The card artwork is phenomenal. Our legendaries look great. The foils are fantastic, but the enchanteds, even better. Mowgli comes down onto the field. No non-character cards in the hand for Beth. We've got Calhoun, Cobra, Cheshire Cat, Doc, Olaf, and Genie. Not a bad opening hand from Beth there. She'll be quite happy with that. Now, we can play... No, it's no Willow on the field, so that is all that we're able to do for Harley. Going to be inking the Olaf there for Beth. Going to be sticking out Yep, Calhoun. Now, Calhoun, unlike what I said before, really good position in this point in the game because both Mowgli and Yolonwi are very low stated characters. So it means that he's not able to quest these two characters. Calhoun has resist. When it takes out the character, you are going to gain 2 lore from it. So not only are you clearing the board state, not only do you protect yourself because the resist, but you're also gaining lore as well. Cheshire Cat comes onto the board now. Interesting card. Like I said, Cheshire Cat gets around resist. So Calhoun, Cheshire Cat, as soon as it gets damage on it, able to take it out straight away. Something that Beth's not going to want to be able to see. Unfortunately, though, if she does quest this Calhoun, Cheshire Cat can just run straight into it, then move the damage onto Captain Hook. Cheshire Cat of herself comes out, but we got the foil version for Beth. Flex versus Flex, ladies and gentlemen. Now, not to brag too much, but I do have a single copy of a foil Cheshire Cat in my deck, and I love drawing into it because it's just so shiny. Had a game the other day where I had 2 Cheshire Cats on the board, and they took out my foil cat. I did ask them very nicely if they could take out my non-foil cat instead, but unfortunately, they didn't let me have it. Now, great play here. Yolonwi using its support ability, giving +2 strength to Beth's Cheshire Cat, and then we're playing World's Greatest Criminal Mind to take that out. Dumbo comes onto the board as well. Fantastic card. 3/3 stat line evasive. When you exert it, you get to gain a lore and draw, so it gets around cards like Reckless, but all your other evasive characters as well gain that ability. So not only do you get around Reckless, but each turn you're going to be drawing loads with your evasive characters. One of the big benefits that I like playing with the Amber Amethyst deck, there's so much draw involved in it. But we say this, not a lot of cards in hand for Harley at the minute. Looks like only one. Beth, unfortunately, going to have to ink a giant cobra there. Going to be playing down Angel. Do we discard, throw a snowball, cause some damage here? That is the question. Going to be getting rid of the genie out of hand, and then 2 damage on the Cheshire Cat, and then would it be Calhoun or Captain Hook? Captain Hook goes in, and then Calhoun would be free to take out either Mowgli or Yolonwi here. Goes for the Mowgli. Now, this is interesting. I think personally, I would have elected to get rid of the Yolonwi because it gives support to cards like Elsa. Now, I think that enchanted card there might have been a Raging Storm. This could be a Raging Storm Monstro deck, which is a little bit new. I love to see it, but that enchanted looks absolutely phenomenal. On the board state at the minute, 2-3 deficit. Harley in the lead. Got Dumbo and Yolonwi for Harley, and then Calhoun and Angel on the board for Beth. But library comes down here. This could be a really good setup turn. Start to move cards into the library. Whenever a character is banished while at the library, you get to draw additional cards. Yolonwi moves into library, going to be questing for 1. Now, if Calhoun does decide to go into Yolonwi or Angel pops it with a snowball, we get more cards into the Amber Amethyst hand, which he needs at the minute because it looks like it's only the Raging Storm. Beth comes down with another Calhoun, building the board state up here, singing Strength for Raging Fire, takes out the Dumbo, and then we got Doc. What a play from Beth. Very, very good show in there. Love to see it. Very wide board state, building up very, very quickly. Now, Amber Amethyst play on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ink. He's nowhere near that Raging Storm. He's going to need to get some draw. Gets rid of the Yolonwi. That is good for him. Gets the additional card in hand. Hopefully it wasn't linkable. He's going to need it this turn so he can start playing out more. Needs to get to that Raging Storm turn. We do draw into another inkable card there. I think it's Genie and Horseman. Genie comes down. We drew into another Horseman. I don't believe it. No evasive cards on the board either, so not what we want to see. You're going to be moving the Genie straight into the library there. But the big issue here, guys, Beth is going to be able to take out that library straight away. Now, depending on his ink, she might decide to just quest this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. However, I think it makes sense to just get rid of that library off the board, stop that passive lore. It's getting 1 every turn from it, and then stop any additional cards. Oh, jeez, but it comes onto the field with an Olaf. Oh, this is looking very, very good for String Queen Beth right now. Calhoun, and Angel takes out the library. Only a Genie on the field. Doc is going to be questing for 1. Now, of course, Olaf gives you the ability to bounce a card back to your hand, but it does not work with a Raging Storm. If it is popped off that, you do not have the option because all the cards are gone before you have a choice to. No evasive cards on the field at the minute, so he can't use that Horseman Strikes. He might use it just to draw, though. Only a Genie on the board at the minute. 6 ink altogether. Needs to ink this turn and then play a Raging Storm on the next turn, try and clear the board. But Beth is going to be in a phenomenal advantage here because Yzma is going to allow her to draw 3 cards. Next turn, play down a card with Yzma, then draw 3 by exerting Yzma, puts you in a great position. So even if he does get the board wipe, Harley has barely any cards in hand to rely on, and then Beth is going to be able to play down a whole new board state. Going to be inking down Horseman Strikes. We have a total of 7 ink available. 2 cards left in hand for Harley. We know one of them is, in fact, the Raging Storm. I think the other's only a Palace card, though, which is not what he's going to want to see. Genie's going to quest for 2 here. Goes 7 altogether. Putting the gas on, but can't go too far ahead. And then Surely that's not it. That's all he can do. Now, the big risk of this is it does forecast to the Amethyst Steel player that there may be a Raging Storm in hand. However, it could also come across as a bluff by not playing a character down. Regardless, at this point, I think Beth just quests all her characters, goes up as high as possible, inks the Christopher Robin. Interesting that she didn't decide to play it there, but of course has the worry of the Raging Storm. We're going to be questing out with all cards here. Quest with the Olaf goes up to a total of 10. Yzma then is going to exert, drawing 3 cards altogether. Looks like we get a Demona, and another card. Not quite sure what that is at the end. I think that might be a Tigger. Going to be spending down the Tigger and then bring the dog back into hand. Oh my God, Beth. Absolute superstar. Great turn here from Beth. Really, really great play. So obviously Tigger would be lost to that Raging Storm, but the dot back in hand there means she's going to be drawing even more. Quest for 2 with the Genie goes to 9 total. Has to be the Raging Storm come down here. Going to be inking the card. What's he going to be inking? Looks like World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Plays 8. Raging Storm. Beautiful enchanted there. Clears the board. He keeps himself in the game for now, but only 1 card left in the hand for Harley. And Beth with the dock in hand, able to layer out that board, get the dot down, get 2 cards drew back into hand if she's able to get a whole hand out. But what does she go for? Has the Angel there, might be smart to play that down. Plays down the Angel, signed copy. We've got the dock in hand as well. Maybe wait for a later turn for that. It's not going to be popped with anything like a Mowgli. And then it looks like she's just passing turn, passes straight onto Harley. Still a few cards in hand for Harley. Hades looking for a deal, but she lets him draw the card. Now that is surprising for me. I probably wouldn't let him have that, mainly because I don't want him to go into any more resources. Cheshire Cat comes in hand here. Would be really, really nice to get on the field, move some damage about. However, no damage to maneuver about at this point, so may want to just hold on to it, hit that surprise factor with a 5 ink turn. Royal Guard comes down onto the field. Now, I do need to apologise in advance. I've somehow managed to catch a case of the hiccups, so if I suddenly go silent, it's because I'm gasping for air in the corner whilst trying to do a little bit of commentary. We have a Junior Woodchuck Guidebook coming down onto the field, able to banish it for 1 and then draw some additional cards. Quite a few cards in the hand for Beth here. Going to be getting rid of Demona, doing 2 damage with the snowball effect onto Hades. So a Cheshire Cat in hand that she wants to perhaps manipulate some damage with. We can't be sure, but still quite a few cards in hand. Looks like Elsa's coming down, exerts the Hades, takes it out. Very, very strong play there. Get rid of the bigger card on the field. Palace card's still on the field, but not too much threat. Inks the Demona, plays down the dot. We've got 2 cards back in hand for Beth. Very smart not to play the Demona there because it's giving him additional resources. However, he is going to be able to draw more with that Junior Woodchuck Guide at the next turn. 10 to 9 in the favour of Beth at the minute. Only a Palace Guard, a Royal Guard on the field gets +1 strength for every card drew this turn. Get the additional card drawn to start your turn. Another 2 because of the guidebook there. So that card is currently going to be on a 4-2 stat line. So it's nice and beefy, but it's got no targets to go into unless he's got an Elsa. I do see him moving what looks like 5. Does he have the Elsa? Hades looking for a deal. Comes down on the Angel. Will Beth get rid of it, or will she allow him to draw even more cards? I think at this point, might be worthwhile just letting him have the card draw. He's already got a few cards in hand. Looks like she's just let him do it. Plays down the library there, and additional lore per turn. If he can move some cards into the library as well, he can start getting some additional card draw himself. Beth on a total of 10. Not looking in the best position. We do see a Yzma on board there, can get some additional draw. Beth needs to get some quick lore here though, because Harley will be able to take over at this point. This is the best part of the game for an Amber Amethyst deck. We're going to be getting rid of the Christopher Robin. Let's do 2 damage altogether on Hades. It looks like Elsa comes down again, and we take out the Hades straight away. We're seeing memories from the past here. Elsa comes down after an Elsa. Get rid of those Hades. Hades, no deals for you today, sir. We're going to be looking like we're questing, are we? Yes, we quest. And let's just let him have the library still on the field. Now we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4 lore available for Beth. Go to 16 next turn. A double Cobra will win her the game. We've got +1 lore for Harley at the start of his turn there. Should be going to 11 thanks to the library. Not too sure if he's noticed that, but quite a few cards in hand. Now, Cheshire Cat could be really nice here to be able to get rid of that Elsa, move some damage across from the other Elsa. If we can get an additional draw for your Royal Guard, we're able to take out the dock there, maybe move that into the library as well, but we're going to be spending quite a lot for the Cheshire Cat play here. Going to need to use 5 to play it down, 3 to play the cat, 2 to boost it. Cheshire Cat does come down onto the field. Will we be boosting that? Couple of cards in hand. May want to play something else. Moving across some ink. We've got 1 ink spare there, but moves it into his pile. Is it a big card that we're going for here? Royal Guard is going to be exerting. Going up. Nope. Does some damage into Doc there. And then we are going to be boosting the cat. Moves the 1 damage. Takes off the Doc. Interesting that he doesn't go for the else's there. But it means that Beth is not going to be able to bounce it back to her hand, which is good for him. Tigger comes down onto the field. Going to spend out for another Hades. Looking for that deal desperately. Saying, please, please get rid of your Angel, but I don't think Beth is going to do it. She needs to keep that card on board. He gets the additional 2 cards into hand. We've got a layered board here for Harley. It's looking a lot better for him, able to catch up. But Beth still in a very, very strong position here. 12 law to 10. However, Harley catching up. The library is going to help him every single turn here. Not sure if he missed his law from that library. Both players responsible to activate that trigger. Yzma comes down onto the board state here, able to exert the next turn. But we get Strength of a Raging Fire. Mulan's back, baby. Taking out that Cheshire Cat. Horseman strikes underneath it. Something that he desperately would have wanted to get rid of one of those else's there. And then we're going to ping some damage across with the Angel taken out. In fact, may have been a challenge there. No cards left in the hand for Beth. So it means Angel is getting that resist. Very, very smartly played. Only the library and Hades looking for a deal. He's taking that additional law this turn for the library. Goes up to 11 total. 1 card on the field. Hades is not going to be able to take out that single card. Does he have the Raging Storm here? Looks like he's moving a lot of ink to the side. It looks like it could be 8, but does he have the Storm? I'm not too sure that he has it. Could be really, really clutch at this point, though. He cannot afford to let Beth get away with that Yzma. If we just get the passive law coming from the library each turn, it might mean he can handle on and just keep going along here. Monstro comes down onto the field. We are able to get rid of the Angel straight away. 3 damage goes back onto the Monstro. 6 damage onto Angel. Gets around the resist. Can move that into the library if we want, but that's a lot of ink spent. And once again, we can't get rid of the else's, and we do not have anything to deal with that pesky Yzma here. Looks like a Dumbo, Yolonwi, maybe another Monstro in hand for Harley. Can't quite see from here. Spending 2 moves both into the library. Quest for 1 going to 12 altogether. Now, Beth able to go to 2, 3, 4, go to 17 this turn if she chooses not to draw with the Yzma. Inks the Royal Guard there, spending out on the Yolonwi. Another card onto the field. We do not have the Angel on the field anymore, so we don't need to worry about Yolonwi being popped straight away. Played out a Doc. What a humongous turn for Beth. I can't believe it. She's seeing all the draw when she needs to. Now, this feels like perfect karma for Beth. She struggled the last time she was at Pendulum, waiting to get the draw, but she's went Doc into Genie. She's got the use by the field. She gets another Doc. I can't quite believe it. Tears of happiness for Beth right now. Congratulations. You're finally getting the draw in your deck. The last time she played in the semis, it was absolutely heartbreaking watching her not see a single card drawn. But we are going to be exerting here. Goes to the 17, decides not to get the additional cards drawn for Yzma. She doesn't need to, everyone. She went Yzma into Genie, into Doc. That is crazy play for the Amethyst Steel player. Now, Amethyst. Oh, it looks like he's drawn into the library. He needs the Raging Storm here. I don't think there's anything he can do to keep himself in this game. 17 law available. If he has a Horseman Strikes, he doesn't. He could have popped the Genie. Can challenge into the Yzma. Can't challenge into either of the else's. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 law available on board. 2 damage into the Yzma. Looks like we're potentially going to be going for that Cheshire Cat to play now if he has it, but I don't think he does. Is there anything he can do? Could play down the Dumbo, but won't be able to activate it this turn. Plays down and Stream Queen. Beth takes the win. What a humongous performance. 2-0 to Beth. Great play. Now, this may be a 3rd time that we see Beth going straight into the finals again. This has been an epic performance for her. Well done, Harley. A valiant effort. Just did not see that Raging Storm when you needed, but a humongous congratulations to Beth. 2-0 performance. Purple Steel doing purple steel things, ladies and gentlemen. What a game. Now, stay tuned, was Beth is going to be coming back with us very, very soon. Going to have an interview with her straight away. So hold on, give us a couple of seconds. We'll get her into the booth. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the booth. I have Stream Queen Beth ready with me. Now, Beth, what an amazing match. Congratulations. How was that for you?
It was great. It's a deck I know how to play into because obviously my partner plays the same deck. So I knew what sort of lines I was going to. And I think when it got to the 7 ink stage and I knew the Raging Storm was coming in game 1, I was like, well, I'll just not play anything and just quest. Because I knew in my hand I had a Doc, I think a Doc, a Christopher Robin, and something else. I was like, at least I've got multiple cards to play straight after the Raging Storm.
Yeah, 100%. And you really piloted that deck very strong. You've got so much experience on it. We've seen you play this quite a few times at Pendulum. I was thinking that maybe this set you were going to maybe just slide away a little bit, but you stayed on it. It looked really strong at the start of the set, but with some of the newer decks, it's kind of fell off a little bit. People are able to fight back against it. What's the reason for you for sticking on this deck right now?
It's a very comfortable deck for me. I love anything purple. I've played purple green mostly, but this deck's quite fun. I think it gives you options. There's choices to be made between Yzmas and Docs and when to discard for Angel. And I think Angel's changed it into a lot more of a, you need to really think about this game. It's not just play 1, 2, 3 anymore.
Yeah, 100%. And this is one of the reasons why I like this deck so much. It's kind of weird because we've started to lean a little bit towards aggro. We obviously had the burn deck that won the CCQ, and then we've also got the Angel in there, which is great for control. Got the Yzmas, the Doc for the card draw. It's the deck just kind of does so many things. Well, you say Purple Steel was a very fair deck, but I'm starting to think it's more of a jack of all trades kind of deck. What do you think on that?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Purple Steel has a bad match. It used to be Blurple, but I think now, especially with Blurple teching for Dogs, it's weakened their matchup into Purple Steel. So I think Purple Steel can just dabble in everything at this point, and I think it is a good choice.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Blurple is definitely more in that tempo variant kind of now. I don't really like the deck as much as I used to. It's the big thing for Blurple for me was I loved all the card draw that you got from it. That's what made it spicy, what made it fun. But because of the dog decks, we've got the Isis in there, we've got the Tigers in there. It just feels a little bit slow. Do you think the second star variants, which does has more card draw, do you think that's still a threat to you, or are you still happy you can go underneath that?
It can depend. I mean, if you think they're playing the second star variant, you just aim for the Singers to make sure they can't pull it off. But yeah, it is quite a big threat if they can pull it off, because then they are getting a lot more card drawing and they can just go into the Hades over and over. And I think then it's just game over.
Yeah, definitely. Now, I'm going to flag up a single card here, which I didn't see in your list, and I'm desperate to know your opinion on it. I spoke to another player who was on stream earlier running a Purple Steel deck, and in his deck, he had the Pluto Steel Champion card. I think the card is absolutely nuts. I can't get it to work in my Purple Steel builds, but I think it's crazy. First of all, we've got the item removal, gets rid of the Chromicon, which terrifies me when I'm playing against. But secondly, you get the additional lore boost with it as well. What do you think of the card? Is that something you'd consider?
I did test the card originally, but with Dogs being so rampant, I swapped it for Benja because I didn't need to wait till turn 1 to wait till turn 5 to destroy a Chromicon. So I think Benja in the Dogs meta was just the better choice.
Okay, that's a really interesting take. Now, Frank Carson actually done an interview on this the other day. I think it was on J Bomb's YouTube channel. Now, what he had said there, because he's put in it's either a Scrooge or a Donald. I can't remember the exact card, but it's a beefier card that does item removal. And he had flagged away from his Benjas because he thought that they were just falling too quickly to Under the Seas. For him, he felt that he could wait to his turn 5 to be able to get away with it. With Benja, do you think that possibly goes too early? Or do you like this a 2 quest that you get now early? For me, a lot of the time, it just ended up being Ink.
Yeah, I think in a lot of matchups it is Ink. Getting him to quest for 2 in some matchups is also good. But yeah, he does die to Under the Sea. So maybe the Pluto can find a way back in. But at the minute, I was happy just sticking with Benja. And unfortunately, it seems like we have no dogs in the room today.
Oh my God, a dog-free room. It's the best day of my life. Honestly, I'm absolutely terrified of playing against them. Under the Sea just gives me chills, the heebie-jeebies, Beth. Now, you've said that you don't really think it has a weak matchup, which is great. I'm interested to know what you think your best matchup would be. If there's any deck that can go against you and you see that, is there any time you just go, haha, easy win, let's go?
I think a lot of the time it varies. I do like a mirror. I do think the mirror can be really fun. The other one, if you can get the curve, is Dogs. Dogs can be so easy if you can see that Benja and see that curve. But other than that, I think most decks can give it a good run for its money at the same time.
Yeah, fantastic. Really good to hear. Now, Beth, obviously a very accomplished player, which is why I'm so glad to have you back. What I'd like from you is just a little bit of advice that you'd give to a newer player, somebody that's start to compete a little bit, where they're trying to increase their Lorcana journey and start to get some solid results, perhaps coming into store champs, which you have not too far away. So if you could give some advice to a brand new player or an up and coming player, what would it be?
My advice would be have fun. 100% have fun. Don't stress. Don't worry about who you're playing, what you're playing. It doesn't matter how many tournaments or anything anybody's won. Just have fun, because you'll learn more by having fun and making new friends and what they can teach you than just sitting and grinding.
Some really good advice there. I really like that. Now, before you go, Beth, I just need to flag up. I was quite excited because, as you can see, I've got some new drips, some new merch that I'm wearing. My pink Pendulum hoodie. I managed to rob that from the other round. And I was so excited about this, but I think you've actually outdressed me with this very colourful cardigan. Where did you get this from? It is phenomenal.
One of my best friends made it for me. They have a matching one. So we both used to play green purple. So we'd both decided we'd have matching green purple cardigans.
Making that looks incredibly impressive. Now, my terminology might be off. Is it crocheting that?
Yes, it is.
Okay, cool. My partner does a bit of crocheting as well, so she might be chasing you around today, try to find out tips. But Beth, lovely having you once again. Can't wait to see you in the late rounds. Hopefully, maybe even a Beth versus Jordan final. Could it be?
Maybe it's happened before.
Do you think you can beat him?
Well, I did just beat the deck he's playing.
Stream Queen Beth. Stream Queen Beth. Right. Thanks so much, Beth. We'll see you later. All the best. Right, guys, stay tuned with us. I'm going to grab Harley in for an interview as well. We've still got a little bit of time before we go to the next round. Stick with us. We'll be right back in a second. Right, hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back now. Interesting bit of behind the scenes gossip for you. My producer actually put it onto the wake screen there. We've been doing a whole interview here, having a great chat, and unfortunately, we didn't catch any of it. And knocked the camera over as well. So it's a good thing you know it. So let's start from the beginning. Harley, welcome back to the booth. How are you today, my friend?
Thank you.
Now, you're playing one of my favorite deck combos at the minute, Amber Amethyst, and you've been absolutely smashing it. A very unlucky result against Purple Steel there. Tell me, what's your best matchup? What is your worst matchup with the deck?
So I'd say probably Blurple's probably the best matchup because you've got things like Criminal Mind and Horseman Strikes. So you can answer their evasives quite well, and also the Demona. But probably the worst is in this room is Purple Steel because they can go really aggressive at the start, and if you're not quick enough, they can just steamroll you. And then it's like the game before, if they go dark into Genie, into just start cycling and have a massive board. If you don't have that board wide, you just get blown out.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I really do like the Horseman card in your deck. Popping the evasive's just absolutely mental. I love it when a player plays down Genie and you just go, whoops, it's gone. Really helps with the game, but it's a little bit of a nightmare when you're playing against decks which don't have those evasives. Do you ever get into the position where you play it just to get the draw, or most of the time is it just ink maybe against something like Amber Steel or Dogs?
Yeah, especially against like dogs and stuff. I normally just ink it. But yeah, if I'm in a tight situation where I just need to cycle it, I'll just cycle it and hopefully find an answer. But most of the time it's just ink.
Interesting. Now, I'm going to flag up a key card that I saw in your deck there. A little bit spicy. We saw Monstro in the deck. For a brief second, I was thinking, is this Anzan OTK in set 12? What's going on here? But it wasn't quite that. You've got a little bit of a different build. Do you want to talk me through your build and how you kind of came to that?
Yeah, so I play only one Raging Storm. I only play one Monstro. Sometimes the Raging Storm, if you get any starting hand, feels really dead. Like I did in game 2. I literally had it on starting hand, even though only having one. That's why I only play one, because I want to avoid it as much as I can until I desperately, like, when I need it. Because against non-blue decks, if they're not inking me, sometimes getting to 8, you haven't got enough time. And the Monstro, yeah, it's just a bit of something to catch people off guard. If they've got the whole board exerted, it's just sometimes nice to just go munch it all up. But yeah, I just like the card mainly. I just thought it's just something funny. I got foil when I was like, I'll just chuck it in, see how it goes.
You know what? I really like to see that. Now, I'm going to throw out a spicy little tech card, and you can laugh at me for it, but I just love doing it. So, in my original Blurple build, when we started seeing Monstro, when we had the reset of the sets, I was playing Magic Feather with Monstro because I thought it was hilarious sticking down a Magic Feather on the big behemoth and then wiping out all the evasives. Is there any world I can convince you to consider sticking Magic Feather into your deck?
Yeah, maybe actually. To be fair, say if you got that down, you'd have to play the feather at the same time as the monster, though, wouldn't you? Is that how it works? Is it when it's in?
So it's a 2-cost item. Play it down. You can pay 3 to bounce it back into your hand and move it onto a different character. So you could play it down earlier if you want, or you could just play it down onto the Monstro. Realistically, you could do your challenges with the Monstro, then on the next turn make it evasive, then get rid of the evasive characters as well. So it's a little bit harder when you don't have the benefit of Blurple with the ramp. But to be fair, you can go quite big on your Inkwell later in the game for Amber Amethyst.
Yeah, that's true. And especially if you're playing against Blurple, they're inking you anyway. So potentially, it could be a bit of a spicy tech to put in.
You've heard it here first, guys. We have the ultimate evasive killer deck. Not only do we have the Horsemans, but we now have Monstro with Magic Feather. It's going to be big, I'm telling you. Now, there's quite a few big decks that are really good in the meta at the minute. Was there any other decks that you did consider for today? Have you looked at anything like Dogs, or you just always on the Amber Amethyst?
I don't think I could play Dogs. I don't know. It's not my kind of deck. It was potentially Blurple, Purple Steel, or Amber Amethyst, but I thought the other two were quite popular, and I'm not a big fan of mirror matches, so I thought I'd go with the less popular option and see how it went.
I'm the exact same. I really can't stand a mirror match because as much as everyone says, well, it's skill expressive, I don't think it is. It tends to be whoever wins the dice roll is probably going to win. And I don't know about you, but I have a habit of losing every single dice roll. I played in a CCQ and I rolled 6 Snake Eyes back to back. Do you get any better luck with your dice, or is this just a me thing?
Yeah, I thought my luck ran out. My first game I rolled an 11. Second game I rolled 4. I'm thinking, oh, here we go. And then he rolled a 3. So far I've been quite lucky. Quite lucky.
He's on fire today. Now, there's quite a wide matchup spread in the room. Is there any kind of decks that you're really fearful of going into that you think, it's almost like an instant loss to, or is your deck teched out enough that you can just really stand up against anything?
The only thing I'd automatically lose to is Dogs, but I don't think there's any in the room, not that I've seen anyway. But if a Purple Steel deck goes quite aggressive at the start, that's also could be quite threatening.
I'm interested to know what your counter would be for that matchup, because Purple Steel has just got so much quicker, especially to the burn version. Pocahontas is a big pain on its own, but then when you've got the cards like Giant Cobra, you've got White Rose in there as well, you can go so quick, so fast. If you do see that quick deck, and you said you're only running 1 Raging Storm, what do you do in that situation? Is it just pray that they misplay, or?
Basically, I don't know. You need to hit your Willow so you can get your Elses out earlier, and then if you've got the Alonwe as well, it can both start moving things about with the damage as well with a Cheshire Cat. But you've also got the Criminal Mind. So things like, if you've got your Alonwe out, supporting their characters just to banish certain things can be sometimes quite helpful. But sometimes it's just praying and hoping they misplay or have 4 docks in hand and nothing else. But
we did actually see that in a game earlier. One of the players had 3 docks in hand. They had to play down a dock, discard the other 2 docks, but somehow they still won that game because they went into a nuts amount of card draw. But like I say, that's one of my favorite versions of your deck just because of the card draws in it. Have you seen the Maya Madness version of the deck, which is Raging Draw? They've got the Elsas, the Finders Keepers, all the additional draw cards. Have you looked at that?
I haven't seen that actually. No, not seen that at all.
Right, I'm going to send you a link on Dreamborn. You're going to look at this, and I need your thoughts on it because I think it's absolutely crazy. I didn't think it would work at first. I watched some gameplay, and it just pops so much. It draws so much. You stick all your cards into library, same as normal. Then Rage and Storm, though. But you've just got that much card advantage that people can't keep up. I'd be really interested to get your thoughts. While you're here, is there any shout-outs that you want to give for anyone back home or who's maybe watching?
I'll give a shout out to my brother Brad. He's probably watching at home. And also just shout out the local store in Lincoln, and shout out to him.
Nice, love to hear it. Shout out to the local store in Lincoln, and also big shout out to Brad. If you are watching, please leave a comment. Make sure you're nice. He actually threw for content here. We had this discussion beforehand. Just wanted to give you a good show. But it'd be lovely seeing you today. Hopefully, you're able to get yourself into the final rounds. We'll be able to catch up with you soon.
Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Bye. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Is that stream Queen Beth back on the stream after being on stream? How bizarre. Well, of course, there is method to my madness. We have decided to stir things up today. We have our top seeded players, Beth and her lovely partner, Jordan, going at it for a grudge match. Now, these two players normally see each other in the final rounds in the Top Cup, but we've got them ready and raring for you in the Swiss. Now, I'm very excited to see this game, and I'm even more excited to hear their thoughts in the post-player match interview. Going to be a cracker. Now, Beth, obviously, we already know on Purple Steel. Jordan, of course, will know what Beth is on as well because they came together. But I'm interested to see what Jordan is playing today. Now, when he was playing at the Leicester CCQ in Axion, he made day 2. He was playing Amber Amethyst there, very similar to the game that we just saw, and he absolutely smashed it. Really, really strong deck and a fantastic opponent. These two are constantly at the top tables and really are the players to beat. But the question is, who comes out on top in this match? And I'm not too sure. If he is playing that Amber Amethyst deck, we're not too sure. It could be that Beth is in a really good position after 2-0 in the previous match. But it really just comes down to what she draws into. But I've got my hopes up for Beth. Stream Queen Beth is basically unbeatable when she's on the stream. You know how it is. Jordan ready to absolutely smash it as well, though. Oh, I'm really excited for this one, guys. If we can get a free set, I am crossing my fingers for you. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Two absolute titans of the game of Lorcana, ready to absolutely smash it out. Tournament has been absolutely great so far. We've seen such a variety of decks. I was a little bit worried that we're going to see an all dogs meta coming in, but I don't actually think we have any dogs in the whole tournament, which is absolutely crazy. Well, this is where Jordan turns around and plays a turn 1 Daisy, and I look very silly, but I don't think we've got any dogs, which means the meta is wide open. A lot of people building to counter it, but it looks like Beth is going to be on the play here for round 1. Round 4 for turn 1. She's going to be inking the card, sticking out the captain hook, and then passing on to Jordan. Jordan is going to be inking the elephant. Oh, a nice card for the deck, and plays out Yilon Wee. Looks like we do, in fact, have Amber Amethyst. It looks like Beth is going into her favorite match, apparently something that she specializes in, according to the last match. Looking forward to see what the strategy is here. Tigger is going into the Inkwell, going to be exerting 2, gets the 2 cost. We are going for Christopher Robin, an underdog, but not on the underdog story, unfortunately, as it is turn 2 coming out for its normal cost, but still a 1-3 quester, question for 2, which is not too bad to have on the board, but goes a little bit easy, especially in this matchup where we have cards like Yolonwe, boost up characters. We get Mowgli come onto the board, hello, and there's no actions, non-character cards in hand. We've got Benja, Cheshire Cat, Angel, and Yzma in hand. Beth going good against Mowgli so far. She does not need to worry about those actions. Of course, perhaps only the strength of the Raging Fire, the only non-characters in the deck, could be. We're going to be inking a Christopher Robin here, going to be exerting 3, and we stick out the Cheshire Cat. The cat is back with that mischievous grin on his face, ready to boost and do some damage into the other characters. Going to be questing that Christopher Robin, going up to the 3 total, leaving Captain Hook non-exerted, ready to do some challenging. Now, we don't have Grandmother Willow on the board for Jordan at this point, which means that he's not going to be able to get that cheaper 4-cost card out for 3. But hopefully, he's going to have a strong 3-cost card in his deck. But what will it be? We've seen some different versions of this deck, some which have the Tiger. No, it's from Jungle Book, and I've completely forgot the name of it. God, I'm not on this today, but you know what? I'm going to find that card, and I'm going to get back to you. It's a very cool card. Bagheera, there we go. I've learned it. My producer's currently laughing at me because I've fumbled again, but never mind. Going to be getting rid of that Cheshire Cat there, exerting the Yulonwee, giving it support, boosting it up, then hit down World's Greatest Criminal Mind, popping it straight off the field. Christopher Robin on the field and Captain Hook ready for Beth, able to quest for 2 this turn. Probably not going to be questing with the Captain Hook. My producer has also just slid me a note saying it's a panther, not a tiger, you fool. I have got egg on my face all over today. Guys, I'm working on it, I promise. Maybe I just need an eye test. Bat Specsave as I go. Captain Hook going to be going in, taking out Yolonwe. Yzma comes down. We're going to be getting some draw coming very soon by my guesses. Now, this is a card that Jordan is not going to want to see on the board, but Beth's going very quick here, up to 5-1 deficit. Julie comes down onto the field, draw an additional card. Not going to be able to take out Christopher Robin, and not going to be able to do anything for that Yzma this turn. Looks like Beth is really having the exact start of a game that she is looking for. Is there any way that Jordan is able to come back in this? Now, we saw it in the previous game. Harley said he was only running 1 Raging Storm, which personally I think is a little bit risky. I won 3 of them in my deck, and honestly, I considered going up to 4. Yes, they come out a little bit late. Yes, we don't have ramp, but Such a clutch card, which can bring the game back to you when you desperately need it. Genie comes down onto the board for Beth as well. Perhaps we have a Horseman Strike in Jordan's hand, able to pop that immediately. But the bigger threat we need to deal with is the Yzma and the Christopher Robin. Olaf comes onto the board here, able to bounce a card back to hand when Olaf is banished. Going to be Exert and Yzma, drawing 2 cards, bring that hand total up to 3 altogether. All ink exerted though, so nothing else that Beth is going to be able to do. Quest of the 2 goes to 7 total, going way ahead of poor Jordan here. Jordan sitting on a total of 4 ink. Maybe an Elsa this turn could be useful. Take out that Genie. But once again, we need to get rid of Yzma. Yzma is gone. Mowgli and Genie do the big challenge in. 3 damage onto the Yzma, though, from the Yzma, which means that Genie is going to be able to take out Genie. Some Genie on Genie violence. Genie wars, you might say, indeed. And it looks like, oh no, we've got Horseman Strike, so it's popped it already. Very good play from Jordan there, and we're going to get a Willow out as well. Does he have the additional 1 cost in hand? No, he does not. Strong play there, though, able to protect his Genie for a little bit longer. Really like to see that. Great play, Jordan, keeping yourself in the game. 7-1 deficit to Beth here, though. Is that a Cheshire Cat in hand? It could be. That would be great for taking out the Grandmother Willow, something that she'll really be wanting to see. But if Jordan can get a few ink higher, might be able to get to the Raging Storm, but Beth gets the Angel out onto the field. Is she going to throw a snowball here? Chucks the Cheshire Cat. Bye-bye, we say. Genie is potentially going, but does she want to get rid of the Willow instead? She does. She elects to get rid of the Willow. No cheaper cards. Now, the thing is, he could get a really cheap Demona out there, which would be really useful for Jordan. But interesting that she's elected to keep the Genie on the field when she has no evasive counter at the minute. 10-1 deficit, so she's definitely leading the play. Is that a Strength for Raging Fire in hand? Could be something that she might want to sing the Angel with next turn and pop that Genie, get rid of it straight away. Jordan's potentially going to be looking for something like a Cheshire Cat here, maybe an Elsa, just try and get a bit of protection for that Genie. But if it is an Elsa, I can only imagine that Genie is going to be going as well. Big deficit on the law. Jordan has to control the board state here. Paying 5. We are going to go for Hades. Looking for a deal. We saw this so many times in the last game. Will Beth finally accept that deal? She thinks, and she says no. Beth does not want any deals in this game. She says, draw your cards, mate. I don't care. Take whatever you like. Good on you, Beth. Do not take those dodgy deals. Now, a couple of extra cards into the hand of the Amber Amethyst player, Jordan, here. This is probably going exactly the way that Beth wants, but my worry is she will run out of cards eventually if she does not get a few docks or some Yzmas again on the board. Going to be Inkin, guidebook for Jordan there, a draw card, and I'm going to be paying 1 to play out the Royal Guard. Quest for 2 with the Genie going to a 3 total. 3 to 10 deficit. Now, this turn, Beth can go on 13 altogether. I think she's got a dock in hand. No way did she draw it literally as soon as I said it. Could be absolutely clutch. I'm trying not to be too loud here because I don't want to give it away to the players there in the room next door to me, but this is very exciting, everyone. Oh, Beth, you absolute marvelous magician of Lorcana. You are going to be breaking poor Jordan's heart. I'm not too sure who's going to be sleeping on the couch tonight. You'd think it would be Jordan, but it may in fact be Beth. Let's give them a moment of silence for that car journey home, ladies and gentlemen. And she gets it. Yzma down as well. Beth getting all the draw she has ever needed in this game. She had it in the last game. She was getting a draw. It is making up for the last tournament she had at Pendulum. The only reason that she struggled so much was she just didn't see her docks whatsoever. Today, she said, I don't need them. I've got my Yzmas. I've got whatever I need. Wide board state, plenty of draw, and the advantage. Interesting. We are going to be getting rid of dock in hand, going to be popping that Genie off the field, but we do have Yzma there. So if Jordan is not able to take it out, she can exert and draw cards. A little bit of a gamble, though, because he does run cards like Elsa. Hades and Royal Guard onto the field, gets +1 strength because he's drawn a card. If he draws another card, that card is only going to go up in strength. Christopher Robin, Olaf, Angel, and Yzma on the field. Jordan needs to find a way to take out this Yzma. If he's not able to, and he lets Beth reset her hand, I think it might be game over for the Amber Amethyst player. Purple Steel giving a massive showing today, ladies and gentlemen. Very impressive so far. We get the Elsa come down. Yzma going to be exerted. We then do Hades into Yzma, take it out. 3 damage goes on to Hades. Clearing the board state a little bit. However, Hades now at risk of being taken out because the Angel. We're going to be sending Royal Guard and Elsa in to take out Christopher on there. The 2 questers. Smart play. Olaf is able to bounce something back into hand if it challenges into that Royal Guard, or Hades banishes itself. But the question is, what? Is there anything that she's going to want to return into hand? Going to be entering Demona into the Inkwell there. Going to be passing turn over to Beth. Looks like we have a total of 5 in the Inkwell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6. She's got a couple of options available. Gets the Cheshire Cat down. Really nice play there for Beth. potentially we're going to be taking that damage off the Royal Guard, taking out Hades, and then we can challenge into that Royal Guard. Really, really strong play. Perhaps even she wants to move the damage onto Elsa, move 2 damage from Hades, and then throw a snowball right to Elsa's face, take her straight out of the game. Could be a strong play. We definitely boost the cat, that lovely foil boosted cat there. Where are we moving the damage from? Hades, it comes off of, and she's moving it onto the Elsa. Great play here, Beth. Making sure to get the additional damage onto it means we can deal with the evasive threat right now. Only 2 more damage needed. She does need to discard the card in her hand to be able to use Angel's ability, get that snowball pumped and ready. But will she be taking out the Ice Queen with snowballs itself? God, there's a bit of irony there, isn't there? Snowball straight at Elsa. A little bit rude, Beth. You can't be doing that, Lorcana. Come on, you know better than this. Now, this really is a tense turn, guys. If she does get rid of this card, it does mean that she's going to lose resources and she is going to be top decking. She gets strength for a raging fire, takes out the Hades. Very, very nice. She elects not to get rid of the Elsa. Interesting strategy there, Beth, indeed. Perhaps thinking that she could just move some damage across from her character to take out Elsa the next turn. But if Elsa challenges now, it means Elsa is going to be gone off the field. So a smart play. Now, if it goes into Olaf, that means she gets to bring Cheshire Cat boosted back into her hand. That's an additional character there. Beth finding every means of draw possible in this game, in the last 2 games. Very, very strong match so far. 14-3 deficit. Jordan doing everything he can to try and claw his way back into this. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore available. Sorry, 7 ink available. If he can ink an additional card, he can hit down with a Raging Storm. This would be a phenomenal time for it since there's no cards left in Beth's hand. However, at 14, she is not too far off taking this game. And once again, she only needs a couple of those ghastly Cobras to be able to take it away. When you play it down, discard a card, you get to gain 2 additional lore. The difficulty, though, because she's top deck, and if she gets that Cobra, she won't be able to get the benefit straight away. Jordan trying to work out what his best way around this is. Going to be exerting 2. What could he be playing on this turn? Could it be Willow? He goes for Willow. 1 less for the next character. Exerting 2. 3 cost character. We get Cheshire Cat onto the field. Very, very nice play, Jordan. Cheshire Cat comes down boosting. He's just boosted his Elsa. A little bit of a misplay there, Jordan. You boost your cat, not the Elsa. Going to be doing 2 damage onto Angel. Now, no cards in Beth's hands, so it does have the resist 2, but Cat goes around that. Elsa would not be able to take it out. We have +1 strength from the Royal Guard, so not able to take it out there either. Angel will not be able to be taken out this turn. We're going to be questing with the Elsa, going to Forto, or not quite enough for Jordan to do some removal yet, but Cheshire Cat going to be clutch on that next turn. However, a Cheshire Cat on Beth's field as well. She can move that damage straight off of Angel back onto another card. I can only assume it would be smart to take out that Grandmother Willow. You don't want to leave damage on Jordan's board because then can manipulate with the cat as well. Now, did she draw into an Elsa? Can she exert here? She's going to be playing down a lot, and she goes for an Elsa. Will she exert the cat? Having a little think about what the best option is. Jordan does, in fact, exert the cat. Very, very good top deck from Beth there. Now, taking out the cat gets rid of a lot of the risk factor for her. She can't use Angel's ability here because there's no cards in hand. However, she will be able to run Angel into something and not take the damage back. But Cheshire Cat is going to be too high in strength, so that would take out Angel. Can't afford to use that. Elsa is going to be going into Elsa here. 3 damage on the Elsa altogether. Does she elect to take out Elsa instead? Cheshire Cat is going to be exerting. Does it get 3 damage into Cheshire Cat? 3 damage on each cat now. Where is she going to move the damage from? Jordan just saying, are you taking it out? I can get rid of it straight away. Runs the Olaf in, and then going to be taking Cheshire Cat back into her hand. Not sure if... Oh, no, of course. Because she's played down the Elsa, she's not able to boost it, so that's her only option. But it does mean that she has 2 cards back into her hand now. She got the strength of a Raging Fire, takes out Elsa. What a miracle performance. Getting the strength for a Raging Fire underneath the cat. Love to see it. What a play, Beth. Very well done. Jordan really grasping at straws here, trying to find any way to stay back in this game. Gets the Genie a little bit of card draw at least, but definitely a difficult position. 2 lore available on the board, can go up to 16 total. Angel can be taken out by the Royal Guard. She's got cards in her hand now, so it is at risk of being popped. I can only assume it would be sensible for him to challenge that in. I don't think he's going to want to use his Grandmother Willow. Get rid of that card. Inks, World's Greatest Criminal Mind. We have a total of 5 available. Could it be Demona coming down? It does mean Beth draws 2. That's really, really risky given her resources, because it means she can put her in Giant Cobra range. She can discard cards for it. Also help out the Angel, but Jordan needs cards himself. What is the play here? 5 ink available. Willow effect is able to get a card out for 1 less. Does he even have any cards left in his hand? Runs Willow into Angel. Interest and elected to keep that card. Royal Guard on the field to get the plus strength when it comes down. 1 card left in the hand for Jordan. Only an Elsa on the field for Beth. We have the fancy promo version. She gets a Cheshire Cat down. She's able to get out the Royal Guard straight away. No. Interesting. She goes onto the Genie, moves the damage off Elsa to protect it. If Genie challenges in, Genie is gone now. Nothing Jordan can do to get rid of this Elsa unless he is able to get the Horseman. Plenty of ink available. Obviously, Wise decided to challenge in with the Grandmother Willow. Inks the Dumbo. What is he playing here? Goes for Demona. We're exerting the cards. He's drawn cards as well this turn, so Royal Guard seems strong, able to take out Cheshire Cat. What a fantastic play. But the big issue is Beth now has resources and he gets the Horseman, pops Elsa. What a huge turn from Jordan. Very, very well done. If there's anyone who can claw themselves back into this matchup, it is, in fact, Jordan. An absolute thriller here, ladies and gentlemen. This is round 4, and this is the first match of the set. Could we get the best of 3? I thought this was going Beth's way. Oh my God, she gets the Elsa come down, taking out the Genie. Only a Demona left for Jordan. Demona is not able to challenge in. He's going to need another Horseman in hand to be able to deal with this. 4. Looks like 9 ink altogether. Plenty of options. Can he get rid of the Elsa? Does he have the Horseman here? He's going to be exerting 4. Is it a Genie coming down onto the field? Is it a Tigger? Could it be something else? It's a Genie coming down onto the field. He gets the additional card draw. Cards drew into hand. More cards. But the risk of this is Demona will not be able to ready if there's too many cards. Lumpy comes down onto the field. Lovely card. 6/5 stat line. Big, big evasive body. Question for 2. Really nice to see this matchup. This is going to be really, really hard for Beth to be able to get rid of. But does she even need to be able to get rid of it? The big benefit for Jordan is Lumpy is going to be able to take out Elsa on the next turn. So Beth might not really need to worry about it. Just leave it alone. But it is a 2-quester, so he can catch up very, very quickly with it. Tigger's going to be going into the thing where we play out 2 for Calhoun. Calhoun, a nice play onto the board here. If he gets some damage onto the Demona, Calhoun takes up that. An additional 2 lore for Beth. We're going to be spending some more. We go for Doc, and we get rid of a strength for a Raging Fire. Interesting that she didn't elect to use that strength, but decides better to get the cards in hand. Elsa is going to be exerting here. Going to be quest for 1. Goes up 16 altogether. We only need 4 more lore, and Beth is able to take the game. Surely Lumpy is going to go into the Elsa here. Needs to do something for the Calhoun and the Doc. Very, very difficult turn for Jordan, but he does have resources from the Demona. Now, we are going to be exerting the Lumpy. We take out the Elsa. 2 damage back on Lumpy. I can't help but to think this card goes so well with Cheshire Cat. Does not have the risk of Argo, where the card's popped really, really easily because it's vanished, but it's still got that beefy stat line. So 2 quests that I really like. He's got Palacopolis Mystic. Oh my God, love to see that. What a phenomenal play from Jordan. Moving damage across, taking out that Calhoun. Only a Doc left on field. Questing for 4 altogether, going up to 12. He may very well be back in the game. That's 2, 4, 6, 8. He's got game on board. She needs to be able to take out characters. If she can't, that's it. Is she going to scoop? No, she's still got options available. She's playing down Genie, goes to the additional card draw. It looks like a palace card she's drawing to hand. I don't think that's what she's looking for. Is there anything she can do to take out some lore on the board? I think it might be going to Jordan for a miracle comeback performance altogether. Elsa comes into the Inkwell. Palace card comes out. Doc goes. We discard a Doc. 2 cards in hand. What's she draw into? Is there an answer? I don't think she has any ink left. She's counting up the lore. It's going to be going too quick. Is that a scoop? And it is a scoop. Game 1 goes to Jordan. What a fantastic play there. Just see the message on the chat from Harlan. Yes, we do have a Play Hub link for this. I will get that posted for you momentarily. We'll finish up this game, and then on the break, after I've done the interviews, I'll get my producer to put that in the chat for you. Coming up soon, guys. Harlan, nice to see you on the chat. Thank you for joining us today. Was hoping you could come along and join us today, see you on the stream, but a very long journey. Glad to see you on the chat, though. But back onto the game, we have the 2 partners going at it for an absolute mega match. I do not know how Jordan was able to come back in this game, but he found a way to do it. I thought surely he needs something like Rage and Storm, but he was able to claw his way back, fight all the way, and really, that Lumpy was absolutely clutch at the end. Demona, Lumpy, Bell Accomplished Mystic, the Genie, all very big quests, is able to get him to his lore total very, very quickly, even though he was very, very far behind. Really, really strong. Now, Jordan has just gave the win to Beth there on the lore tracker. He's just pressed the wrong direction to confirm it is Jordan 1-0 up. So Beth will be on the play here if she so chooses. Ignore that screen for just now. So 1-0 to Jordan at the minute. Beth on the play. Going into game 2, thriller of a tournament so far. We have some really strong players here at this tournament. Big shout out to Colin. We've got Chris, who was on stream round 1. We've got Neil and Bradley here, very big on Twitter. Of course, Bradley, based in Lorcana, prodigy himself, the most terrifying young player I've ever met. Unfortunately, he does have a positive win record against me. He beat me very, very quickly the last time I played against him. Well done to you, Bradley. Absolute mega player. But back onto the game. Round 4 here live at the Win a Case event for Pendulum and Angle here in Grantham. Really big event that we've been looking forward to here. Big shout out to the guys who have run this. Thank you for the amazing prize support you've put on the line. We have a total of a case on the line for first place. All entrants have got several booster packs each. And then on top of that, for every player above cap, they have offered to put in some additional prizing in the pool. Ravensburger ability to support this event as well. So a big shout out goes to Ravensburger, and a big thank you to everyone who's watching at home at the minute. Hope you are having as great of a time as I am. Now, just as a reminder, it is not long until the set champs period, guys. This is the last big event before Store Champs is coming up. So only next week we're going to be starting. I believe Pendulum is going to be having theirs on the 18th, April the 18th. So if you can come down for that, make sure to get yourself down. I do not know many stores that are able to put as much prizing into their events as these guys do. They really care about their players, growing their scene, really community based. So a big shout out to the owners of Pendulum. Thank you for having us down here today. Beth is on the play here, going to be inking the card, sticking out Captain Hook for her turn 1. Jordan is going to return that by inking Dumbo, playing out Yolonwe. Now, I spent ages pronouncing Yolonwe wrong by calling her Elonwe, but I do think that sounds a little bit more fun. So petition for her to be now called Elonwe, because I like the sound of it. We have Calhoun coming down onto the board here. Going to be really good, stopping Jordan from being able to exert that Yolonwe here, but then again, Captain Hook would take it out anyway. Whether he wants to run Yolonwe into Captain Hook is the big question. I don't think he does. I think we hold on to that, try and get a Grandmother Willow out, wait till we get the Elsa down, the turn earlier because of the early ramp, because of Grandmother Willow, then you're potentially going to get a strong play from there. But the question is, will he be able to hold on to it long enough? We have to worry about cards like Elsa coming down, which will be a little bit later for Beth. We have to worry about Angel, potentially even a Cheshire Cat, but it does require the 2 ink to boost it. Do you want to have a little bit of think about what to ink? Got a big started card there, 4-6 start line going down, and we play down Mowgli. And once again, Beth sitting there, no non-characters in hand. She's a pro at this. Mowgli does not touch this lady. She says no to Mowgli. Mowgli is not doing well today against Beth, but the really good card to have. Mowgli, 2-cost character, 1-2 start line. When you play it down, you get to see your opponent's hand. So Jordan did get some additional information there, crucial in this game. And then your opponent chooses to get rid of a character card of their choice. Giant Cobra comes down, getting rid of Captain Hook, get the 2 additional lore, going to 3 total. Quest for 1 with the Captain Hook going to 4. Beth choosing to go quite quick this game. She knows that Jordan has a very strong end game, having to make sure that she gets the lore in beforehand. I do see an Angel in hand for there. That could be useful later on, but it depends what Jordan is going to be playing down. If you can get into big cards like Lumpy, it's going to be really, really hard for Beth to be able to get rid of. Only 2 cards left in the hand for Beth altogether. Looks like we've got the Angel. I'm not too sure what the next card is. Demona going to be going to think, but Lantern comes onto the board. Hello, we've not seen Lantern in a long time. Like to see that. Lantern, 2-cost uninkable action. When you exert it, you pay 1 less for your next character this turn. Really, really like that card. Now, if Beth finds her removal, she did say she runs Bengers in her deck. That could be really, really clutch for getting rid of that Lantern. But Yzma comes onto the board. Stream Queen Beth able to find that draw once again whenever she needs it. Going to be questing out with the Captain Hook and the Giant Cobra there, going to a 6 total. Obviously waiting, keeping that Calhoun non-exert to challenge in, get the additional 2 lore, and has the resist ability as well. Jordan on a total of 3 ink, going to be inking for this turn, able to play a 5-cost character here, so he will be able to get out that Elsa if he chooses, 4 exerted, and he gets the Elsa. Yzma is exerted. Surely we're going to be exerting. Yes, Yulon we exerted gives support to Elsa, +2 strength, making it a 4 strength character for this turn, takes out the Yzma, 3 damage back on Elsa. Very strong turn by Jordan there, just controlling the board state. Really happy to see this. Now, I did see the Horseman in his hand there, but she gets down an Angel, getting rid of the Captain Hook, pops the Elsa straight away, gets rid of the evasive threat, having a little bit of think about what she wants to do, decides to run Calhoun into the Yulon, gets the additional 2 lore, then potentially going to be questing out, goes to 10 altogether. Jordan with only a Mowgli on the board state at the minute, no other cards. Beth can go very quick this turn if he exerts that Mowgli. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore she could go to 15 altogether. Another Giant Cobra comes down. That's another 2 lore. But do we have any cards left in hand for Beth? I don't think we do. This is the spot where Jordan can come back, but he needs to fill out that board state if he wants a chance of staying in this game. Now, of course, Jordan did win the last one, so if he takes this set, that will be a 2-0 to Jordan. But does Beth have enough to be able to get her draw back and stay in the game? We get Lumpy coming out with the effect of Lantern, 1 less for the next card, 6-cost character, big evasive threat. Lovely to see that. That is going to stick around for a while. She's not going to have much in her deck to be able to get rid of it. I don't know if she's running Hurl's Thunderbolt, so that will be very, very challenging. Now, we saw a couple of sets go, Blurple's running cards like TikTok, big evasive 6-cost body, that stayed on the board for ages, but only quest for 1 Lumpy, a way better version of this. Cheshire Cat comes down onto the board here, that lovely foiled version. Does she elect to exert her characters here? It's going to be useful getting up straight away. Going to be quest for the Giant Cobra. We still got Angel Calhoun hooks. She decides not to exert. She is waiting for when she needs to use them. Sensible play here by Beth, not rushing it too much. She will know as well as anyone if Jordan is in fact running those Raging Storms. Obviously, partners, I imagine they do a lot of play testing together. If he doesn't have it, it could be very, very difficult. But I did say in the last game that he needs the Raging Storm, and he didn't need it. We're going to be spending 3 and Lantern's effect to be able to play out that Genie. I like what Jordan is doing with ink here, putting Lantern right down by it, so you can use that to exert as you normally would an ink. A good way to not forget to use the Lantern effect. Very, very clever. Something I saw him do at CCQ Leicester for the Axion event. I thought it was really cool when I saw it then, and I think it's really cool when I see it now. Now, Lumpy is going to be going in. We're going to be taking out Giant Cobra. Interesting, we're going to be getting the 4 damage onto the Lumpy there. Now, Beth will be able to move that damage counter from Calhoun on the next turn, take that out, which is a little bit risky. I'm not sure if getting rid of Cobra was the play there, because we're able to either bounce, get rid of something with the Angel, do the 2 damage, take out the big evasive threat, or Cheshire Cat moves the damage from Calhoun just to get rid of it. We're going to quest with the Captain Hook, goes to 12 total. We play down Tigger, very nice, and then we're going to get rid of the Captain Hook with Angel's effect and get rid of Lumpy. Really strong play here for Beth, keeping herself in the game. 3 lore on the total for Jordan, but he does have additional card draw available. He's got the Lantern there for ramp, but he is at quite the deficit. Beth says, you know what? Catch me if she can. She is quest now. Goes to 15 total. 15-1 deficit. Really, really strong position. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 lore available on the board, unless Calhoun challenges. So if Calhoun challenges, she wins this game if he can't get rid of another character. If not, and she only quests out, she can go to 19 here. Jordan only on 1. If he uses the Junior Woodchuck guide, but he's going to have to spend 1, but he seems hesitant on his play. I don't think he has an answer for what he needs right now. Genie is not going to be able to take out the Angel or Calhoun or Cheshire Cat. A really difficult position. Mowgli's not going to be able to do much either. I don't think there's any cards in hand for Beth, so it means Angel has resist 2, Calhoun resist 1, Cheshire Cat a huge 4 willpower. Very, very strong position to be right at the end of the game. Is there anything that Jordan can do with such little ink? Has a total of 4 remaining, can ink for this turn, go to 5. He can get out a 6-cost character with the Lantern. Demona means that he gets to draw, but it's not going to be able to take out the cards. Genie is going to be exerting. Looks like we're doing some damage into Cheshire Cat there. 3 damage goes on to Genie. I'm assuming a Cheshire Cat coming out this turn as well. Spending 2 gets the Cheshire Cat out, and then we're going to boost Cheshire Cat, going to move that damage off the Genie, and we take out Cheshire Cat. Yeah, really smart play there from Jordan. Now, Calhoun cannot challenge into anything because Genie is evasive. However, she finds an Elsa. She'll be able to exert that Mowgli. Calhoun goes into Mowgli. She gets the additional 2, then can quest the little 2 to 19. So not quite yet. She does not have game on board yet. Even if she gets the Giant Cobra, no cards in the hand. Only on 4 ink as well. So if she does get the dock, she won't be able to play out that Giant Cobra. means that Jordan has a little bit of time left. However, he needs to be really hesitant. Can't afford to exert that Mowgli. Going to be inking another card. Goes up to 6 total ink with the lantern still in board. Able to get the reduction to the character played out next. Passing over to Beth here. Shred for Rage and Fire. Oh my God, Beth. Top deck galore. Love to see it. The perfect card she needed. Quest for 3 altogether goes to 18. I don't think there's going to be anything that Jordan can do now. He can get rid of the Calhoun with the Cheshire Cat, move some damage across, but that's not enough to take out Angel, not enough to take out Tigger, unless Mowgli goes in as well. We can keep the Angel on the board here. She quests for 1 on the next turn. Going to be spending down, gets the Genie, additional card in hand, keeping the card draw going. He's only got 3 ink still available. Needs to still ink for this turn to play out the 4-cost character if he has it. Not a lot of actions available that are going to be able to help him out here. Beth not playing a lot of evasive, which obviously makes it really difficult for him when he's trying to use these horseman strikes as well. Few cards in hand from Jordan, and I think that's it. Jordan is scooping, and we have String Queen Beth taking game 2. Guys, I told you we're getting a 3-game thriller here. Love to see it. Now, this is going to be Jordan on the play for this one. We saw Jordan fight his way back in the first game. We saw Beth absolutely storm the whole way through, leading the charge, stopping Jordan from getting anywhere near a very dominant and decisive performance here. But what is going to happen in the third game is all in the air. This one is certainly a big one. If you are watching at the minute, let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Let us know what store champs you're going to and what deck are you planning to play for store champs this set. Like we said before, quite a few viable options. I think I'm on the side of Amber Amethyst, but I am starting to like Purple Steel a little bit more, mainly from the showcases that we've seen today. 2 fantastic Purple Steel players who have been absolutely having a killer performance. Now, once again, a small reminder, it is not 2-0 to Beth. It is 1-1 at the minute. They've just mistakenly put the wrong score total in there. So 1-1, and it is going to be Jordan on the play against his partner, Beth. Jordan already shuffled up there, got his deck ready for Beth to cut. Both make the cut, and then they're going to be making the draw. Obviously, a reminder, in Lorcana, you get to draw 7 cards at the start of the game. You then get to mulligan any cards that you think are a little bit rubbish for your set, and then get rid of them. Really, really great if you know who you're playing against, and especially in the third game, because you can plan your ideal curve against the matchup. Now, Beth, I really think needs to go quite aggro in this game. We've not seen any Pocahontas there. That could be really clutch against Jordan, but the Calhoun has been decent as well, able to put a lot of threats on board. Jordan is going to want to get as much ink as possible, start to build up and control the game in the later game, but it's essential that he gets these characters down. If he's not able to get that wide board state, Beth can go wide, get that infinite draw going that she seems to be getting all day today, and then just take the lore total from there. Once again, she is going second though, so will be a little bit harder for her. Both players have already done their mulligan. They know exactly what they're looking for. 2 very proficient players, very, very strong ability. I'm losing my ability to speak here. I think I'm getting a little bit first, guys. Give me a second while I take a drink and I'll be right with you. What I was trying to say was these 2 players spend a lot of time playing at Pendulum, so it's of course great to see them back here. Jordan going to be on the play here, sticking out Yolonwi. I just had somebody say in the chat saying that they want to see the red-blue again. Now, I can say they did lose in the last round. So they've got 2 wins underneath them and a loss. They're doing not bad so far. So they've definitely got a chance for the top cut, but not guaranteed yet. They are going to need to win this match and hopefully have a strong next one. And that might give them a chance for getting in, but will be tight. But that's the way it is in big tournaments, guys. We have a lot of strong players here today. Jordan gets the turn 2 ramp straight away, though, playing the Lantern. Now, the negative of Lantern over Willow is it means he's not able to get the additional body on board. Now, Beth does run the Bengers. If she got it in her opening hand, that could be really useful. Gets Palace Guard and Captain Hook on the field. Looks like she's going for the aggro strategy here, building the board state, going as wide as possible. You don't often see this as the main strategy in Purple Steel, going for the double one, but if you don't have the 2-cost character, it can be quite useful. And honestly, in this match where we want to go quick, almost the same strategy as you used against Blurple, it's great to fill out the board state. We get a big card coming onto the board here. Not quite sure what that card is, but it's a 4/6 stat line, 4-cost character there. Obviously, 1 less for playing the Lantern. Looks like it's a vanilla, big-bodied character there. Interesting to see in Jordan's deck. Now, if he runs the Ohana Means Family card, that could be really, really useful. A load of damage going onto that card. Remove it with the Ohana, and then gets to draw. But she gets the Benger. Oh my God, just exactly when she needs it. Thrilling showcase from Beth here. Getting rid of the ramp, back down to 3 cards for Jordan. This is going exactly the way that she's going to want. However, in Jordan's defense, he's got that bigger card out early so it can do some nice, decent challenges. Christopher Robin on the board as well. So able to challenge in there, stop that 2 quest at only a 3 willpower character. Looks like she does have the Angel in hand as well. Going to be exerting there. We decide to take out the Christopher Robin. 1 damage back on the character. 3 ink available unless he inks for turn. Then he can play 4 cost this time. Looks like potentially a Genie maybe his best 4-cost option here, just to get some additional draw into his hand. I don't think I saw any of the Isis Thunder Chills. Fortunately, he can't get anything like Elsa here, anything that's ready to do damage. If he has the Tiggers, he could perhaps put back a Palace Guard or a Captain Hook. Looks like he's going to be exerting 3. We get the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, banishing it straight away by exerting, drawing the additional 2 cards. He can then ink after this. A smart play by Jordan, seeing the resources that you have available first, getting rid of that, and then inking when you have the full information in your hand. Very, very smart play. Once again, though, Beth already on 4 lore, still cards in hand. She can go quite quick if she wants to. Mowgli comes down onto the field, and then we're going to be passing turn. Interesting that we didn't have the Mowgli turn out this turn. To be fair, I don't think there's any non-character cards in our hand anyway, but we didn't have any luck for Jordan on the first 2 games getting that Mowgli onto the field. I think we do have a Lantern on field, though. Could be useful for Jordan on the following turn, unless Beth is able to find a way to get that Benja back into hand and then pop that Lantern immediately. This is the big risk of playing Lantern over the Willow. To be fair, Jordan might be playing both, but Willow at least sticks around for these item removal cards. Angel come down to the field. We're getting the snowball ready. We're throwing Chris Robin straight into the discard, dealing 2 damage onto the big, beefy character. Then we take it out with Captain Hook. Great turn by Beth there, getting rid of the big threat on board. And if he does have that Ohana means family, it means nothing now because the damage will not be stacking on. Yolonwi not able to do enough to be able to take out anything on this turn. He needs the Elsa to be able to take out something. Surely Angel's the best one to take out if he does have the Elsa, but slight hesitation if he has it. I think it would have came down quicker. Going to be inking a card here. May just be working out what the best card to ink is. Sometimes that's the way. You have decent cards in your hand and you don't want to get rid of any of them. Jordan having a solid think. Can't quite see what is in his hand. I don't know what's coming. 1 card going into the inkwell. Really, really tight part of this game. He needs to fill this board out and try and get some challenging bodies on, or Beth will just take it away. I've not seen a single copy of Raging Storm yet, so I don't think he may be running his deck. He does have the Elsa. Demona goes into think, well, a little bit risky getting rid of that. Means it should draw engine popping, but Beth doesn't have a lot of cards in her hand, so it's smart to get rid of it. Yolonwi quests, give the support over to Elsa, making her a 4-strength character, takes out the Angel. Solid, solid play. Now, Palace Guard and Benja still on the field. Captain Hook comes down on the field, not the ideal card. And we get the strength for a Raging Fire. Good for you, Beth. Finding the exact card you need at the right time once again. This girl is on fire. Well, I don't know if I can say that online. That's trademarked, isn't it? But you know what she is. She's playing for none. We will take it anyway. Any copyright claims, I will just cry in the corner for. Never mind, never mind. Yolonwi off the board now. Palace Guard, Benja, and Captain Hook on the field for a 9-1 deficit. Very well done to Beth. We get the Lantern coming down now. 3 inks still available. With ink, go to 4. Lantern effect, play down a 5-cost character. If it's an Elsa, able to get rid of the Captain Hook, the Palace Guard, then not a lot of question power on Beth's field and no cards in hand, which means she can really start to run out of resources very quickly. But this is the benefit of the Purple Steel deck. You can play from a very low hand state. We're going to be exerting 3 with the Lantern effect. 4-cost character. What could it be? Decides that's not the play that he wants. Having a little bit of think if he wants to change it. We get the Bagheera, the Panther. I've learned what animal it is now. Don't worry, guys. Bagheera coming out onto the field. Big static character. Nice play here from Jordan. But Angel comes back out onto the field. If she can get a card to discard the next turn, can do a little bit of damage there, but Bagheera will stick around. Bagheera realistically has to challenge into something at this point. Benja's probably the better target, but it does mean that Angel and Captain Hook are definitely going to be able to take rid of it. Lantern is going to be exerted. We're going to be exerting. It's the Hades looking for a deal. Will Beth finally accept a deal in this tournament? She says no. Go ahead, take your cards. Beth does not like deals. She has said no to every single one of them. Hades, a great draw engine for this deck, but not great at popping these difficult characters. Bagheera is going to have to challenge, takes out the Benja. That's 2 damage back on Bagheera, which means Captain Hook will be able to take it out next turn. Or if it's a NAF card she doesn't want, she's able to pop it with the Angel. Going to be inking World's Greatest Criminal Mind, and then we pass turn. Now, Hades, at least on the field, can do some challenging onto the Angel to take that out if he so chooses to. Beth gets the Cheshire Cat. She tops decks like a magician. Unbelievable. However, it's not quite enough. She only has 4 ink available. This is the big negative because she's not continued to ink. She's not able to activate Cheshire Cat straight away. Made sense to get that onto the field, though. Manipulate the damage counters from Palace Guard. Realistically, Jordan is now forced to challenge in Hades into the Palace Guard. No cards in hand, so Angel does have that resist too. Not going to be able to take it out there straight away. Got an invasive. It looks like it's the Horseman Strikes in his hand. I think maybe a Genie and an Elsa as well. All cards that aren't going to do enough. However, Elsa coming down here could be really useful to do Hades and Elsa into Cheshire Cat if he has it. But the big risk here is she's still going to be questioned for 2, although no cards left in hand. Jordan only on 1 law altogether, but he did come back from this point in the previous matches. So that if there's a will, there is a way. If anyone can find their way back in this game, it's definitely Jordan. But Beth is sitting there waiting patiently, wondering, do I have enough draw to be able to keep myself through this game? Definitely an absolute thriller so far. Just seen a comment in the chat saying Jordan's probably thinking this is absolutely rigged. And you know what? When you're playing against your partner, it probably is. A little bit of inside value for you guys. When I play against my partner, if I try to challenge her characters, she just covers her cards and throws mine off the table. So I think a little bit of cheating going on there, but don't worry, we won't see that in this tournament. Tigger comes down on the field, able to bounce a card back into the opponent's hand, or your own card if you so choose to. Angel is off the field now, only a Cheshire card left. Cheshire Cat comes back down onto the field again. Now we can move some damage about with the Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat challenged in Hades, taking that out. 3 damage onto the Cheshire Cat, going to be boosting it, moves 2 damage across onto the Tigger. But either way, Tigger's probably going to be challenging in for the following turn and then take out one of those cats. If Jordan does get an Elsa, it's not going to be enough to be able to take out that second cat there, but he does have a lot of ink available in Beth with no cards in her hand whatsoever. This is the right time for Jordan to be able to come back. This is exactly what he's been waiting for. He's got all the ink he needs, got 7 ink altogether, and the lantern on field, which means that he's definitely going to be able to get some big cards out quickly. 1 cost less for the next character that he plays for whatever one he wants, can activate lantern at any point in this game. We activate lantern straight away. We exert 4. Looks like it's the Elsa coming down onto the field. Exerts the Cheshire Cat. What can he do to get rid of this second cat? Is there any way that he can boost this Elsa up? I don't think so. Tigger is going to come down, take out the Cheshire Cat. 1 damage on the other one. Elsa doesn't have enough on it to take it out. We've still got ink available. Going to spend in 2. We get in the Mowgli. No cards in hand. Once again, Mowgli has no dice, no luck. Nothing to rip away from the hand there, but it is at least a character on board. 1 ink still available, and he passes turn. Cheshire Cat on the field. Did she draw into a draw? If this is a dock, I may have to scream in glee. She gets the Calhoun, not what she's looking for, but it is going to be useful to stop that Mowgli from exerting. But at this point, Elsa can just keep questing, and Beth is not going to be able to do anything about it because she does not have an answer. Going to boost that cat straight away, move the 1 damage onto Elsa. Very smart. We quest for 1 with the Cheshire Cat. Now, Elsa and Mowgli, not enough on their own to be able to take out the Cheshire Cat, which is, of course, why Beth is quested here. If the Mowgli does exert, it is at risk from Calhoun. Beth can get a max of 3 law next turn, but she won't be able to take the game on the full turn. We do get Genie coming out. 3 ink spent. An additional card drew into Jordan's hand. He could find a resource now. Already used the lantern. Spending 4, get Tigger bouncing Calhoun back into the hand. Very, very strong play there. Not going to be enough to take out the Cheshire Cat this turn, but I don't think it matters too much. All he needs to do is hold it off for as long as possible. If Jordan can get a nice bit of draw going, this game could really go well in his favour. But once again, all Beth needs to do is dock into a giant cobra, and she could take this. Question for 2 with the Elsa and Mowgli, and we pass turn. 1 card in hand for Beth. Don't know what she's drawn into. Perhaps we have the single card from the last turn come back the Calhoun. Calhoun does come back. We still have 3 ink, I believe, available for Beth. Is she able to play out anything? If it's a strength for Raging Fire, it's not enough to do anything. She's not going to be able to take out a card yet. Now, Mowgli is exerted, which means Beth can go to 17 from the Calhoun, quest with the Cheshire Cat. But the risk of that is Tigger is going to take it out. She does decide to quest. And then she decides to pass turn. Interesting that she's not used Calhoun to take out the Mowgli there. Get the additional law total, get her up to 18. At that point, all she needs is a giant cobra in hand, then to draw a single card, and she'll win the game. Tigger, of course, is going straight into that Cheshire Cat, getting rid of it. Another Tigger underneath. Only a Calhoun left on the board. Genie is going to be questioned. So is Elsa. We go up to 6 altogether. Mowgli cannot exert here. He cannot let her get any value off that Calhoun. Plenty of cards in the Inkwell. Can still play cards for this turn. So draw at this point would be absolutely fantastic for Jordan, but there's nothing he can play. Oh my God. She has not gone into what I think she has. It's the strength for Rage Fire. Gets the dock on field. Beth gets the draw exactly when she needs to. Top deck queen, never mind stream queen Beth. This is top deck queen Beth. Goes into the genie after the dock. What a phenomenal turn there. Going as well as it can. If there's a way to get through this, she is going to find it. Calhoun quest for one goes to 17. 3 lore available from genie and dock. She has game state on board. She is able to take this game. If Jordan is not able to find an answer, is it going to be a 2-1? I think he has the horseman there. Horseman would be able to take out the genie. Gets rid of that, then can challenge into the Calhoun, but he's not able to get rid of it straight away. Can't exert the Mowgli. She would go to 18 there. If she has went into the Giant Cobra and can quest for one more, it will be game. Elsa is doing some damage into the Calhoun. 4 damage onto Elsa altogether. Is it a cat that's coming out onto the field? Spends 3. Oh, Harley means family will get to draw 4 cards. I knew it was in his deck. I knew it was in there. Great play from Jordan. Huge amounts of draw. Protecting that Elsa as well. Very, very filled hand. We still have loads of ink available. We still got 4 ink and the lantern that we can still use. Spend 3. Horseman strikes on the genie, gets rid of that. Only 2 lore still available on the board for Beth. However, that Calhoun can challenge into Mowgli and take it out, get the 2 lore. If Doc quests on the following turn, then it is game to Beth. But all she needs at this point is to be able to get the Giant Cobra. Genie comes in, says no, we get rid of that Calhoun. Obviously, resist 1, already had 1 damage on it. 3 damage onto the genie. And then we can still ink for this turn. I see a guidebook in hand. That could be smart. Getting it out, getting the additional draw if he needs to. But he's got so many cards in hand that he potentially doesn't need to. We see World's Greatest Criminal Mind in hand. Maybe he's holding on to that for Demona later in the game. Not too sure. He's got a card in his hand that he's going to be inking. Is he going to play out an additional card this turn? Look like Slushy going into the ink. But no, we elect to get rid of that bigger card, the big static character. We play out Guidebook, and then we use Lantern Effect to get Yolonwi out onto the field. It's looking really, really good for Jordan. He's found a way to come back, but once again, Beth only needs 3 lore to win this game. Doc is able to quest 18. She just needs a Giant Cobra. As soon as she gets that, it's game to Beth. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore on available on the board for Jordan. He can go to 12. The following turn would go to 17 if he doesn't play anything else out. It's very, very tight, and this is all dependent on what Beth has. She has the Olaf. And then it's going to be playing the Calhoun. Very, very good play for Beth. This is going to stop him. No way. She got the strength for Rage and Fire. What a turn for Beth. Able to do 3 damage into a character. There has to be the genie that she gets rid of. The big 2 quested threat. Very well done. Does she quest out? She decides not to here. Decides not to give any option for moving damage counters about with Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat comes down the field, can move about. However, if Olaf challenges in something, Doc can come back in hand. She gets the additional draw. She has game state on the board here. If he cannot wipe this board, Beth is going to win this game. Is there anything that Jordan can do from this point just to stay in to last a few turns longer? We've got the guidebook on field. We can still get additional draw if he's able. He does get rid of the guidebook. 2 cards drew into hand. Does he find an option? Willow and Yolonwi into hand. I don't think he's found it. I think this may be a game to Beth. Is there anything in the deck? He doesn't run the Rage Storm, I don't think. Going to be spending 2. He's still got options. Going to be looking for additional answers here. Plenty of cards in hand available for Jordan. Needs to get rid of all 3 cards on board. Calhoun can, of course, challenge and get the additional 2 lore. The other 2 cards question for 2. That's a total of 4 lore available for Beth. Needs a minimum of 2 lore gone from the board. If there's an Elsa in hand, that would be great to take out the Calhoun. Means that Beth doesn't take it immediately. However, Olaf can run into something, get that dot back in hand, and get that draw engine started again. Once again, all it takes is a Giant Cobra if Jordan is somehow able to survive this turn. But let me tell you, I don't know what he can do. I'm a big fan of the Amber Amethyst deck, but I would be sweating in this situation. I do not think there's a way around it for me unless I get that Rage and Storm, unless Jordan has some miracle card in his deck, which I'm not aware of. He's taken his time just as much as he should do here. Going to be exerting Yolonwi. Does he have the World's Greatest Criminal Mind in his hand still? Gives the support onto Calhoun. Calhoun goes up to 5. We are then going to be singing the World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Gets rid of the Calhoun. He keeps himself in the game. Very strong play. Quest the Mowgli goes to 9. We've still got plenty of ink available. He can utilize this, play out. He's going to be spending now 1, goes to the Grandmother Willow. 1 less for the next card that he plays. Spends out, gets another Grandmother Willow on board, another 1 less for the next card he plays, then plays down Lumpy on the board. The big evasive elephant is on there. It is nearly game state for Beth. Now, Jordan has a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore available. It's not enough to take him there. If he can survive 2 turns, he does take this again. Demona comes down. She gets the additional 3 cards in hand. If she is able to get the Giant Cobra, she can win on the next turn. Jordan will not have enough to take it. Olaf Doc on board and Demona. Of course she quests. She goes up to 19 altogether. She needs one single more lure. I don't think she has White Rose in her deck. Jordan is going to need something special to be able to get rid of this. He's lost his Criminal Mind now. He can't pop that Demona. But once again, there is cards in hand for Beth, which means there's even more of a risk for Jordan. He has so much ramp available now. Does she have the Giant Cobra in hand? Double Willow and Lantern means -3 for a counter. Of course, the next character is -2 guaranteed because of the Cobra. You can activate Lantern at any point you like in the turn. Looks like a Demona in hand for Jordan. We're going to be exerting one. We give support onto a Grandmother Willow, and then we're going to be taking out Doc. Doc off the field. 1 card down, 2 cards to go. 1 damage back on the Grandmother Willow. Still a few cards left. Are we going to be... Yes, we hit the Olaf pot in hand. I assume that she won't take that back. Lumpy on the field. If he has a way to be able to exert Demona, he can take that out. Has an evasive pop in his hand. Does he have a way to exert it? Going to be Inkin. Inkin Horseman. Really risky in case she goes into evasive. Going to spend 3 with the effect of the round and gets down Demona. What a humongous play, played so easily. Demona is on the field and Lumpy is going to be able to take out Demona, but not even needing to because Demona cannot ready on the next turn because Beth has 3 cards in hand. But once again, it doesn't matter if she has the Giant Cobra. Jordan doing everything he can to try and stay in this game here. Genie comes down on the field. Yolonwi and Rokard comes onto the field, questing out as far as we can. Go to 13. It's game on board next turn for Jordan. If she has the Giant Cobra, she wins. Does she have it in hand? She plays the Giant Cobra and we get a win. What a game for the Dream Partnership there. Wow, what a mega show, and congratulations to both players. I cannot believe that. An absolute 3-set thriller, and never mind Stream. Oh my god, I can't speak. I'm that excited from the match. Stream Queen Beth. Never mind the title anymore. It is Top Deck Legend Beth. We have a new name for her on the CrawfordCana channel. Guys, I'm broken. This match has killed me off. That was so exciting. Please do not go anywhere. We are going to get a player interview for you. I'm going to get Jordan right in and then get his thoughts on this match. Beth playing absolutely phenomenally. It's going to be a long ride home in the car, guys, but maybe both of them can still make it through into the top cut. That is Beth's first loss of the tournament, so definitely a chance there. Give us a couple of minutes. I'll be right back with Jordan, ready for an interview. Stick with us. Right, hello everyone. I am in the booth with Jordan. Jordan, I feel so bad for you. That was an absolute thriller of game. First of all, congratulations. But thoughts on your partner? She absolutely stormed it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like we've played this matchup loads, so we're so used to each other. I think sometimes that plays a factor as well. So like some of my choices, like game 2, deciding not to play the Lantern because I know she's playing Benja, and I think if I played the Lantern, I'd steamroll that game. But yeah, you get used to it. Don't you?
It is a really difficult one. I mean, when you know Benja's in the deck, it just kind of ruins your performance. And even if she doesn't have it, it's that question of does she? We saw in that final game there when she got rid of your Lantern straight away, it was really debilitizing, but you were able to get your ink up quickly. You were able to keep yourself in it. Predominantly, who do you think is stronger in this matchup? I play a bit of Amber Amethyst myself. I tend to like us in this match. I think we're quite good unless they're too quick. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Amber Amethyst should take it. I mean, Christopher Robin's made it a lot better for them on the play now. But yeah, we've got the advantage. We can win the evasive war and just go from there. But like you say, some games they open up early, the Lantern. So in game 3, I had no 4-drops and I didn't see any 4-drops. So hitting that Lantern actually really slowed me down quite a lot. But as you saw in game 1 and 3, as we get later in the game, the deck just steamrolls from that point until, Cobra on 19.
That was a little bit heartbreaking. Now, it's we all said when we came into the stream room, it was hilarious that she sat with it in hand and didn't say anything. She got your hopes up. What were your thoughts on that? Did you think she had it, or did you think, no way, this is my game now, I can take this?
I'm not sure. She's a hard one to read. I mean, she would make me sweat, I guess, and also just to play it out because, like, end of the day, like if I said to her, "If you got Cobra, I'll go game," but at least playing to your outs is the main thing you can do. We knew we had the time, so at least you take the practice while you can. Play to every out that you can and just don't give up on a game.
Now, honestly, Jordan, it really was a great match, and I love commentating over it. I was losing my words. I felt exhausted by the end of it. It's the most exciting game that I've seen on stream to date, so a big congratulations to both of you. I'm not going to keep you too much longer because we're ready to get started into our next round. You're doing great in this tournament so far. What is your biggest advice for a competitive Lorcana player to improve their game?
I think just watch as much as you can and analyze as much as you can. Like I said there, don't give up on a game. Even if things seem really bleak, don't give up on a game because 1 or 2 draws, things can change. And like I say, just keep playing to your outs. To think your lines, think of everything you can do. And even if it looks really dire and you're just in a situation where they're going to quest 19, just keep going.
Excellent advice there. Always sticking in it. Well, Jordan, thank you so much for joining me. I wish you the best of luck for your final matches. Hopefully we get to see you in that top cup. See you later, my friend. Right, guys, we're going to be back with you right soon. We have just went to time on the match, so it is going to be straight away into the next round. Stick around with us in a couple of minutes. We are going to get you straight on into that next matchup. Looking forward to the big final round of Swiss. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live at Pendulum Gaming here in Grantham for the Pendulum and Angle Win a Case tournament. It's been an absolute thriller of an event so far, and we have a massive game for you on stream. My word, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to enjoy this one. We have the fantastic Kyle, who came second place at CCQ Leicester, who beat me as well. If you're familiar with the channel, you would have seen that match. He had a phenomenal performance, and he rocked me in a 2-1 victory, and then went all the way to second place. Big shout out to Kyle from Scotland. Lovely gentleman, great player, great talent, and really interested to see what he's playing today, but I already know, and you're going to enjoy it. Now, Neil, we already saw on stream earlier, he's caught up a little bit. He is in a position where he can scrape through into the top car if he win this. Kyle is in a position with 3 wins himself. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is your win and in match. If Neil wins, he has a chance of going through. If Kyle wins this, he is definitely going through. This, of course, is going to be a Bar-Jar Blast, a green, blue, emerald, sapphire mirror match. Oh, I'm very excited for this one. And if we don't somehow go to time in a mirror green blue, then I do not know, ladies and gentlemen. But the good thing is, both of these players have different styles of deck that they're going to be playing. Very different variants. Now, Neil has the more traditional Ink Geyser build, which has been going around at the minute, but it looks like Kyle is playing out with his Basil Supreme deck that he beat me with. So it'd be definitely interested to see that comment from Harlan in the chat saying the Scots are here, Glasgow forever. You know what? Surprise, Harlan. I'm actually Scottish myself. Whole family's from Glasgow. So Scottish Unite, let's go. I'm actually sitting here with a can of Iron Brew. I'm not sure many viewers will appreciate that, but you know what? Drink of the century. If I had a Scotch pie, my day would be complete. But c'est la vie. We are over in Grantham. Not too many Scotch pies here. We're quite far away from Scotland, but regardless, thriller of a day already. We got Develop Your Brain came out for Neil there, who's on the play, going to be Ink and Teeper, and then passing turn for Kyle. Turn 2, are we going to see the ramp? I did say to the players jokingly, it'd be quite funny if they threw their ramp for content, but it looks like they've not taken that advice on the situation. Sail the Azurite Sea into the Inkwell, plays a Sail the Azurite Sea, going to be Ink and a Prince Philip, plays down Clarabelle. We may get the shift nice and early. Going to be passing over to Kyle here. Ink an additional card. Both players know exactly what they're doing. Ink, sail, play, sail. How many boats can we have in this game, ladies and gentlemen? Absolutely love it. All the ramp going everywhere. Going to be able to ink an additional card this turn, play at 1 cost if he has it. Inks the Prince Philip to match, and then passes. No card on the board for Kyle, but trust me, nowhere near the end of this game, ladies and gentlemen. Clarabelle on the board for Neil. Inks the Donald Duck, plays Cinderella. We've got the double ramp package. Very nice. Going to be Quest from the Clarabelle. Then it looks like we're going to pass turn. Cinderella trigger. Ink an additional card. Draw an additional card. Passing on over to Kyle here. 3 cards in hand, going to be inking again. Does he have the Cinderella to match? Will we get the true mirror, or will he be going for something different here? Looks like we do have Your Welcome in hand. Could use that on Cindy. Inks the Malicious Means Scary. And then we're going to be playing out Cinderella. We've got the double mirror, ladies and gentlemen. We're seeing turn versus turn here. Love it. Inks the additional card. Draws an additional card. Then we're passing turn back to Neil. Now, of course, if Kyle gets too many cards in hand and that Shift Clarabelle comes out, Neil is going to be drawing a bucket load of cards, which is very, very good for him. Shift 5 on the Clarabelle, so he can come out this turn. Ink an additional card. Play 1 cost if he has it. But I don't think he'll need to. Inks the Clarabelle. Interesting. Does he have the shift? He does go for the shift. Clarabelle gets straight up. Sings Your Welcome on the Cinderella. Absolutely love to see that. 2 cards go back into the hand for Kyle. Shuffles the deck. This means Neil is going to be drawing a lot of cards at the end of this turn. Shout out to Eric in the chat. Really good to hear from you. Eric played in the last Pendulum event. Really good friend of mine. Had a great performance at Leicester CCQ as well. Hopefully we can see you in the next one, my friend. Lovely to still have you with us though. Now, plenty of cards in hand for Neil here. Must be absolutely loving life. So we're going to be inking an additional Donald Duck for turn here for Kyle. Going to be spending out 1. We are going for Clarabelle himself, and then we go for Your Welcome, gets the Clarabelle into Neil's deck. But you know what? He probably doesn't mind because he's already got the draw that he needs from his Clarabelle so far. Now, only a 1 cost Clarabelle on the board for Kyle, not looking like the best position for him. But if he has a bend to my will, he could be extremely sneaky and potentially ruin Neil's day here quite easily. Cinderella on the board for Neil, Clarabelle on the board for Kyle. Passes turn over to Neil. Looks like a total of 6 ink available. Drawing for turn here. Looks like an MMS drew into hand there. Goes straight into the Inkwell, saying he doesn't need it in this match. Obviously, probably 4 copies in Neil's deck. Great to use on the Shift Phillip. 3-cost Phillip sings the MMS, deals 1 damage to every character. Shift that Prince Phillip for 6, wiping out every card on the opponent's board. Clarabelle comes down. Does he have the Shift line again to match draw? Yep, he does get the Shift Clarabelle. Clarabelle's going wild here. We've seen so many cows in this game, ladies and gentlemen. I guess it's no longer Bar Jar Blast, but it's Cow City. Love to see it. The farmer's going to be going crazy for this match. If you are a farmer and you're watching this game for some reason, give us a shout in the comment. Shout out to you farmers. We love you. Right, moving on to Carl's turn. Going to be inking that Donald Duck here, straight into the Inkwell. Hit down Basil. We're sending that Clarabelle back into hand here, but once again, a mammoth amount of cards in Neil's hand. Now, this is exactly where Kyle beat me when I played against him in Leicester. Basil Supremacy. He got 2 of these Basils onto the field. This Basil has the weird ability that when it quests, your opponent discards a card from your hand. He also got the Shift 6-cost Basil where you ink a card and the opponent discards a card. And it meant that every turn I was discarding 3 cards. But Neil says, nah, not today, my friend. He plays out his own Basil, sends it back to the hand. This is why we love the mirror matches. We get another cow coming out onto the field, Donald Duck into the Inkwell, and it looks like we're potentially going to be passing turn unless he's going to be singing a song. Neil having a little bit of think. He does decide to pass the turn there. Carl is drawing here. Under the sea in hand. Could be useful to get rid of 2 of the cards there, but not too valuable at this point in the game. Inking the John Silver there gives an opponent reckless, and he does hit the Under the Sea. Just going to hard cast it straight away, gets rid of those 2 characters, and then potentially quest the Clarabelle. 2 cards there going to the bottom of the deck. Obviously, you get to decide what order they go in, so Neil just asking which direction he wants. Big benefit of these decks, because the Vision of the Future is you are able to dig quite deep and find those additional cards if you want them later in the game. Basil is going to be singing "You're Welcome" on Clarabelle. Send it straight back into the deck. Shuffles, draws 2, but I think that means we may be getting big Clarabelle coming out onto the field. 7-cost card. He's got plenty of ink there, ready to use it if he needs to. This game going very, very well for Neil at the minute. Going to be inking another Malicious Means Carry. That's 2 in the ink now. He's really not valuing that combo to deal damage and wipe out the board. Clarabelle comes out onto the board and hits the Vision of the Future. Going to dig for 5 cards, get a card of his choice into his hand. Oh, you know what? If he does have a Bend to My Will, that would be absolutely phenomenal. I would love that. But maybe looking for something like an Ink Geyser just to really put poor Carl on the back foot here. Only a 3-0 deficit, but we've seen lots of removal, we've seen lots of draw, and we have, most importantly, seen a lot of cows. Very, very exciting game, ladies and gentlemen. Love a good cow on the field. Clarabelle Light on a Who's, of course, is the cow that we have at the minute. The 1-cost Clarabelle has the ability to pay 2 extra ink for and banish an item. We've also got Clarabelle Contented Wallflower. We've not seen that in this game. She's a 3-cost card. Maybe a 4-cost. Pretty sure it's a 3. When you play it down, you get to draw an additional card if your opponent has more cards in hand than you do. Now, looks like we're going to be moving over onto Kyle's turn here. Hit the Vision of the Future, able to search 5. John Silver goes, we get Basil on the field. Clarabelle is not staying. These detective mouses just sticking around, getting rid of the big cow. Basil versus Basil warfare. Love to see it. Now, the funny thing is, if they get enough of these, both players are just going to be discarding loads of cards from their hand. But once again, Clarabelle can come down and help Neil keep his draw if he starts to run out of card. Hit down Sail the Azure at Sea there, gets the Vision of the Future, going to be having a dig to see what exactly card that he wants. Looks like another Basil that we saw there. Could he be taking that, put the Basil back into Kyle's hand? Could be a funny play if he goes for it. A lot of mice on the field. Just deciding what the best option is. Plenty of cards in Neil's hand. A really strong performance so far, though. Really showcasing how well Green-Blue can play. Both players doing really, really well, but Carl ever so slightly on the back foot. And the question is that a case, or because the different builds and decks, or is it a case of Neil going first? Who is to know? But plenty more action still to come here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a win and in match. So a really important match for both these players. Kyle definitely going to be going through to top cut if he does go through. Double ink there because the Sail the Azure at Sea. Basil comes down. Basil straight back into Kyle's hand. We're going to be questing with Basil. Goes to a total of 7, I believe. Or maybe he's already put the law down. But Kyle then has to discard a card at random from his hand. They're going to have a little roll of the dice there just to decide what random one they want. Number 3, they get rid of it. What is he sent to the discard? Ink Geyser. Now, probably not the best position to be playing that in since he has no cards on board. So I imagine Kyle's not going to be too sad about seeing that go, but we are passing turn there, moving on. Now, because Neil has this double Basil on the field here, that's 2 cards Kyle is potentially going to be getting rid of from his hand every single turn. Now, I hate to say there's a bit of blissful irony here, but this is what Kyle done to me in my match against him. So I may be a little bit biased in having a bit of a smile on my face here, but of course, we are equally rooting for the 2 players here, both very, very strong players. I'm just a little bit terrified of Basil. Discard really upsets me, you know. I don't know about you guys, but I'm really glad that we're not in the Bucky Diablo era anymore. That was horrendous. So, looks like we've got Cinderella in hand here. Could go for an additional bit of ink if he chooses to, but Neil is in a bit of a win here. He's got 5-0 against Kyle, quite a little bit of ahead of him, something that he needs to be aware of. Cinderella comes down onto the board here. Going to be inking the Basil. Can ink again at the end of the turn. If you should double Cinderella. Okay, Kyle, flex it. We love to see it. 2 cards could be inked at the end of the turn. Draws an additional card. We do see a Prince Philip in hand, though. Could be useful to get rid of these cards. Going to be drawing up twice there. Now, the risk is that Prince Philip could go really quickly if those Basils quest, and I think they really need to. There's no need for them to not quest here. Cinderella, obviously, only a 2-strength character. Basil has 4 willpower, so both Cinderellas would have to go into 1 single Basil, but just by quest alone, you're putting yourself on 9, putting Kyle in a way, way worse position. Neil has an absolute mass of ink now. Kyle is slowly catching up, but quite a bit behind on his lore total and his presence on the board. 2 7-cost characters with the Basils out for Neil, just doing a little bit of conducting here, working out what he wants to play out. If you can get the Cinderellas popped with a Malicious Mean Scary and a Prince Philip, that could be really nice, stops any threats, but once again, he doesn't need to get out this early and maybe waiting for a little bit of a wider board state for Kyle. Oh, we get the Under the Sea. Oh my God, both Cinderellas gone. Kyle's put that into his discard there, but that should be going under the deck. A little bit of a misplay there from Kyle. We'll get that sorted for you. Tipo is going to be going out onto the field, and then we're going to be inking an additional card for turn. 2 cards left in hand for Neil. Going to quest out for 9 altogether, and then Kyle has to discard 2 cards at random. Only 3 cards left in hand. If he gets the Prince Philip here, Neil is going to be very, very happy. He does get the Prince Philip. Fantastic shot. Number 2 as well. We get rid of Cinderella. We have the triple Cinderella in hand. Only 1 card left. Looks like it was the Malicious Mean Scary. He did have it. Oh, that is such a shame for Kyle here. I think this game is going in Neil's direction. Oh, okay. He gets the Clarabelle off the top, meaning that he's going to get a couple of cards in hand, and then he's going to be... Did he play the MMS there? Yes, has played out the MMS. Going to be whacking loaded damage counters on the board there. Players just a little bit confused about where to find. They are on the other side, guys. Just flip them over and you'll be able to get them. Really, really great damage counters here. Shout out to Laser Gaming for sending those out to me. Really glad to see them. Thank you for the sponsorship. We appreciate you. But over here, live at Grantham in Pendulum for the winner case event for Pendulum times Axion. Been a massive, massive showcase today. We've seen every deck known to man on stream. Bar Dogs, and we get the double discard again. Absolutely filthy performance from Neil here. Basil going wild. Clarabelle comes down on the field just to rub it in a little bit. Neil's going to draw those extra 0 cards that Carl has in hand. I don't think there's a way for him to come back now. We've got a total of 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh my God, 7 lore available on the board. We've got game state, and then you're welcome is going to shuffle that card back into the deck. Carl is going to draw 2 cards again, and Neil is going to get the additional cards brought into his hand. Really, really cruel performance here from Neil, but well done to him for controlling the board state so efficiently. If somehow Kyle is able to get the Prince Philip and MMS off the top from this, it will be mental. But I'm not too sure that he has, unfortunately. 1 card left in hand for Neil. Gets drawn the additional card. Does he have the wombo combo to be able to pop this horrifying board state to stop Neil from winning the game? 2, 4, 6, 7 lore available on board. Going to be playing down. Basil sends a card back in hand. The Clarabelle goes back into hand here. Going to be inking Clarabelle, then spends out John Silver, giving Reckless as well. So Basil can't quest here. Only 17 that Neil can get to this turn, but he is getting very, very close. Green-Blue does have the ability to get back. However, only 1 Basil can exert here, meaning he discard a card, but no cards left in hand for Kyle. Vision of the Future, search and 5 off the top of the deck. We see the Under the Sea. We do see Malicious Mean Scary. Does he have the Prince Philip in hand? I think he might do. Singing with a Basil that has Reckless, then playing out that Prince Philip would be a huge, huge play at this point. And I think if he plays that, Kyle just has to scoop. But does he have it? He gets the Malicious Mean Scary, going down 1 damage on each counter, plays down the Prince Philip, gets rid of both of them. Will Kyle scoop, or is he going to try and find an answer? Goes all the way up to 17. Game state on board for Neil. What's the top deck? Ink Geyser! Not quite. Kyle is going to have to scoop there. Not quite what he needed. Could have been useful if he had a bit better board state. Big better for that Ink Geyser. But definitely a very strong showing there from Neil for a 20-0 victory in game one for our winning in match. Now, as much as Neil has played phenomenally there, it's good to see that his shuffling has not improved. Basically thrown his cards at Carl's head. Poor Carl, don't worry. We will give you an injury claim if you need it for that poor shuffling from Neil. Now, coming into game two here, hopefully we're going to have a free set thriller here. Obviously, two very slow decks, so players will be conscious of the time and that time running down too quickly. Now, Neil's just minusing his score there. Guys, you can just put the plus on and it's going to tell you where the victory is going to each person. But don't worry, I've got you covered in the commentary booth. It is currently 1-0 to Neil, just ahead of Kyle here. Kyle on 3 wins, Neil on 2. If he gets this win, he may scrape very tightly into the top cut. We are going to be doing a top 8, then into the quarters, semis, and finals today. The finals is going to be a huge one, guys, because we have a whole case on the line. A case is crazy pricing. So big shout out to Pendulum for being so great with their pricing. Just a reminder as well, they have their store champs coming up soon. Store champs do start next week. Pendulums is going to be on the 18th of April. So not too far away now. Make sure to get booked in if you want to come away with some fantastic pricing. Head along to Grantham. Lovely town, lovely shop. Love coming to cast here. And even better, love coming to play here. So, Kyle going to be on the play for this matchup. Will this be enough of an advantage for him to take the game off Neil and for us to go into a third set? We are yet to see, but Neil played very well in that second game there. Now, green-blue definitely becoming a lot more popular after Edmund Chu's big win at the DLC that he had with his Ed Chu Geyser deck. Now, he's been playing around with this deck quite a little bit. We've seen cards like Distract going in there, try to beef up the Under the Seas. We've seen lots of Under the Seas. We've seen Ink Geyser added in, which we haven't seen for a couple sets. The card just didn't really see the popularity that it should have. It just didn't work as well in the previous sets, but this set especially, it's been absolutely phenomenal. I think the big reason why a lot of people are playing green-blue is it's such a great counter to dogs. Really good at going underneath them because you can hit the Under the Sea earlier than they can, but additionally, it's great into Blurple as well. Now, don't get me wrong, against Blurple, it tends to be very play and draw dependent. If you're on the play, you are likely to take it, but it is a hard matchup on the draw. But with the more tempo style of Blurple at the minute, it definitely favors the green-blue deck. So can we be in a position where Emerald Sapphire is the dominant control deck of the format? I don't know, but it's certainly heading in that direction. Both players look sorted out with their mulligans here. Carl going to be going first. Inkin, you're welcome. Going to be getting Develop Your Brain onto the field. Search the top 2 cards of his deck. Looks like a Tipo and another card that I can't quite see. One goes in hand. The other goes to the bottom of the deck. And we're passing turn over to Neil. Let's see if he'll go for the same play or maybe he'll play something like a smaller Basil like we've seen Kyle play in his decks before. We do see Ramp, and I see the Cinderella in hand there for Kyle. So he's going to be able to get decent curve here, get to his bigger cards really quickly. Clarabelle going into the Inkwell for Neil, and then got a 1 cost, but is it Develop or is it another Clarabelle? Yet to be seen. Sticks out the Develop Your Brain. Played out a card there, then brought it back to his hand. He could have been bluffing a little bit to make it look like he has multiple Clarabelles in his hand. I'm not too sure. I've not seen his hand, but Develop means he gets search cards a little bit longer. Now, Tipa goes into the Inkwell, hit the sale he has right, so you're going to be drawing an additional card, get to ink an additional card this turn. If he has the 1 cost, gets to play it. Inks you're welcome, plays down another Develop Your Brain. My God, my brain's being very developed in this matchup. I don't think I can take it. Gonna need some paracetamol after this one, guys. And we're going to be passing turn there. No cards on the board yet for either player. Now, Neil going to be inking Malicious Being the Scary here. Going to be sticking out Tipo. We've got a body on the board. Is hesitant for it, but looks like it's coming down anyway. Might have had the sale in hand as well, but chose to get the quest and power there. Tipo allows you to put an additional card into your Inkwell, face down, exerted. Can't use it for the rest of this turn. Now, Kyle does have options in his hand. I think it has to be the Cinderella that he goes for here. Get that ramp, go up to your 6 cost character as quickly as possible. If he has the Clarabelle, could get that on the following turn. After that, let's see what he goes for. They're going to be inking the John Silver interest, and that's 6 cost. That could have come next. He does go for the Cinderella. And then looks like he's going to be passing turn, going to ink an additional card at the end of turn effect and draw a card. So that is Kyle up to a total of 5 ink now. So he could go up to 6 ink on his following turn, which is why I was surprised to see the John Silver go into the inkwell. John Silver goes into the inkwell for Neil as well, potentially going for a Cinderella himself, or maybe he wants to go for a You're Welcome, gets the Donald Duck, perfect gentleman. Donald Duck has the effect that at the start of your turn, you and your opponent have the option, it is a choice, to draw an additional card. Some people can be a little bit hesitant with this because they might be running Bend to My Will, but most of the time people just draw. Now John Silver does come down, so we have the double in the hand there, and he's going to begin Reckless to the Donald Duck. Does not exert the Cinderella there, and then looks like we're going to be passing turn over to Neil. I see an Ink Geyser in the hand, a little bit too early to be seeing that for just now. Donald Duck is going to be singing You're Welcome on the John Silver, gets straight into the deck. Really good play from Neil there. Kyle did get to draw an additional card that turn from Donald Duck, and he's going to get an additional 2 cards from this as well. If he doesn't have the Clarabelle, this is going to be a really, really risky position. I don't think he's got enough ink to be able to play it out, even with the shift, but we'll see. It looks like 5 ink. He inks the Clarabelle. 3 cards left in the hand for Neil. Having to think if he wants to quest it. Tipo quest for 1, and we're going to be passing turn over to Carl. Card drawn in hand. We've got the Prince Philip there. Could be smart to get that out early. Blue-green's not going to have a way to be able to get rid of that. They don't have the options of purple decks, which have the Demona to be able to force exert it. Might be useful. Just get it down, then wait for the time that you need to shift it if you need to, or perhaps he wants to develop his board state a little bit more. Something like Clarabelle, not very useful at this point since Neil doesn't have a lot of cards in his hand. We get the Basil come down on the field. Donald Duck straight back into Neil's hand there. Really smart play. Cinderella taking out the Tipo, and now Neil is going to start discarding cards each turn because this Basil on the field. We've seen this Basil Warfare in the previous game going in the favour of Neil, but it looks like we're now returning the favour from Carl. We get the shift Clarabelle, exactly what you needed to see there. Quite a few cards in hand for Kyle. Going to be drawing up to a total of 4 cards for Neil, or potentially even 5. Exactly what you want to see there. Very well played, Neil. Keeping yourself in this game. Once again, we are still at very early stage of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2-1 deficit to Kyle at the minute. Just slightly ahead of Neil. Kyle is on the play. However, this is the point of the game where things can start turning around. We quest with the Basil. Going to be discarding a card at random. Gets the Donald Duck, perfect gentleman, straight back into the discard. Total of 4 cards in hand for Neil. Looks like Carl has the You're Welcome as well. That could be really smart, hitting that down on the Clarabelle. Going to hit the Develop Your Brain. So much developing. Top 2 cards into your hand. Get send 1 back to the bottom of the deck. Decide so. Card into the hand now. Still got quite a little bit of ink remaining. Going to be inking Prince Philip here, spending out big for another Basil, sending the Clarabelle back into hand. We are going to be having a lot of discard, folks, and this is exactly where Kyle caught me when I played against him. My poor Ruby Scammerfist deck did not stand a chance. If you haven't seen that video yet, head over onto the YouTube channel page, have a look at my deck guide for it. It's a very, very fun deck to play, but Kyle was able to pit me for that in a 2-1 victory. We're, of course, still posting the Axion series at the minute where I'm uploading all my CCQ matches. I did make day 2 for that with my weird build of Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Scammerfist. We've got a few videos left to post on that, but we've had a little bit of delay since I've been moving house recently. So we're a little bit behind there. But don't worry, they're still coming. Just stay tuned, guys, and they'll be with you soon. Prince Philip going into the inkwell for Neil here. Then, are we going to be spending out on a big card? Maybe a Basil coming down himself? No, it's a small Clarabelle, and then does he have the shift in hand? Yep, shifts the Clarabelle out onto the field, so Neil going to be able to get some additional draw at the end of his turn, but looks like he actually has more cards in hand than Carl, all equal to, so he doesn't get any draw. However, Carl is now going to be able to double discard for Neil, meaning he goes up to 7. Neil discards 2 cards at random. Looks like we've got number 3. We get rid of 1, and it's the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, a good hit. We've got another one to go for, number 2. And we get rid of the Prince Philip. Oh my God, Kyle, you superstar. Very, very good hit there. The dice rolls are on his side today. We absolutely love to see it. Cinderella still non-exerted. We've got the Clarabelle on field for Neil, but he does have the You're Welcome in hand. He could get rid of that. Now, we do see a Clarabelle there. Perhaps he wants to play that down, sing the You're Welcome Cinderella, get the additional cards into Neil's hand, then get the additional draw himself. But once again, you don't want to give Neil too many resources. Interest to see what direction he goes for. Prince Philip goes into the inkwell. We are going to sing You're Welcome on the Clarabelle. Will we see big Clarabelle coming down onto the field? Another cow straight back into the game. Neil is going to be shuffling his deck up, shuffles it, allows his opponent to cut, and then gets to draw 2 cards into hand. Absolute nail biter, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a strange feeling we may very well have a thriller of a game 3 coming up to you. It's not looking in Neil's favour so far. These Basils causing so much damage, but we elect to go for the Cinderella. Oh my God. Surely not an Ink Geyser. Oh, I love to see it. Ink Geyser comes on the field. When this comes down, each opponent is going to take all cards from the Inkwell back into the hand, bar 3 chosen by the opponent. Means you're going to have a very, very big hand, but it also means that each player is losing all of their ink. Now, this is really risky to do in the Sapphire matchups because they are ramp decks, but Kyle has a very wide board state at the minute, which means it's going to be extremely hard for Neil to be able to remove them. Now, Ink Geyser tends to be really good as an additional win con condition. Because we've got the 2 Cinderellas on field, it means that Kyle is going to get to ink twice for this turn, sticking him all the way back up to 5, giving him even more of an advantage. Neil only on 3 ink can ink 1 single time this turn, going up to 4. He can maybe hit a You're Welcome onto the field, get rid of one of the Basils, but that's still 1, 2, 3, 4 lore that will be going to Kyle for this turn, and he'll have to wait because Kyle will be able to play it. No way, Neil has scooped it. Neil just says, no, can't do anything about that. It's a good one, guys. We are getting a game 3 for our win and in. Love to see it. We've got some Barjar madness going on here. Green-blue versus green-blue. Neil versus Kyle. 2 fantastic players. It has been an absolute thriller. I'm looking forward to catching up with these players in the interview here. Neil's going for a pile shuffle. Looks like he did not get the cards he was looking for that game. Wants to make sure that varied. Now, this happens to me all the time. I like not to pile shuffle because I go, you know what? I'll just shuffle normally. It's fine. And then I top deck uninkable into uninkable into uninkable. Fairly certain I've played a game one time with 8 uninkables in my deck and drew 9 of them. Don't know how that works, but sometimes your luck is just that way. Oh well, eh? Now, this is 1 game a piece. Kyle taking it, going on the play there. So, I said at the beginning, could it be a case that Kyle's different style of deck is what caused him to lose in the mirror matchup? But I think not. It may just very well be play draw dependent. Now, Kyle's deck really, really good into other matchups. I was worried about how it would do against Neil's. They are quite similar altogether, of course, but there is key differences. And just small differences like this are what can really make a difference in a mirror match. Now, I haven't seen that Shift Basil that he played against me in the CCQ. So I wonder if it's still in the deck. If it is in there, he can do some crazy discarding on Neil's deck. But once again, the Clarabelle is just going to help to keep him in this game. All to play for in this one for our winning in live in Grantham at Pendulum Gaming, Feet Angle for their winner case. Now, Kyle going to be on the draw here, so it is going to be a hard one for him. He did already lose the draw match on the first game where Neil went first, so Neil definitely got a slight advantage here, but Neil needs to see all his key ramp pieces. The big worry about playing decks like this is if you don't hit your ramp. It happens to me all the time on Blurple, on Green-Blue, even on Amber Sapphire. If you don't hit that turn 2 ramp, it is absolutely debilitating, and it makes it even harder, especially playing against the ramp decks when they do hit theirs. Neil going to be going first. Inking the card gets the 1-cost Clarabelle onto the field. We're going to be getting another Develop Your Brain out onto the field for Carl. I think we've seen like 8 of these so far. Both players seeing loads of them. Big key difference that Neil has the other Chinese or Japanese variants in his deck. So really exciting to see both versions of the card. Now, going to be passing over to Neil here. Inking an additional card this turn. Inking Tipo, flexing that. He's got his ramp, plays down to Sail the Azurite Sea. Doesn't need his Tipo. He can further draw. Makes sense. Going to be looking to get into that Clarabelle. Inks the Prince Philip. And then we're going to be passing turn with Quest for 1, moving on to Kyle. Going to be inking Sail the Azurite Sea. Plays down Sail the Azurite Sea. These players really flexing it today, both of them inking their ramp, then playing the ramp, and he plays another Sail the Azurite Sea into the Inkwell. Develop Your Brain coming down. I see a Malicious Means Scary. Not too sure what the second card was there. Interesting. Now, over to Neil. Does he have the Cinderella in hand? Will he have Perfect Cur to get the mega ramp? Looking for what card he wants to ink. Inks to Develop Your Brain. So many of them. And we're going to be playing out Cinderella. And then questing for 1 with the Clarabelle. We've got the addition that we get to ink an additional card for turn and then draw an additional card. Now, I can only imagine that Develop Your Brain has become a little bit more popular with Ed having that in his winning list from the DLC recently. However, I'm not too sure if Develop Your Brain is a card that I want to play in the list. I really like when Ed has Distract in his deck, giving the -2 strength for characters, because it was just so great with the Onto the Sea. But of course, doesn't too much in the mirror match, whereas developers a lot better. But Neil gets the Clarabelle. We get the big shift. Neil is seeing perfect curve here, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly the way that he wants to be playing. Both players know exactly what they're looking for. Kyle's got the ramp with the Cinderella as well, but Neil just a little bit ahead. And he gets the You're Welcome on Cinderella. Perfect game for Neil so far. 2 cards going to be drawn into Kyle's hand. And because Kyle was on the draw, he's going to have 1 additional card compared to Neil anyway. Neil's hand going nice and low, so he's going to get a load of cards drawn this turn. Looks like a Vision of the Future. And Prince Philip into hand. Not a bad hand for Kyle there, but it means that Neil is going to draw so many cards at the end of the turn. Oh my God, hits down another Develop Your Brain. We have the foreign version of it. Going to be taking a card into hand, getting rid of a card. So still only 1 card in hand, but gets to choose the best one to take there, and then gets the mammoth draw. Going to be questing out with the Clarabelle, good 4 total. And then he says, guess what, mate? I'm drawing all those cards that you've got in your hand too. So it looks like Neil has went all the way up to 7 cards in hand, drawn 6 cards in 1 turn. Absolutely mental. We get Clarabelle come down. Oh, we get another Clarabelle from Kyle. Love to see it. Double cows on the field, but Neil definitely at a bit of an advantage. However, with all those cards drawn, it's nice for Carl to at least be able to maintain that advantage. So either way, both players are going to be drawing loads of cards on their turn. We do see a Cinderella in the hand for Carl. It might be useful for him to get that additional ramp and work with that while he's got the Clarabelle on the field. Do I see an Ink Geyser as well there? That could be really useful later in the game, but not quite yet. We are too early in the game, ladies and gentlemen. This game could go either way. It's been an absolute thriller so far. Both players playing out of their skin so far for their win and in match. Clarabelle on the field for Kyle, and then Cinderella and Clarabelle on the field for Neil. Can be exact 2 plays down another Sail the Azure Sea, getting all that ramp going straight into the discard there. Gets to draw an additional card and ink an additional card if he chooses to. Oh my God, another You're Welcome on Clarabelle. I don't know who has blessed Neil's deck. I don't know where they're from, but if they can bless mine as well, I would definitely take it. I need all the luck that Neil is getting, because this is a showcase, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly how you want it to go for Green Blue. You're welcome. Send that Clarabelle straight into the deck, drawing 2 cards into Kyle's hand. Neil, if you can play out a few more cards this turn, going to be able to get loads of draw once again. We've played down Sail the Azure Sea as well, which means he gets to ink twice, which is even better for him. 4-0 Desert plays down the 1-cost Clarabelle. Do we have more carrots that we can put out? I think we do. 3 cards left. Oh my God, he's hit down Ink Geyser. Neil just really rubbing it in at this point. Both players are going to draw a massive amount here. But I think it's going to be very difficult for Kyle to come back from this unless he can get some mega ramp quickly. But at this point, Neil is going to be just gaining loads and loads of floor each turn, and Kyle won't be able to do anything about it. Both players down to 3 ink altogether. Obviously, Kyle had the Ink Geyser in his hand as well, so he's going to get no use of that unless he can do some mega ramping. But it's not looking good for our fellow Scotsman here on the field. John Silver going into the Inkwell for Neil. Looks like he's got another 1 cost that he can play. Inks twice because the Sail the Azure Sea. Very smart time playing it. And then hits Vision in the Future. The man is digging deep, looking for every answer in the game. It looks like an Under the Sea. Does he take that into his hand? That could be great for whatever Kyle plays on the field. Not very high statted cards, so it could be useful. But he goes for the Vision of the Future. Once again, just trying to talk a little bit quietly here. I don't want to give any syndication to the players about what they drew. This mistake I made the last time at Pendulum. I got way too excited with top deck, announced it because the store was quieter. The players next door heard. So if you do hear me start to whisper, I'm not being creepy. It's just because I don't want them to hear the calls. Now, passing over to Carl there. 5 lore altogether for Neil, and potentially 61 cards out of 60 drawn into his hand there. Way too big of a hand. I don't know how he's going to be able to keep track of that. That's going to be a little bit overwhelming. Vision of the Future goes into the Inkwell. Cinderella coming down. This is exactly what you want to see. But once again, Neil in a very strong position where he's just got way more cards on the board. So we can ink an additional card this turn for the Cinderella effect. We do elect to do that. We draw an additional card into the hand. He's going to have to get something like a Prince Philip coming out soon. Otherwise, Carl is just going to have no chance in this game whatsoever. Neil is already all the way back up to 5. Plays down another Cinderella. He's going to get a double ramp turn this time. This is absolutely mental. Neil is having the game of his life for this winning in. Neil, a very strong player, but going against a second place player from a CCQ, from CCQ Leicester. Carl, very strong. Neil is showing a great showcase against somebody who is very talented. Cinderella, and Clarabelle on the board. Oh my God, he hits the Under the Sea, just rubbing salt into the wound, goes straight under the deck. Huge performance from Neil. I'm worried for Kyle at this point in the game. I don't know what he can do to come back. We're inking Basil. We've still got more we can do. Does he play something? He hits down Sally. That's right. See, he can ink an additional card for this turn, and then he can ramp another 2 times, which could be crazy. I think the writing may be on the wall here, ladies and gentlemen, which is crazy to say when it's only 5-0 on Law. But look at Neil's board state, and he gets another Develop Your Brain. This has been the perfect game for Green-Blue so far on Neil's side. We then quest with the Cinderella. Total of 6 Law altogether. Will we be using the Cinderella triggers? Not quite the end of the turn yet. I think he is going to be, maybe get rid of that ink geyser in hand. You're not going to need that for now, but he keeps that. Going to be inking with the Cinderella, draws an additional card, inks again for the Cinderella, draws an additional card. If Neil ends up decking himself out here, it will be absolutely hilarious, but I don't think Carl is going to have enough time in the game for Neil to be able to do that. He does have the Prince Philip in hand. He needs to get that shift out with the Malicious Being Scary, or I think he's going to be in deep, deep trouble. Total of 2, 3, 4, 5 Law available on the board for Neil, able to go up to 11 this turn, and he has 9 ink in his inkwell. That is absolutely huge. This has been perfect display of why Ink Geyser is so good. Sally as right C comes down, draws an additional card in hand, has the option to ink an additional card for turn. Means he's getting out a little bit quicker. Can't afford to use his Ink Geyser just now. Going to be inking the Donald Duck. He's got the Cinderella there. Does he elect to play the Cinderella? Get the additional ink. Inks Vision of the Future. If he plays the Cinderella, though, as much as he gets ramp, he's not going to have an option to be able to deal with anything on the board. He's going to need some characters. Going to be Poseidon 4, gets the Cinderella out to the field. We do get the additional ramp for this turn. So Kyle able to catch up on the ramp here. 7 in the inkwell altogether. Gets ink an additional time. Goes up to 8. But look at Neil's board state. And then once again, if Kyle starts drawing loads of cards, Neil is only going to be drawing as well. Now, Kyle might be able to fight back with an Ink Geyser here if he can get a You're Welcome, take out that Clarabelle. But once again, it is still going to be a very, very difficult game for him. Once again, he's got the Prince Philip shift line if he gets that out. Another Cinderella comes onto the board for Neil. I don't believe it. We have 4 Cinderellas on the board at the minute. This is quite a ball, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody has lost their glass slipper somewhere, and we're going to need to find it very, very quickly. Going to be hitting down Vision of the Future there, searching 5 cards, get the You're Welcome into hand for Neil. Neil, please don't. It's cruel. You can't do this to poor Carl. If you hit that, You're Welcome. He hits it. Cinderella shuffled back into the deck. Neil has seen every card he needs to this game. Absolutely unbelievable. I don't think I've ever seen a game go this well in my life for a single player. Cuts the deck for Kyle. Kyle draws 2 cards, and now Neil is going to be drawing even more as Clarabelle. Oh my God, he hits Ink Geyser again. Ladies and gentlemen, I hate to say it. I never like to say that that's game over, but I think that surely has to be writing on the wall. There's Kyle now back to 3 ink altogether, and Neil, after playing another Cinderella, is going to be able to ink an additional card 3 times this turn at the end. It's absolutely crazy. He can also activate his Clarabelle trigger if Kyle has more cards, but I think after that Ink Geyser, he's probably not going to. Going to be inking the John Silver for the turn here, plays out the Clarabelle. Then we're going to be questing for 3, 4 altogether. Goes up to a total of 10 should be. Yep, gone up to 10 there. Going to be spending... Do we have even more to play? Surely not, Neil. Unreal. Just checking the cards in hand, I think, there, and then seeing if he gets to draw any. Carl must be feeling extremely frustrated right now. This is an absolute massacre, ladies and gentlemen. Thoughts and prayers go out to Kyle at the minute. This is a tough one. I'll be honest, I don't know many players that would be able to come back from this situation. Kyle's a very talented player. He's got about 30 cards in his hand. Hopefully he can come up with something, but writing maybe on the wall. We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Law available on the board for Neil. So it's not game over yet, but he's not going to be able to get out that shift Prince Philip if he wants to. Inking twice because the sale. Going to be sending out the Prince Philip there. So next turn he could get it. He could get that Prince Philip as long as there's not a way for Neil to get rid of this. I don't think there is, to be fair, but Neil is going to be going up very, very high on the Law total. And obviously he's on way more ink than Kyle as well. If anything, he just needs to quest out here, not worry about forcing his board state too much. Malicious Being Scary, double Malicious Being Scary, takes out the Prince Philip. This man is cruel. Unfortunately, I think that is it. There's nothing Cole can do there. He can't get the shift line out. Double MMS after an Ink Geyser is terrifying. Inks the Prince Philip. And then surely, Neil, you just need to quest out. And then there'll be nothing Carl's able to do. Going to quest for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or go to 17 altogether. Is there anything Kyle can do in a state of 5 ink? Count the cards in hand, see if he gets to draw any more from the Clarabelle. Looks like he's still got options in his hand. I think checking with Carl, checks the count hands if he gets draw anymore, but it doesn't really matter, Neil, at this point. Empty board state. This could be a 20-0 performance against a second place player from a CCQ. What an absolute showing from Neil. And he does, in fact, get another absolute mass of cards drawn into his hand. Carl did have the MMS there. He's got Cinderella. Unfortunately, not enough. Will that be a scoop at this point? Plenty of lore available on the board. Is that it, ladies and gentlemen? Do we have a winner in? Could this scrape Neil into the top car with a huge, huge upset victory? We are yet to see. Is there anything Carl can do? Just working out every single option here, not giving up till the very last bell. It's the right thing to do. Comment in the chat saying this is not playable now. I'd have to agree with you. This has been a slaughter fest from Neil, just seeing every card that he absolutely needs to. Going to be inking the Seldy as right see there. Going to be spending a double ink Kaiser. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, that is game. A big congratulations goes out to Neil, taking the match for a 2-1 victory. What a thrilling showcase. Now, please make sure that you do not go anywhere. We are going to get some interviews with these players. That was an absolute humongous game there. Big well done to Carl and a massive well done to Neil. That game was absolutely terrifying. I have lost my breath from casting it. Well done to both players. We're just going to go grab the players. We'll be right back with you in 2 seconds. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I am live here with Neil. Neil, what an absolute game. Honestly, I think you owe a formal written apology after that. That was terrifying. How was that match for you, my friend?
Couldn't have gone better, really. Usually green, blue mirror matches are just horrendous with geysers, just back and forth, back and forth. But the second game was just an onslaught. It was just the perfect God hand, basically. So.
Yeah, definitely. It just felt like you drew everything you needed to. You got the Cinderella to begin with. You got the You Welcome, the Clarabelle out. You got Ink Geyser when you needed to. And when you got the 3 Cinderellas down, it was just absolutely crazy. Hitting down that Ink Geyser, being able to ramp up so quickly, you dominated that whole game. Now, obviously, you're a very strong player yourself, Neil. You've got a lot of experience, but credit to Carl, a very strong player himself. Came second at the Leicester CCQ. You, of course, played that. Was there a little bit of nerves going against Kyle, or were you quite confident?
A little bit nervous. Obviously, like I've said to you before, we come on, I've taken some paracetamol, so I'm just like, I've had a booming headache all morning driving here, and then obviously playing that. But yeah, I know about him, so I knew what kind of like matchup I was coming into. And obviously being in mirror, you can always just go 50-50 anyway, depending on the draw. But yeah, it's very.
Now, you are completely right in what you said there. It's very easy to get headaches at tournaments, and I get them myself sometimes. Sometimes you don't drink enough, sometimes you're not eating, especially when you've got the big drive as well. Sometimes I feel like it's just a little bit easier playing the tempo decks, just so you've got a bit of an easier day. You're not going to time as much. For you, is it a big risk when you're playing these longer matches with the control decks, or do you think you're quite accustomed to them now?
I was up till 2 a.m. last night, just thinking, shall I just play a burn deck? Shall I just play that easy 1, 2, 3 quest or sing strength, them kind of decks? And this morning I was just like, no, I'm just going to play my game, and that's it. I know I've been testing that all week, so I'm just going to just playing it. So see how it goes. It's worked out well.
Yeah, don't blame me. I mean, Green Blue having great results at the minute. Obviously, a big shout out goes to Ed Chu, who has absolutely rocked this deck through, bringing Ink Geyser back into the format. It looked very similar to the Ed Chu style deck. Have you got any secret tech cards that we need to be aware of, or should we save that for a little bit later in the stream now?
There is a Aurora in there, so I do get some ward. So obviously on turn 5, I can use the Cindy to put another ink in, or I can just protect like a Clarabelle or something just to stop them. Especially when it's Blurple, they just come and they like, okay, I wanted to take out your Shift Phillip, or I want to take out your Clarabelle, but I can't now because I now have to deal with a Bell. So, it becomes a bit of a problem. It is really good. It's Bell, sorry, not Aurora. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I saw that in your first game when you were on stream previously, and I was a little bit confused when I saw it come down because I blinked and I just assumed it was another Cinderella. I was like, oh, great, we got some additional ramp there. I blinked again. I went, hold on a minute. No, that's the Ward Aurora. Like you say, it's really useful having that kind of almost like Hades blocker, I guess, just for your other cards. Really useful in there. I mean, definitely even you up against Blurple. For me, Green Blue, I think it's great against Blurple as long as you're on the play, but when you're on the draw, it's very difficult. How do you find the matchup?
Against Blurple? Very difficult at times. If they just get the nuts, it's just a struggle. Obviously, then you can get like, once you can clear the board, you can just geyser and keep going. But that's the whole reason why that card's in the deck. The Bell is just there to protect and to stop them going free reign Hades just straight onto your biggest target that you've just wiped the board with. So
now, I mean, Blurple has changed up quite a lot in the recent sets. We're used to the more kind of big draw versions of Blurple, but we went into a bit of a tempo style here. I don't know if that makes it a little bit easier for you as more the proper control deck now. I mean, what would you prefer to see? The kind of very tempo style, the second style to the right versions where they're just drawing loads?
Yes, I would actually, yeah. Because obviously you then pull a Clarabelle, they've just drawn 5 cards. Do you know what I mean? Because them top decks happen both ends, even their end. But your end, if you just top deck a Clarabelle, you've got nothing. You've just automatically gained. Yeah, they've got things on board, but you've just gained a load of cards to then find more answers the next turn. So.
No, yeah, it's a very good point. And I think that's the big benefit of Green Blue. It is a very high rolly deck, so to speak. It's when you hit kind of God Curve like you did in that game, it just feels almost impossible to play against. Somebody left a comment in the chat saying this is just impossible to play now. And I was like, I agree with you. I do not know what I'd do differently in this situation. I think I'd probably just scoop and hope for the best. But the big issue for me sometimes with Green Blue, sometimes you just don't hit those key cards like your Clarabelles, you don't get the removal. Is there any times you felt like you've hit that and wished you had a more steady deck, or do you think it's still consistent enough for this matter?
It is consistent enough. There is times where I've gone straight away. I already know what my mistakes are, so I already know. But there is a lot of times where, even when I was on stream earlier, I just could not find the Clarabelle. No matter how much I wanted to dig for that, there was no way of me finding any of them Shift Clarabelles. Then you just got to find an alternative route to win the game without that Clarabelle. So obviously doing the Philip, but then you've got to find the combo. So
definitely. Now, Neil, you do have one very big advantage in Lorcana that I'm going to say. You have a very small, slightly getting taller companion which follows you around to your tournaments. Now, there was a point in time where I started to think, you know what, maybe he doesn't need to practice with his dad anymore because he's getting a little bit too good. Do you think you can still stand up against him? Like, could we have a father versus son finals this tournament if you make it through?
possibly, I'm not sure what result he was just on just at the minute from that last round. Possibly, you never know. Hopefully.
Now, I'm very interested to talk to you about this. It's my background kind of outside of Lorcana. I'm a teacher, so I do a lot of work with kids. What was the kind of inspiration for Bradley getting into Lorcana? Was that something that you picked up and he decided to do with you? Was that something that he's done and you wanted to support him with? What kind of happened there?
So we used to just do another TCG. I won't say which one, but we used to do another TCG. So we just used to go play little games, but it would be like once a month, and it was just that was it. And then I just said to him, we noticed that Lorcana was coming out and was going to Disneyland, and it was just like, should we just start playing? Should we just buy them all and collect them all? And I'm a master set perfectionist, so I've got to have every card and 4 ofs. So, and then it was just like, let's just buy it all. So we just brought it all, and then we met people, and then just progressed from there. So.
You've both got very good very quickly as well. You know, Lorcana's only in season 2 at the minute, so we are still in the infancy of the game. I think a couple of years' time, when we get a little bit bigger, we are going to be really rivaling those other games. And I think this is the kind of essential part. We've got these players that are building all this experience here now. You know, going forward to the future for both you and Bradley, what do you think the kind of next steps is for you as a player? Do you think there's a chance that you two can take a DLC? And if you do, what do you think you have to do to be able to get to that level?
There is a possibility for anyone to achieve anything in the game, just how much time and effort you want to put into it. I put a lot of effort into my game. Bradley, not so much at the minute because he's at that age now as a child. He's got school. He wants to play other games, not TCGs. He wants to speak to his friends on Discord and stuff like that. So it's hard to get him to get into it. Where with me, a lot of my spare time when I'm at work and stuff like that is just constantly playing the game. So there is a chance to get in there, but it just depends how much you really want it and how much time you want to put into the game to achieve it.
Yeah, fantastic words there, Neil. Look, I'm going to let you go because obviously we are getting very close to that time limit now, and you are going to need a little bit of space to decompress. We don't want that headache to come back. But first of all, a big congratulations to you. The stream has absolutely loved you. So thank you for being on twice today. Hopefully we will get to see you in that final. Is there any shout outs you want to make whilst you're on air?
Just I hope Bradley just hurries up and gets it done, you know. So just everyone that supports us, just appreciate you all. Thank you.
Brilliant words. Right, Neil, thank you so much. We'll catch you in the next one, my friend. Guys, stick around with us. I'm going to grab Carl very quickly before we get into the next round here. I think we're going to have a slight break. So Carl's going to be coming in straight away. Should be with us in about 30 seconds or so. We'll be right back with you. Stick around. Cheers, Neil. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I told you I would be back, and I am with the amazing Kyle. Now, Kyle is a phenomenal player. We do have so much beef after he beat me at the CCQ, but no, very solid player, and you got very unlucky in that game. Kyle, I'm excited to have you in the booth with me, mainly because I just want to talk about your experience. You know, we first met at the CCQ. Coming second there is a huge, huge accomplishment. Was that your first big tournament, or have you had previous success before?
Definitely, probably my first big major result. A lot of times, recent DLCs have been breaking even a positive record, but first time making major day 2, just couldn't make it in the final, sadly. But
it does happen, to be fair. And you had a tough matchup. It's Purple Steel is really weird at the minute because normally I think you'd have such an advantage in that, but since they've gone to the more kind of burn style, I know Fear didn't play the full burn deck. With the Pocahontases, they are a lot quicker. You know, you did get very close in it. What's your current strategy if you're playing against a quick deck like Purple Steel?
playing against a quick deck like Purple Steel, if it's the aggressive version, I generally find that the way to win is getting your Phillip out quickest. The deck that I ran at CCQ had lines to get bodies down quicker, so I had the Basil shift line to get bodies down quicker to target the board. Fear quickly knew to take the Basils off quickly to not lose her hand. I couldn't do anything about that. And it was always going to be a tough game. It came down mostly to game 1, not finding a Cindy and being 2 turns slower and losing on card advantage very quickly because the Pocahontas just kept on questing 3, 5, 8, and then the game was just slipping away at that point.
Yeah, it was definitely a tricky one. Now, I want to have a little conversation about today. You know, you've been a little bit unlucky there. That match could have went either way. You just missed top cut, have you? Okay, so 10th place, which is a little bit of a shame. We did like having our big CCQ event winner here. Well, 2nd place winner. But yeah, it was a tough matchup. Now, I raised a question on stream at the start of the game that I was a little bit interested in. I had said provisionally that the version of the deck that you played at CCQ, don't know if that's the same one today. I didn't know if that would be a little bit weaker into the mirror match. You know, it's very good against the tempo decks, and it really took me by surprise as well. If that is what you played today, do you think that had anything to do with it, or was it just play draw dependency?
The list that I played today wasn't that list. It was mostly based off Ed Chu's list. Only thing I changed was I cut 1 Under the Sea for 1 Basil, and the rest of the list was stock. The list feels solid. It's been consistent in locals and online play. It's just been really consistent at beating every deck, it seems. When it comes to the mirror, it's difficult to play because often it does seem like it's just whoever gets the geyser first. You can play around geyser, like in the 3rd game I did ink 3 sails knowing that if it comes to the geyser he's going to get Cindy triggers off, so if I get the sails off I can match his ink, and then if I can get a board wipe off quickly I then have recovery to then get back into the game. Sadly off of the first geyser I only hit 1 of the sails, so then I was too slow at that point, and then the 1 Cindy came down, and by the time the 2nd one came down for the 2nd geyser I was too far behind and there was no outs. Under the Sea earlier on in the game would have helped. It would have slowed him down, so he would have only been questing 2-4 a turn. But there's nothing I could do about that.
I don't like to say in Lorcana that, you know, there's a point where it's just there's nothing else that can be done, but I do completely agree with you. I did feel really bad for you in that 3rd game. I would say Neil drew probably the perfect curve for Emerald Sapphire that you could draw. He saw everything he needed, got the Clarabelle out straight away, the Cinderellas, the You Welcomes, then the 3 Cinderellas down after the Ink guys was just absolutely cataclysmic. I don't think there was anything that you could do there. Kind of looking back from the game, you know, you said about maybe getting Under the Sea earlier. Do you think you maybe change your mulligan or do anything a little bit different? Or is it just one of those games where we have to say, you know what, couldn't do anything differently there?
It's about both. I actually said to Neil afterwards, the mulligan stage that I did, I could have definitely took a greedier line. My opening mulligan did have a big Phillip and a small Phillip in every game other than game 2 where he missed the Cinderella. He got the perfect curve off, which we're both trying to do, but since he was able to go first, he's able to get much more success off of it. And if he doesn't miss the pieces, it's hard to beat. So if I took an aggressive Phillip line, I could disrupt it early, and it forces him then to have You're Welcome to answer the Phillip. And if it doesn't get answered straight away, it just goes 3, 6, 9, and it carries away the game. And while they're busy dealing with that, you just get to play Clarabelles and Basils, and then you just see out the game by playing big guys.
I mean, it's certainly been working well for you anyway. Now, what I do want to ask, we are coming into the store champ season at the minute. We've got a lot of little tournaments coming up. And for me, this is the most exciting part of Lorcana. I love getting to visit these different stores. I love getting the promos and fighting for a mat. I absolutely love. We know you're a specialist at green blue. For you coming into the store champs period where a lot of people start to test a lot, come for the bigger events, is there any changes you think you make on your deck, or do you think you're going to stick with that green blue?
For the most part, I'll probably end up sticking with green blue. Depending on success, there might be some experimentations on different versions of the list or some certain cards I want to try. But overall, the deck feels really consistent and it's been performing really well. So I don't have any reason to change. And I mean, I'm going to beat my record of last set champs mats and finals. And my team's not going to let me get 4, but I'm going to try push for that.
Absolutely love to hear that. Now,
any benefits for having a team, you have the benefit of just whenever you want to test, there's always usually someone there. You always have people playing a variety of decks, people play different play styles as well. So not only are you learning from playing from your friends and you're helping your friends improve, you're improving yourself. And then whenever you go to tournaments with an improved team, it means the people that aren't in your team are playing against better players, which improves the average player, and then it just makes everyone more competitive, and competitiveness is what I love about the game.
Glad to hear that. We definitely love a bit of competition. Now, Lorcana's been in a little bit of an interesting period online. I'm sure you would have seen it as well, but Rare Hunters recently opened up a whole application process for their kind of rookie team, you know, and that's a gateway into their pro team. I saw a lot of players on that who were kind of saying to themselves, but how do I get into a team to begin with? So as somebody that is on a team at the minute, what's your advice for somebody that's looking to either get onto a team or maybe start their own team?
Well, for us, we started our own team. We just found that we were a solid group. We all enjoyed each other's company. And the main thing is we've come with a team is that you all have to enjoy each other's company. If you can't work together, then how are you meant to test together? How are you meant to spend hours deciding what one card is better than the other? And if you can't agree on things, that's fine. But if you let it bother you, then it just doesn't get anything solved at the end of the day. And having a strong friend group changes everything. And if I was to say to anyone making a new team, it would just be go for it. If you have a small group of friends that you think you are good enough, test, prove yourself, go to tournament level.
Love to hear it. Before we get heading off, let's have a quick shout out to your team. What team are you playing for, Carl?
Team Degens from Scotland. It's me, myself, Aaron Brown, Daryl Burns, Rachel Wilson, Brandon Wallace, and Luna Matthews.
Love to hear it. Big shout out to the whole team. And I don't know if you can see it here. He's got a very cool Scottish flag on the side of his shirt there. Other way, mate. There you go. Look at that. Love to see that on camera. Now, fella Scott, myself, we had a conversation at the CCQ. We spoke about Iron Brew and Scotch pies. If you could take anything from Scotland and bring it to England, what's it going to be?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, you get Iron Brew in the northern part, but it would probably be Iron Brew everywhere. I mean, Iron Brew's a solid choice.
Absolutely obsessed with it. Great one, buddy. Right, final one before you go. I've asked this to every player we've had on stream today. It's a great insight, getting some advice from competitive players. So for up-and-coming players that are trying to improve, try and get to the next level, obviously you've got CCQ experience. What is your advice for somebody who's maybe just missing out on top cuts at store champs? How do they get to that next level where they can get into the top 8s?
I would just say it's consistency. Find a deck that you like, play with many decks until you find something that feels like you understand it, and then whenever you understand it, master it until you know the deck inside and out. And then if you know how to play the deck, the only thing that you're losing to that point is if you make a mistake that you can learn from, or if you just get unfortunate, and that happens, and you have to take that on the chin whenever it happens and move on.
Great advice. Thank you very much, my friend. Right, you're going to have a long journey ahead of you, so I'm going to let you go. But thank you so much for sitting in the booth with me, and thank you very much for turning up to this tournament today. It's been a pleasure having you. I'm looking forward to our rematch where I'm going to start playing Basils just so I can do it to you. Cheers for today, Carl. Thank you so much. Right, everyone, we're going to be right back with you soon. We're having a small break before we get into that top cut. Obviously, Carl just narrowly missing out there, but we've got about 10 minutes left before we get straight back into that. Stay on the channel. Loads more to come. We have a whole case on the line, ladies and gentlemen. That's absolutely mental pricing. We'll catch you back in a second. Cheers, Carl. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CrawfordCana YouTube channel. We are here live for the top 8 at Pendulum Gaming for the Pendulum Feet Angle Win a Case event. She's back. She's back with a vengeance. We can't keep her off the stream today. We have formerly known Stream Queen Beth, now known as Top Deck Legacy Beth herself. Crazy games we've seen from Beth on stream today. Absolutely glad to have her back on the stream. But she is going to be playing against a very, very tough opponent, my friend Gaz, who is a legend in the Lorcana scene. Very well known in Birmingham. Very strong player. Knows every out to every single matchup. So it is great to have him on stream. Welcome to the channel, Gaz, my friend. Wishing you the best of luck. But you're going to have to work hard for this one. Beth has a very solid record on the CrawfordCana streams. Now, as we already know, Beth is on Purple Steel. Now, not to give too much away, I think Gaz might be on Blurpool. Now, just saying this a little bit quietly as I don't want the players to hear me, but if so, this could be a very interesting match. Predominantly, Blurpool always has the advantage in this matchup. However, because Purple Steel's got a little bit quicker, they tend to have the advantage in this set and they can go underneath quite well. Blurpool is, of course, running as a more tempo variant, but it's interesting to see what version that Gaz is playing. Atlantine had a very cool deck at DLC Ghent where she was adding in Scrooge McDuck, which gives boost to every single card on board and then gives them ward to the next turn. We've seen Genies cut from the deck. We've seen Second Stars added back in. So I'm delighted to find out what version that Gaz is playing. If my prediction is right, and I heard through the grapevine correctly, that he is in fact on Blurpool. Now, top 8 match here, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a really, really important one. The next few matches are ones that you need to really stick around for. You cannot miss these whatsoever. We have a whole case on the line in pricing over here in Grantham. So a lot of pricing coming out. Big shout out to Pendulum Game. Big shout out to Angle for all the pricing that they've put up front. This event has been fantastic so far. We've seen great matches. We've seen great players. They have been thrillers and it's been an absolute delight to cast. But we are ready and raring. We are set to go. Beth is on the play. The higher seed Gaz just scraped into the end, knocking Neil out the top cut. She's playing down Captain Hook. Passes over to Gaz, who's going to be inking and playing out the tedious monkey himself, Rafiki. Going to be sticking a Palace Guard into the Inkwell for Beth. Going for 2 costs. We go for the Calhoun. Very nice play. If Rafiki does take out that Captain Hook, Calhoun will be slaughtering that monkey, gaining 2 lore altogether for Beth. This is a really nice start for her. I'll be interested to see we have something like Madam Mim Elephant in the deck for Gaz. This is really tricky for Purple Steel to deal with. However, with new cards like Angel, it can lead to a difficult matchup. But hold on, no ink whatsoever for Gaz. This is not what we want to see. This is definitely what Beth is going to want to see, though. We have went straight into a Cheshire Cat. No ink. We are only going to be able to play a 3-cost Inks of Demona, and we're going to stick out a Cheshire Cat himself. So decent that he's got the Cheshire Cat. However, big advantage at this point goes towards Beth. Not hitting ramp on Blurpool, an absolute nightmare. I discussed this in the previous games with ramp decks. If you do not hit your ramp, it is hideously debilitating. Cheshire Cat going to be singing strength, takes out the Cheshire Cat. It's all going well for Beth. Top deck Legacy herself strikes again. Quest with the Captain Hook going to a 3 total. Rafiki can take out that Captain Hook. Calhoun will take that out on the following turn. And then we have a lot to deal with on Beth's board state. Gaz is going to have to get some cards out the board quick, or this game is going to be over quicker than he can say, oh no, I missed ramp. Dumbo goes into the ink. Well, we get Iago down the field. Now this is nice. Iago is a big, beefy 4/6 evasive, but it has vanished. So strength can take it out, but she's already used her strength here. Whether she has another one is the big question, and I don't think she does. Iago coming down very close. However, she gets the double dot. Dot comes down onto the field, discards the dot from hand, 2 fresh cards in hand. We do not want to see the double. That is a big negative for her. However, oh my god, she got the strength off the dock. Top deck Legacy Beth strikes again. What a great showing to begin with. Gaz in a very, very difficult position. Ladies and gentlemen, this may be the quickest match that we have seen today. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore available for Beth on board. Rafiki can only take out Captain Hook, but if he does that, it means that she can take out the Calhoun. Hades looking for a deal comes down. We already know Beth does not care about the deals. She'll say, take your cards, and she does. Gaz is going to draw 2. Gonna have to run Rafiki into the Calhoun there, and then we're going to be passing turn over to Beth. Now, we still have 4 cards available on board. Looks like a Christopher Robin brought into hand. Great position for Beth. However, if Gaz can start to catch up, get some removal, get up to that Hades territory, the big 7 cost, he can keep himself in this game. But it's very risky giving loads of ink towards purple steel, because when they get their draw engine going, it becomes an absolute nightmare. Elsa comes down on the field, exerting Hades. We're going to stick Elsa into Hades, dealing 2 damage onto Hades and then 3 damage back onto Elsa. This is going to be really, really useful on the following turns, being able to manipulate that damage with Cheshire Cat. Captain Hook then comes in, takes out the Hades, leaving the bigger characters on the field. Quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, going to 11 total here. Passing over to Gaz. Now we have a total of 3, 4, 5 lore available. Can go up to 16 this turn already. What a mega performance from Beth so far. And I can't help but to think that Gaz missing ink could have cost him this first game. But not to worry, he's a strong player. If anyone can come back, it's definitely him. Tipo comes into the Inkwell, going to be getting out Sail the Azure at Sea. Genie's down as well. Inks the additional card of the library, plays out the Rafiki. Not an awful hit, but we do need to find a way to get rid of this Cheshire Cat. Unfortunately, Beth is now going to be able to move that damage across from Elsa onto the Rafiki, take it out straight away because of the Cheshire Cat. Only needs to pay 2, but gets the Olaf onto the field. If Olaf goes, then she is able to bring Doc back into her hand. Going to boost the Cheshire Cat here. Olaf, Christopher Robin onto the field. Damage moving across from the Elsa. And we go 1 damage on Elsa, but elects to put it on the Genie, keeps the Rafiki on the field. Going to be questing with the Genie and the Elsa there, going up to a total of 15. Game state on board for Beth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 lore available, can go to 23. Gaz needs to be able to take away 4 lore. Can he do it? He can't get rid of the Elsa or the Genie. The Rafiki can't challenge into anything. He can only do the Cheshire Cat. That is not enough to take it out. I do not think Gaz has anything in his deck that he's going to be able to do. Looks like he's going to be squid. And that is a win already for Top Deck Legacy. Stream Queen Beth. What a mega showing for Purple Steel so far. Beth has been absolutely on fire this tournament, and we may be able to see the most dominant 2-0 victory that we have ever seen on the CrawfordCana stream so far. Hopefully, Gaz, if he's able to get his ramp this time and he's going first, he may have a little bit of a better chance. But that game went way too quickly. Cheshire Cat coming out was useful, but it just wasn't enough to keep him in the game. Rafiki's and Library are an interesting addition into the blurple list for Gaz. I do really like the addition of Library. I think that's a great shot, especially when we have a lot of Raging Storm decks going about at the minute. Prince Philip decks as well. Locations give you that passive lore, helps you build up your lore over time. And then additionally, on top of that, you get all the card draw benefits as well. I would love to see a few copies of Second Star in his list. That would be really nice to get that additional draw going there. But once again, it can be a very slow card, and it requires a Sing Together. 10 cost altogether is really rough. Now, both players having the little mulligan going. Beth, of course, going to be going second here. Wait and see what Gaz is doing with his. Sends quite a few cards, it looks like. Did he manage to get into ramp? I think I see Sell the Azure in his hand there. He may have a chance. That's going to be a good shuffle here. Looks like Beth is only keeping 2 cards. Gets to the Christopher Robin. She's going second. So we're going to have an underdog story. Potentially, but she may decide to go for something else. We will never know, but looking forward to seeing that coming up in the game. Once again, everyone, this is our top 8 match live. We are going all the way to the finals here. Stick around with us for the stream. It has been a thrilling day so far, but we have plenty of more to come. Shout out to everyone that's been joining us today. Thank you to everyone that's been in the chat. Lovely to hear from you. Big shout out to Eric and Harlan in the chat as well. Great to hear from you guys as well. Thank you for joining us. We've had a big turnout today, but we are potentially going to be running another one of these events in the future. So make sure to stay tuned. Make sure to follow the Pendulum website. Get that into your bookmarks. Keep track for when their next event comes out. Of course, have the store champs coming up soon, April 18th, so you can book into that. But we do have the underdog story. Christopher Robin is coming out onto the field adjacent to Gaz's Basil. Now, does he finally have a little bit of ramp on this turn to help him get started in this game? A little bit of a shuffle out with the hand there. He's going to be inking the Basil. Does he have the ramp? He does have the ramp. Sailing as right sea comes down. Gaz is in this game. This one he has a chance in, and he may be able to fight back against Top Deck Legacy Beth herself. Going to be inking the Hypnotic Strength there. Then going to be passing turn. Lovely to see Hypnotic Strength back in the blurple list. It's really good for taking out the Iagos, and Iago a lot more prevalent since we're not running as many actions in this meta at the minute. Calhoun coming down, going to be questing for 2 with Christopher Robin, and then passing on to Gaz. Only Basil on the field, so that's not going to be enough to be able to take out Christopher Robin yet. Potentially a Genie coming down now, and it's a Dumbo that goes onto the field. Does not decide to exert that Basil. Calhoun going into that would be really detrimental. We see a Genie in the hand for Beth. They're going to be Ink and Strength, Raging Fire. And then we play out the Genie. Now, can't boost it yet, but this card has the ability that for every card underneath it, every time you boost it, you get to quest for an additional 1 based on the cards there. So you guessed it, if it has 7 cards under it, you get +7 lore when you quest, and that's 8 lore altogether, which could be absolutely massive. Alternatively, on top of this as well, with Genie, if you just leave it non-exerted, Blurple's main removal is Elsa or stuff like Hades or Into the Unknown or Let It Go. If they put the Genie into the Inkwell with loads of cards under it, you've just got loads and loads of ramp on a tempo aggro deck, which can be absolutely mental. Now, we've taken out the Christopher Robin with the Dumbo. Elsa comes down there. We exert the Genie, and then we're going to be exerting the Basil. Give the support to Elsa. Elsa takes out that Genie straight away. Fantastic start from Baz here. From Gaz. I know his name, I promise. Got too excited there when I seen Basil. Baz and Gaz, what a combination. Oh, interesting. We have Angel coming down. Calhoun going to be sent off. Angel is ripping up that snowball, throwing it straight into Dumbo's face. The ears are not enough to protect him today. Dumbo is off the field, and then Calhoun challenges in, takes out that Basil, gain another 2 lore, 6-1 deficit for Beth. Now, Gaz is definitely in this game a little bit more. He's got more of a chance, but it is still looking in the favor of Beth. He needs to stabilize a little bit more. Hades looking for a deal. You guessed it, folks. She's probably not going to land. And of course, she does not want any deals. Beth says no. Once again, rejected every single deal on stream today. Gaz gets some additional cards in hand, keeping that board presence really, really essential. Elsa going to be exerting here. Is it a song? Let It Go. Very nice. That is a 5-cost action song. It gets to ink an opposing card or your own card if you so choose to, but able to sing that with Elsa there. Get rid of the Angel straight into the Inkwell. Now, the negative is you're giving Beth more resources. It means she's ramped up to you. However, you have got rid of a threatening card that would have been able to take out the Elsa. Genie comes down onto the field, draw an additional card, draws into an additional Genie, but I also see a Yzma in hand for Beth. That could be really useful on her following turn. Decides if she wants to exert the Calhoun. She says no, she doesn't want to lose it to Hades or Rafiki, and that's the smart choice. Going to be passing that 9-1 deficit over to Gas. However, starting to catch up on Ink, got a few options remaining. If he's got Hades in hand, this could be really useful. Maybe another Elsa, exert the Genie, take it out. Sticks down the Elsa, we're going to be exerting Genie, surely. No, we exert the Calhoun, and then Hades going to go in, take out that Calhoun, stop her getting the additional 2 lore boost. Only a single Genie on the field left for Beth. Gaz playing a lot better in this set. Obviously, with ramp, it's given him a bigger chance. However, we see a Demona in hand for Beth there. That could be really useful later in the game. Does she play it already? Surely not. You've got too many cards in your hand. She goes for the other Genie. Surely that's not. Oh, that looks like an Elsa Strew in hand. That could be great for taking out one of his Elsas, but the evasive wars will be strong in this game. Purple Steel can struggle if they don't have their evasive cards to deal with the evasive boards. Cards like Iago are a big, massive threat. However, Beth able to get rid of it early in the game. Dumbo comes down at the exact time you want to see this, guys. Really nice. Exert, gain a lore draw for every evasive you have on the field. This gets around reckless, but it also means he's going to be drawing the absolute nuts. 2 cards drew from this turn from the 2 Elsas. Next turn can draw with the 2 Elsas and a Dumbo. That's an additional 3 cards. Rafiki comes onto the field. Very nice board state. I think Gaz might be taking this one, ladies and gentlemen. Beth is going to have to work hard to get some lore quickly. Don't get me wrong, it's not over yet, but 4-9 deficit with a huge board like this. Wide boards are even harder to take out for Purple Steel when they've got nothing than it is for Blurple. Blurple obviously has the little ink advantage. They can play bigger cards. They've got big removal like Hades, but Purple Steel just does not have that. The Yzma has to go into the Inkwell there. We're going to be taking out the Elsa with the Genie. 2 damage goes onto the Genie. This means that Gaz can take it out with the Elsa on the following turn if Beth is unable to get rid of it. Going to be playing down an Elsa herself. Going to be exerting a card now. Potentially the Dumbo. Exerts the Dumbo. Now we can run Genie and Elsa into the Dumbo here. And that means that you can get rid of it and both characters will stay on board. Interesting. She decides to take out the Hades with the Elsa. 3 damage goes onto there, and then we are going to be singing Strength for a Raging Fire with Genie taking out the Dumbo. Phenomenal play there from Beth, really well thought out. I didn't think we were going to see another Strength. That is the 3rd one we have seen this game, but she has hit exactly what she needs to. Top deck Legacy Beth strikes again. Rafiki, Elsa on the board for Gaz. Going to be exerting Elsa there, takes out the Genie. 2 damage back goes onto Elsa. But Elsa is able to be taken out by Elsa and Genie on the following turn. Tigger comes down, bounces card back into hand, going to put the Rafiki back onto the field, then passing it over to Beth. The big benefit, though, if Beth does run into this Elsa, it means that she is not going to be questing out, and Gaz wants to stop this as much as possible. Her getting further on Lore Turtle is a risk, but she gets another Genie down, lots of evasives there. She's got a Cobra in hand. Now, this could be a nice little boost for her when she needs it. Can take her to 11, but not... Oh my god, she gets the full strength for Raging Fire. I do not believe it. Takes the Elsa straight off the board. Once again, top deck Legacy Beth sees exactly what she needs whenever she wants. This girl is good at top decking perfect cards. Obviously, she deserves it after the performance she had last time. She struggled with her card draw. She wasn't seeing the cards that she needed, but she's back with Avengers today, getting every single card she needs. Iago comes down onto the field for Gaz. Big threat. And now that she's gotten rid of all of her strength for Raging Fires, this is going to be near on impossible for her to deal with. Giant Cobra comes down to the field, gaining 2 lore. By discarding Palace card, we can quest for another 5 this turn, putting Beth on a total of 15. It was looking like Gaz was going to turn this game around, but it's getting very, very close for Beth now. We have 3 evasive characters on the board for Beth. Gaz is able to deal with one of the Genies with the Iago. Surely he has to go into that. Doesn't keep the Elsa right. Yep, that makes sense. Get rid of the questing power. Beth still has 2, 3, 4 lore available. Can go to 19. Another Cobra in hand would take the game. He's going to need something to get rid of it. He's hesitating. I don't know if he has that Hades. He really needs that to get rid of the other Genie. Going to be questing out to 9 altogether. Does he have the Hades? Going to be spending down Tigger. Not what he wants. Oh no. Has to replay the Rafiki. Not the best turn for Gaz here. 4 lore available on the board. Giant Cobra wins it. Does she have Giant Cobra in hand? Can she get this? If she gets this, this could be an absolute mammoth performance, beating a player of Gaz's level this quickly in a 2-0 victory. Gets the Genie down onto the board. Does not have the Cobra. Going to be boosting the Genie straight away. The question is, does she decide to exert or not? Going to be questing out with the characters. Yes, goes all the way up to 19. I can't help but think that there's nothing that Gaz can do at this point. Stream Queen Beth, top deck Legacy herself, maybe taking this game. Is there anything he could do to take it back? Did he get Hades? He needs it to be able to get rid of the Genie, but it's not enough to get rid of the Genie and Elsa. Stick the Basil into the Inkwell. We get Monstro coming onto the board, able to take out the Giant Cobra. Is it enough? Takes out the Genie. 3 lore still available. Is there anything he could do at this point? 19-9 deficit, quests all together, and then is game for Beth. Very well done. Unfortunately, Gaz not able to take it there, but a massive performance from Beth. Once again, showing what she's worth, destroying Blurple in a very, very quick fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not expect that game to go so quickly. Do not go anywhere. I'm going to get Gaz right in the studio for you in a second. We'll have a chat with him, and then we're also going to have another little catch up with Beth, see how she's feeling about her top 8 performance. Now, moving on top 4, ever so closer to getting that case. We'll be right back with you in a couple of seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the studio with Gaz, and can we take a minute to appreciate? We went for twinsy vibes today. Look at this matching pendulum, eh? Great hoodies, very pink, love it. Now, Gaz, unfortunately, that was a loss there, but talk me through that game. Was there anything different you could do, or did you just get every card you needed?
I can't mulligan more than 7, so game 1, not really. I think, yeah, game 1 against Purple Steel, on the draw, no ramp, on the back foot. I think when she plays the cat down, I play the cat after. Like, there's not really much I can do against that sort of potency that Steel brings. The Calhoun was a really good choice by her as well, so it shut me off taking out the hook. Quite often when I see hook on turn 1, I think it's a slow start, get me back into the game, but yeah, Calhoun kind of nullifies that really. So not great, but I think game 2, I do like Rafiki in the matchup, but not when I keep seeing him that often. And to be fair, I think Tigger again, like those are two game winning cards normally. I think Tigger, especially after the ramp on the play, Tigger bouncing the anything really, Calhoun, Christopher Robin if it's coming early. Tigger normally is a very potent card. It sits there attacking back for 4 as well. But every time I had it in that game, it was bouncing my own Rafiki. I maybe could have questioned Rafiki a couple of times earlier. I think she wouldn't have taken it, but to be honest, though, the game was never going to be won. Not much more I could do, really.
Unfortunately, yeah, I think you're right. It's the draw just wasn't great for you, and sometimes it is like that in Lorcana. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Blurple is still a very strong deck. Some of the things that I've said on the stream earlier today, I think being the more tempo version that we're leaning to, I don't think it has as much power in the back end that it used to. And I do really miss those second star variants. But it was interesting to see Library in your build. Do you want to talk us through that choice for your deck?
Yeah, so Library kind of tells into what you've just said there, really. So I found with Blurple over the last couple of weeks or so that it is that mid-range deck. And I almost over-accommodated for the aggro decks with the likes of Isis and Tigger and whatnot as well, which is fine, and it wins those games, but then you find yourself losing to the control decks, which are, I don't know around about here in the meta, but back home, control is pretty much the meta. A lot of Amber Blue, a lot of board wipes. So there was Ralph here today, which Library put work in against. Raging Storm, board wipe. Philip, board wipe. If you can get Library down before the board wipe, it pretty much wins that game on the spot, which is quite big. And I'm running it over Book, which I think they are similar. It's a little bit trickier to get it into play and get the value out of it. But if you do, it pays off dividends. And it was good today. Obviously, that game I didn't draw one or have one in play. Against aggro or a build that's going so fast, it probably would have been ink anyway. But in those other matchups where you're playing control, that mid-range section, you play a Book and I think you've lost the game. You can't compete with the control element. You play a Library and all of a sudden it kind of switches that back on them. So it's a good choice.
Yeah, I really do like it for the list, and for the exact reason that you said. I feel like there's quite a lot of Raging Storm decks going around. Lucas Cowper brought in the Boosty Boys deck into DLC, and that's been kind of just going everywhere at the minute. And those kind of Raging Storms just hitting the field. We're seeing a lot in Amber Amethyst as well. We used to have the more tempo version, but we've now got Raging Draw that Maya Madness is piloting. So there's definitely a lot more of it. It makes more sense against the green-blue matches. You've got that kind of passive building lore as well, and not always can they take it out, even against the quicker decks. If you can thin their board out, stick that down, they just can't do anything challenge into it. So I think it is a really good shout. Now, I'm going to mention to you a different style of Blurple that we did see at DLC. Atlantine, fantastic player, very, very well known in the community. A very similar deck to somebody from the Rare Hunters. Both of them played very well, made the top cut. They were running genieless lists. What's your thoughts on that? We've got the Scrooges in there to be able to give the boost, the ward protection. Do you think Blurple without Genie is viable, or?
I do. And I was playing that for a bit as well. So I have toyed around with it. And I think it depends on the room. If you go into a room that's aggro heavy, it's the better choice. Like playing Genie against aggro, effectively, he's there as a race card, but not much more. You play Isis, and especially if you've had the Rafiki down turn 1, you have the tempo, you probably go on to win that game. Obviously, there's more to it than that, but it's a big head start. I do think, though, that the issue is, I find if you play the Isis list or similar, whilst you have good combos against, especially dogs, when you play the Scrooge and you get the ward, it turns off the Crom, etc. I think it's a very good way to go, but it lacks draw and it lacks options for that same reason. So if you play the Isis list where you're not drawing for those first 3-4 turns, where you would have if you have Genie, I think quite often you get stuck with you only have one choice of ink and you'll push down a route where it might be good, it might not be, but you don't have those options to kind of tailor make the game as the turns go on. So for me, it's not really the one I prefer. I love Second Star. So you would imagine that I probably would prefer to go that build. and I have played with it. I had success with it. The win rate was really high with it as well. But I think I just prefer the versatility of the genie and the library. And then you've got more of an open game into both sides, like the quick aggro lists and the control lists, rather than one or the other.
Yeah, it's a really interesting take. I mean, you know me, I'm a big Blurple fan myself, and I hate to say it, the whole reason I came off Blurple is just because I was a little bit too scared of dogs. I appreciate that there's ways around it. You know, we've got the item removal that DKP was piloting. You've got ways to be able to bounce the cards like Tigger. You've got Isis, you know, really good for exerting the characters. So there's ways around it. But for me, I just felt like the deck, which was always the best into control, all of a sudden became one of the weaker control decks and then was only just scraping through those aggro matchups. So it was still quite a hard one. So I've ended up moving on to Amber Amethyst, which I really like the feel of. It's just, it sucks against dogs. Now, I'm going to mention Jordan, who's in the top cut with us as well. He had a very cool card in his deck. He was running Lumpy, 6-cost elephant, very reminiscent of TikTok, except it quests for 2. What do you think about that in your list?
I don't like it personally. I see a lot of value in big evasive characters. I do. I had a real struggle of a game in Ghent for the same reason, where I was against Ruby Amethyst and they played the 4-drop. I forget the name now, but the 4-drop that has huge stats. Uninkable. No, the uninkable evasive card. I think it's a 4-drop 5/5, and it causes chaos.
Slushy.
That's it. Yeah, so I do see the value in the cards, but I think being a 6-drop, it's probably going to get Hades for 0 value, probably. There will be matchups where it is good, but I think it's just far too slow, personally. If you're playing it with a 2nd-star build, maybe. If you have tech to kind of go with it. I haven't seen his list. I don't know whether he plays anything quirky like Aurora or whatnot. I don't know. But for me, I just find it a little bit too much of a risk to put such heavy resource into a 6-cost card that doesn't really impact the board when it comes out, just in case it dies straight away.
Yeah, that's a very fair comment. And also the big other issue we have with the evasives is because there's so much amber at the minute, they're just being popped so quickly by horsemen. I had a very fun deck that I brought to the content creators store champs where I piloted an AI built Ruby Amethyst deck. I'll show you the list later, it's terrible. But I was running Maui Shark in that build and I went against a Ruby Amber list. And the big issue that I found in that match was I played down Shark. I'm like, great, I've got them on the back foot now. And then they pop it straight away. So losing the evasives was a little bit of a nightmare. I mean, Gaz, I'm not used to seeing you on Blurple. You know, you always seem to be on the emerald colours per se. If you were to change things up for set champs coming up, we've not got long now, only a week away. What deck would you go for if you changed from Blurple?
It's hard to say. I've been playing Blurple for a few months now, so I think I was on Blue Steel for the Northern CCQ. I forget the name of it now. That's it. Wakefield. Yeah, so Blue Steel did me well there. I've been on Blurple ever since, so it has been a while now, to be fair, and it feels quite reminiscent of Ruby Amethyst, especially with the libraries in the deck, which is why I like it so much. But if I was switching it up, I've been toying with... It's too popular now, so I wouldn't play it, but the Amber Steel list is very good. The one I've been playing around with, which is more fun, so for set champs, probably I'd give it a go, was a similar build, but Circle of Life. Okay. I just tailoring into that heavy, bring in the 7-cost Stitch, draw 2. If you do that, you go quite quick to begin with. If you can pull off the Circle of Life and bring that in, draw 2 cards, that's so much pressure. It's really fun to play.
Sounds like a really spicy list. I'm kind of gutted you didn't bring that today. That would have been amazing to watch. I'm terrible at Circle of Life myself. I end up getting too scared about discarding my cards in case I don't see it. End up discarding the cards, then just never seeing it, and my deck kind of just goes from down there. But you know, it happens sometimes. Talk to me a little bit about Amber Steel, though. That's something that's become very, very popular. We've seen it at all the CCQs recently. You know, we saw it at DLC again as well, and it's just kind of taken off. It seems great into dogs. It was really strong when I played against my Amber Amethyst deck. Is there any bad matchups for it? Could it be the next big deck?
I think possibly. I think, again, if you look back a couple of sets ago, the Amber Steel that kind of took us by storm towards the end is very similar. It plays those 8 removal slots. Strengthen, not Zeus, we call it Zeus, but those 8 removal slots are so strong. That's it. And it goes quick otherwise. It's got some really nice additions now with the new Stitch that draws, the aerial that draws. You can put Goliath in potentially as well. It has all the tools to put up a fight. So it's not a straightforward aggro deck where aggro decks on the whole either win by a landslide or lose by a landslide. It can do both. It fights both ways. So I think it has so much value with the draw cards. It's got quirky tools as well. The bodyguard is nice. Like the inclusion of that I think is a must. it could do so much in one turn. When it comes in and does a coup in one turn, potentially removal in one turn, plays out a few characters in one turn, puts the stitches in the grave so that if it gets Raging Stormed, it still has that fight back as well. It does all the tools that it needs to do. So quite possibly, I think it could go all the way.
I'm really excited to see what comes out. I mean, we are unfortunately in the stage where rotation is coming very quickly again. I don't know about you. I think I'm the same as most players. I don't have a Scooby what I'm going to be playing in the next set, and I just kind of want to wait to see what we're going to see in Into the Unknown. I mean, for that, I'm very, very excited for Toy Story coming out. That is really big. We've got Incredibles as well. Have you looked at the set much? Is there any key cards you're looking for? Or are you just going to wait to be surprised at the end?
Wait for the surprise, I think, yeah. The part I enjoy most of sets is turning up to do sealed, whether that's draft or otherwise, and not knowing what the cards do. I prefer, I'm a board game player, so naturally just reading those resources for the first time and building from there. I try to keep it as open as I can.
Really great, buddy. Right, I'm going to ask you one more question before we let head off, okay? I've asked this to everyone on stream today, so I'm keen to get your insights. Now, very competitive player, you have a lot of accomplishments. When I first started playing, I remember going up against you and the Dudley boys in the tournament. I got slapped silly. It was heartbreaking. Let's not remember about that. But obviously, very, very talented. So for you, and in the spirit of improving, what kind of advice would you give to competitive players that are just not quite hitting that top 8 cut, that want to be able to get to the next level in tournaments?
I think 2 bits really. One is just focus on the game that you're playing and don't be worried. It's quite easy for players to get to the top 8 for the first time and make subpar choices because of the pressure that comes with that. A lot of that pressure kind of is put on yourself by yourself. If you're winning games outside of store champs, you can do it in store champs. So just, it's easier to say than to do, but just relax into the moment. Just play the cards. Lorcana is a game where anybody can beat anybody. Like we've seen that over and over. So just relax, trust the deck. What will happen. That gives you the best shot.
Yeah, really great advice there. And I really like that phrase, and anyone can beat anyone. You know, we've seen that in a couple of DLCs ago. We saw, I think it was Aiden from US took down DKP. You know, a 10-year-old beating the world champ is next level. And I think this is the kind of beauty of this game. It's, you can be an expert in it, but you can still lose matches if it doesn't go well on your day. You know, you need luck, but you also need skill as well. But yeah, Gary, thank you so much for sticking around with us. It's been great having you on stream and great getting to chat to you as well. I wish you the best luck for your future events. Is there anyone you want to give any shout outs to while you're here?
The new Pendulum boys. So Woody and his dad, aka Taxi. But no, the guy that keeps me pushing the most is Sean Stallwood, that a lot of players know. So DLC Birmingham, obviously he topped there as well. He's a really good player. So I think shout out to all the guys that I play with back home.
Absolutely love it. Right. Thank you so much today, my friend. Best of luck, and we'll catch you in the next one. Right, guys, don't go anywhere. I'm going to be grabbing Beth in for an interview. We've already seen it on the interview today, but we need to get some feedback on that crazy match we've just had. So we'll be coming with you soon. Stay tuned. I'll be back with you in less than 60 seconds. Right, apologies, everyone. I said I'd be back in 60 seconds, but I think that was actually 72. I'm a born liar, Beth. What can I say? But never mind about me. We have Top Deck Legacy Beth right here in the studio for interview number 2. Are you happy about that win?
Yeah, I'm very happy. It went a lot better than I thought it was going to go.
Honestly, I was a little bit surprised. Blurple is such a tough matchup to deal with when they hit curve. But that first game, just not seeing any ramp whatsoever. Did you kind of just think at that point, cool, easy game, or did you still have to fight?
Well, it took me by surprise because he mulliganed 7 and then didn't draw ramp. So I was expecting ramp after mulliganing 7. But no, I just quested out as fast as possible, knowing I needed to beat the Hades. So that's what I did.
I think going underneath Blurple really is the best strategy with a lot of decks. And it is a little bit nerve-wracking to do because sometimes you think, if I exert that, will it put me in a worse position? Cats, bells, they can cause me a lot of problems later on. So it is quite stressful. I mean, I used to play a little bit of Purple Steel. I played that at CCQ when I turned up there. I did really well with it. But Blurple was always that kind of one match where I just really hated going into. I felt like when they got that back end curve, it was no matter what you did, there's just nothing you could do. I mean, apart from kind of like aggroing out against them, is there any kind of key turns that you look for or key cards that you're looking for more than others?
It's mostly about the cat war. Like if they play the cat, you go into a stalemate and you've got to out the cat before then you can exert or do anything. So if you can beat their cat or find the strength for the cat, it massively throws them off. So yeah, it's just making sure you either find the strength or you can play the cat before they do. And removing their genie, their first turn 4 genie can be massive as well, because then you can kind of win the evasive war.
Evasive wars are an absolute terror. Now, I mean, I've said to you before that I'm on that Amber Amethyst now. You just slaughter that deck, apparently, your favorite matchup. But, you know, I really love seeing evasives because I get to pop them with Horsemen. I mean, when you played against Jordan, I don't know if it's a case if you didn't see the evasives or you just chose not to play them. Was there an intentional strategy with that, or?
When I played against Jordan, I know he runs a very evasive heavy deck through a lot of testing we've done, and I do not win that evasive war. So it was easier to avoid the evasives. I didn't see many, but avoiding them and avoiding the pumpkin bomb thing makes it easier because then they can't use it, and it's just a card sat in the hand. So I tried to not play the evasive war with that deck.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely working out for you, Beth. I think, if anything, we can definitely say you're a master of Purple Steel. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what is next come from you. Now, Beth, you absolutely dominate the local scene. You know, you're great at set champs. What I want to see from you next is, you know, DLC performances. Is that on the cards for you? You're looking at CCQs and DLCs, or?
Well, we've done Gan. We are doing Dortmund. I'm hoping I can bring back Green Purple for Dortmund because I haven't got to play that since a few sets back because I get my Diablos back. So I'm really excited to play that. So I'm hoping it does well. But other than that, I don't think I'm in the line for... Oh, no, I am. I'm at Games Expo as well. So undecided what I'm playing. Might be Purple Steel, might not be. Who knows?
So obviously Games Expo, a brand new CCQ for the UK that's coming up in... Is it next month, is it?
End of May.
End of May. So it's coming very soon. But Dortmund, that's going to be a difficult one. Obviously, we're going into Infinity, which means we get all the old cards back, which is very exciting. However, we had some awful news. Well, I mean, some good news for some of you, but Blavisham is once again banned. Are you happy about this ban, Beth?
I am quite happy. I didn't like the idea of Hiram being back. I think it swayed a lot of the choices you could play for Infinity. So having him gone's a good thing. I was very surprised it was only Hiram. I thought there'd be a couple more.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's a difficult situation because we've not really had proper Infinity events before, and I think RB wants to be a little bit experimental, just see what's working. But it is that big risk in the kind of side events that we've seen at DLCs. We're seeing that Ruby Saf is really dominating, and even against Blue Steel, which was the kind of like big counter to Ruby Saf, it was still able to take it over. I mean, with Flavsham gone, what do you think is going to be the best deck for Infinity now?
I think Red Blue. I think Red Blue is going to be very strong with Maui Sharks, Dime, things like that. Now Hiram's gone. There's Blue Steel might suffer a little bit, but I do think Red Blue items might be a good shout.
Okay, interesting. So Ruby Staff still keeping its dynamite performance from the previous sets. That's an interesting call. I spoke to Colin earlier, and he was telling me about that he thinks Amber Steel is really going to be quite big and something that he's probably going to be leaning on. Now, it does tend to struggle a little bit against Ruby Staff unless you go for the quicker versions. But we're seeing in this format that Amber Steel is really starting to pick up again. With the new cards that we've got from this set, how different do you think a maybe whole new world deck might look in the following formats?
I think Amber Steel could be a good good shout. I think there's that many variants of Amber Steel now as well, whether they're playing wheel, whether they're not playing wheel. Are they playing Tiana? Are they not playing Tiana? I think it is a difficult one because even after Mulligan and the first cards are played, even if you know you're playing Amber Steel, what variant are you playing against? So I think a whole new world could be interesting to play again.
Yeah, definitely agree. Now, Beth, I'm not going to keep you too much longer because you've just lived on StreamWords today. We've actually got residence for you. It's crazy. But, once again, a big, massive thank you. You've got your top 4 match coming up next. Obviously, you're not going to know who you're playing. Is there a preferred deck that you want to be seeing there after you've seen what we've already got in the top cut?
No, I think from what I know, I think we're pretty equal. I know there's 2 purple steels. I know there's a blue sapphire, blue steel. I'm not sure who won out of the other 2. So I beat the blue steel guy earlier today. So we can see. I can't play the purple steel guy because he's the one in second. So
nice. I mean, to be fair to you, blue steel is still quite a hard matchup for the purple steel deck. It's when I first started playing around with Frank Carson's purple steel list, obviously with the scars added into that, I went against a blue steel player and it's just their back end was that dominant that it was crazy. I was really excited about Goliath come down because I was like, cool, I've got additional draw. But, they're just able to do all your removal, but better and quicker. What's your strategy against a really hard deck like blue steel?
I think against blue steel, the key is most of the time they can only play 1 card per turn. Their characters are big and costly. You've got to go under them. You've got to play little guys and you've got to go fast and avoid playing into the big things. Like, you're never going to avoid Tinkerbell. She does the damage on play. But going under them, I think, is the fastest way to get around it. Once they hit the big guys like Vincenzo, Tinks, Hades, it becomes unwinnable. So I think you've just got to go under them.
Sure thing. Now, obviously, your deck is a little bit different to what we've been seeing currently. We spoke about this earlier previously, the Pocahontas. Now, you've went on the Calhoun side of things. Do you think Pocahontas is a better shout for that kind of control matchup, or does Calhoun still stand up?
I think Pocahontas probably would be a good shout. The Calhouns were there for dogs. I found that Calhoun worked better than the Pocahontas build for dogs. And unluckily for me, there isn't any today, but I think she still works. I think I can stand by her for today. She's done me well.
Glad to hear it. Right, Beth, thank you so much. I'll let you rest up for the Top Cup performance, but hopefully we're going to see you in the finals. Did John make it through, do you know?
He did not.
Oh, it's going to be a long car journey home. Good luck, guys. Right, cheers, Beth. See you later. Right, guys, make sure to stick around. There's not long left. We did have that very, very quick match there after the performance against Gaz. Absolutely heartbreaking with Gaz, bless him. But, a massive well done to Beth. Top 4 is going to become soon. A reminder, a full case is on the line for first place, which is just phenomenal prizing. Can't wait to get with it. We'll be back with you soon. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to CrawfordCana. Now, don't worry, we are going to be ready soon for the final rounds. We've got our top 4 coming up. We have had a 16-year-old make it through to our top cut, which is absolutely unreal. Joe that we had on the stream earlier, so it's been a pleasure having him at the tournament, but also making it so far early on. We already know that we've got Beth in the top cut as well. This could be an absolute thriller. Now, I've got a little bit of a special guest on stream at the minute. We have the co-owner of Pendulum, Luke himself. Luke, thank you for popping on the stream. How are you today, my friend?
Yeah, not too bad. It's good to see good players, really tough run by the look of it. It's been interesting. We've had to tell all of our players that unfortunately have not made it today, which was interesting to say the least. But yeah, no, so far so good. I'm looking forward to the finals.
Now, it really is interesting getting you on stream. First of all, a big thank you has to go to you and everyone at Pendulum. You know, you've really worked hard to put on a thrilling tournament for us. Pendulum's just started sponsoring a team, so we've got a couple of the players in the pink hoodies that we've seen today that are on that team. Fantastic to have them there. Really great performance, just not quite enough, unfortunately. But more things to come. Now, tell me a little bit about the kind of thoughts behind this tournament. The big thing for me, Luke, is that not many stores put on this much prizing for people, but every tournament I've been to, you guys, you absolutely smash it with the prizing. You give so much to your players. What's the reason for that?
So I think for us, it's more getting sort of developing the community, giving people the reason to come out. Since COVID, most places have seen a massive downtick in player base. So if we can be a bit more friendly with prizing, making sure that it makes sense, more people show up, that means more people are playing the game, it helps support the community, and just sort of builds from there. You see quite a lot of it. It is a shame that you'll show up and you'll pay 25 quid, get 2 packs, and you're like, why have I done this? Whereas if we can give a little bit more, and especially when we've got like the kids coming in, and it's a lot of money, like if you say like for today, for example, it's 25 quid, 25 quid to show up and get nothing out of it, other than a few hours worth of play, it just doesn't seem worth it. So if you're giving back to the customers, they'll come back and keep playing, and sort of everyone wins eventually type thing.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, this is one of my favorite things about Pendulum. It's the kind of community outlook that you guys have here. I travel all around the country playing in tournaments, and quite often you see with some stores, you know, that it is just their kind of secondary thing. They put on these events because they have to. It's good to get the players in. But Luke and the team here are really spending time trying to build up the community, build up the player base here, and they want to give back, which is something that I'm really glad to be a part of. So a massive thank you goes to that on you. Now, Luke, tell me more about these tournaments. So is there going to be another one of these? This was a huge event. Can it continue any further from what we've already got?
So we are currently in planning for the next one. Obviously, our store champs are on the 18th. Angles one is, I think, the week after. I will confirm that. And then provided that obviously the attendance keep going, the next winner case will be held at Angle. I'm going to get Tim to confirm dates probably today, if I can.
Amazing. Looking forward to it. So big events coming up with Angle and Pendulum. Of course, Angle are also co-sponsoring this event today. 2 sports stores working in partnership. Pendulum over here in Grantham. Then we also have Angle Entertainment all the way over in Peterborough, run by the lovely Charlie. Great store, really up and coming there. And I know you guys have a great relationship. Now, Luke, not just Lorcana, we do need to give a shout out. You have lots of stuff going on here. We are in a very amazing room here. I'm sure some of you would have noticed we've got some interesting pictures on the wall there. It's a bit bizarre. Now, for a bit of background, we're in the very famous D&D room here at Pendulum. So if you do want to book something out and you want to have a game of D&D with your friends, definitely come in here. Table's massive. I know you can't see it on this end, but honestly, it's bigger than my future, guys. Now, what kind of things can you get up to Pendulum? What kind of games are you running?
So we run, I would probably say, solid 90%. So you've got like One Piece, Magic the Gathering, Dragon Ball we're starting to get into now. That's something that we're looking at pushing. All of the war games, we have a really good community that play Kill Team on a Monday night. So you can join us for that. We're trying to run bigger tournaments every Saturday. So obviously this is one. We also did the Yugo regional qualifiers not too long ago. If it's a board game, you can play it. If it's a TCG, we'll run it. We'll pretty much do anything at this stage.
That's really good to hear, my friend. Honestly, you need to keep in touch with these guys. They have such great events going on. It's not just Lorcana. They've got everything going under the sun. Now, how can guys catch up? If somebody's tuning in, they're going, who is Pendulum? Where are they going to find you, bud?
So you can find us on, so we're on Facebook as Play Pendulum. We have our own Twitch account as well. So if you want to get announcements there. We have our own Discord that you can just contact myself and ask for. The number on the website comes directly to me. So if you ever need anything, just give me a call and I'll sort it out, as I always do. Also, the website, I think we've got Twitter. I'm not very good with social media.
You do, in fact, have Twitter. I checked that earlier. It is Pendulum Play, so that's already there. So follow on Twitter as well. Lots of announcements coming up soon. But yeah, once again, thank you so much for today, my friend. I can't wait for the next one with you. And any shout outs you want to give to the team while you're on air?
I want to just say thank you to all the boys for today because everyone's putting a lot of effort. Welcome to our new, he's going to hate me for this, but welcome to Sam, our new staff member who starts next week. And just thank you for everyone for joining us.
Love to hear it. Right, guys, stay tuned. Only a couple of minutes left before we are getting into this top 4 cut. Not long now. We're just letting one of our players finish their sandwich. We're not depriving them. It's just been a very busy day today. We've not had a chance to let them eat. But yeah, getting some food in, then we'll be right back with you. Stick around. There are going to be some thrilling matches. And once again, what prizing is on the line today, my friend?
We do have a case on the line.
A whole case on the line. Why didn't I play today?
You should have. Also, thank you very much to Ravensburg because they did actually give us 4 booster boxes to help with the player support. So massive shout out to Ravensburg for that as well.
Absolutely phenomenal. 4 booster boxes for the players. And on top of that, a case for first place. Unreal. Where do you get deals like this at tournaments? Honestly, guys, get down to Pendulum. You need to see it here. Right. I'm going to let you go, my friends. You're going to be very busy. But we're coming in soon to the top cut, guys. Back to you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CrawfordCana. We are here ready and raring for our round, for our top 4. Oh my God, what a day it's been so far. We have the fantastic Joe, only 16 years old, made it into the top cut. That is unreal against Chris. It looks like Chris is playing blue steel. So another different color deck here, which we are super glad to see. This is going to be one hell of a match and I cannot wait to cast it. 2 fantastic players fighting it out for that fantastic prize, purple steel in the top 4 against blue steel. Now, this is a very, very hard match for the purple steel deck. Blue steel is able to go around them quite well. They've got all forms of removal. It does everything that steel can, but just a little bit quicker because the ramp. T-Po's out on the field for our blue steel player, and we've got Giant Cobra and Black Heron out for our purple steel player. We do go straight into Cinderella. So we've seen optimal curve for the blue steel player here. Want to ramp up as quickly as possible, go into cards like Tinkerbell, Big Hades, Vincenzo Santorini. So really interesting to see what he's got in the back of the deck. Now, predominantly, this deck can be really good by getting Goliath out to refill their hand. However, this can help the purple steel player. Interesting that he's went for the Genie there, get the additional draw in hand. However, we are popping that Cinderella straight away. We're singing Strength, and then we're taking out Tipo as well with Black Heron. Genie on the field. Decent start for Joe, who is most certainly going to be fighting his way all the way through this matchup. Tinkerbell comes down on the field. 1 damage goes on to each and every single character here. So able to do a little bit of wide board move, but not enough to take everything out yet. Now, Tinkerbell has the secondary ability that when she challenges into a character, banishes it, she's able to deal 2 more damage to another separate character, which is absolutely nuts. However, Joe is coming down with Yzma. Hand is starting to empty a little bit. Yzma has the ability that can exert and refill your hand up to 3. But oh my God, we get a second Tinkerbell coming down onto the field. What a play from Chris here. Tinkerbell is... Oh, we get Thunderbolt as well. We are going crazy in the blue-steel matchup. All the removal coming in quick. This one is definitely going to be a good one. We're getting another Giant Cobra down. Going to be getting rid of the Pocahontas, gains 2 lore. And then we get the Doc off the bat. Oh, my God. Joe is coming out fighting. Gloves are off today, ladies and gentlemen. We've quested with the Genie. 2 Tinkerbells on the field. The evasive character there. So Tink cannot challenge in. Something that Joe has been very clever to play around here. Doc, Giant Cobra, Genie, and another Giant Cobra on the board. Absolutely mental start against the 2 ticks. Oh my God, we get the Let It Go. The Genie is going into the Inkwell. However, this is good news for the purple steel player, giving them additional ramp, putting the other player under pressure by the extra ramp in their deck. It means they can play out all their cards, get some draw going quickly, and he can keep himself in this game. Obviously, up to 7 lore, but the blue steel player gets the Doc off the bat as well. Going to be questing out with the Tinkerbell, going up 3 altogether, pass in turn. This is looking like a very, very strong position here. Really, really love to see it. Cinderella effect taken off there, allowed to ink an additional card from your hand, draw an additional card, passing it on to Joe there. Cobra, Doc on the field, gets the Cheshire Cat down. This could be nice. Able to move 2 damage across. Going to move that onto the Tinkerbell. We then take out the Tinkerbell with the Giant Cobra. Solid play there from Joe. Thinking ahead, clearing off difficult cards. We've got Chris Romney into the ink. We send another 2 cards in, taking out the Tinkerbell. 2 big threats gone. Cheshire Cat on the board. Only 2 cards remain for the blue steel player. However, only 1 card remains for the purple steel player, and only 1 card left in hand. Not a great position. He needs to get some draw immediately. Oh my God, we see King Arthur coming onto the field, able to let a character challenge into a readied character, and on top of it, gives it a resist. This card can quest for 3, which is absolutely huge. Something we don't often see in blue steel, but we are seeing it today in this matchup. Very, very strong turn. Going to be exerting King Arthur there. Going to be playing down Olaf. We go into the Cinderella, take it out. Elsa takes that damage. 2 damage counters onto her. Olaf on the field and pass and turn. However, the blue steel player is catching up. No cards in the hand whatsoever for our purple steel player. This is not the position that Joe wants to be in. He's going to have to fight hard for this one to stay in it. He needs draw immediately. Quest with the Doc. We've still got King Arthur ready. Pleakley comes down, putting Doc into the Inkwell. Additional ramp there. Then we are going to spend out a big wad of ink. We go for Thunderbolt and we take out the Elsa altogether. Blue steel showing a dominant performance right here. Really putting them back on the map. Big shout out to Harlan that we've had in the chat today. Obviously, one of the big pioneers of blue steel. The blue steel ally build has the Kiwi build as well. So great to see. Wow, this is absolutely phenomenal. We've got a lot of support in the chat for Joe. We've got some support for Chris as well. Thank you for staying tuned, everyone. Really glad to have you on the channel with us. This game is a thriller so far. Got Arthur and Pleakley on board for the blue steel player. Only the Olaf for the purple steel player. Joe is going to really have to pull something out of his sleeve. Get Sail the Azure at Sea. Able to pay 2 ink costs, draw an additional card, then ink an additional card for turn. Keeping the ramp going, really, really essential for the blue steel player. We get another Thunderbolt off the back. Olaf is gone. I do not believe it. Just getting rid of even the small cards, not letting them stay on the board. Dominant forwards, questing up for 4 total, goes to 12 altogether. 2 cards in Joe's hand right now. Instant strength for Raging Fire, plays the Captain Hook, not quite what he needs. Is there anything in his deck that he can use to be able to come back in this game? I'm not sure it is. Chris is playing a blinder of a game in a really, really good matchup that could go either way between 2 fantastic players. We have plenty of Thunderbolts thrown. Arthur and Pleakley ready now. We get, oh my God, Inkrunner comes down, able to draw an additional card. A good way for blue steel to be able to counter the evasive cards on field. Some cards that can really struggle with. Hades comes down, takes out the Captain Hook. I can't believe it. At this point, Joe just has to scoop the game. Nothing he can do at this point. Blue steel, dominant performance. That was terrifyingly quick, and a big massive shout out to Chris. Joe, a fantastic player who's been doing amazing so far today. Only 16 years old, and he is in the top 4 of a very well-statted winner case tournament. We have players that have came second in a CCQ. We have players that have made second day of DLC. We have players that attend every single store champs and take multiple wins. And this 16-year-old has absolutely battled his way through, getting more wins than most players on the field, making the top cut of a huge tournament. Massive shout out goes to you, Joe. But Chris looking absolutely terrifying with his blue steel deck here. That deck was beyond quick. That match absolutely zoomed by. It makes me wonder, is Joe able to come back in this matchup? What does he have in his deck to help him stand up against it? We spoke to Beth previously. She said that the blue steel match is very, very hard, but she finds that if you can aggro out underneath them, it gives you a better chance. Beth was able to beat a blue steel deck earlier in the day, so Joe may have a chance too as well. The big difference, he is running the Pocahontas instead of the Calhoun. Pocahontas is, of course, going to help him in this matchup. If a Vincenzo Santorini comes down onto the field and exerts, Pocahontas can take that lore, quest for 4 in a single turn just off that card, and that might be all he needs to be able to get himself over the line. Joe, of course, is going to be going first here, but he's going to be fighting his way through, try and get through. We see a giant cobra into the hand there. We can discard a card from that when we get to the turn 3 and get some quick pass lore. We've seen that in the first game, but it just wasn't enough. Unfortunately, Joe was just running into the lower cost cards, which just didn't do him anything for the game. He scooped, but he's ready and fighting for the second game here. Can we have a 3-game thriller in our top 4 match? I certainly hope so. This is a big one, all on the line. A reminder, everyone, we have a full case on the line today for first place. Big shout out goes to Ravensburger for all the additional prizes. We're going to show that off on camera for you after this game. Got a case online first place, all these additional booster boxes. We've even got a 2025 convention playmat. We have everything. Pendulum has went above and beyond to give us a class tournament for today. Pendulum v Angle over in Grantham today. The next big tournament going to be hosted by Angle. It's going to be massive, but we are back in the game, ready for our second set. Giant Cobra goes into the Inkwell. Surprised to see that, but we get Olaf out straight away. Going to be pass and turn onto the blue steel player. Blue steel player potentially looking something like Jasmine if he has the ally build, or maybe goes for, yes, he does have Jasmine. So we see the ally build here. A shift Jasmine on turn 2 could be really big. Get some damaging songs out, get rid of that Black Heron straight away. We could get the Thunderbolt taken out very quickly. Looks like he has top deck into that Jasmine, but does he want to go for that or does he go for the ramp? Inks to sell the Azrax. He does go for the shift on the Jasmine. Now, Jasmine has the ability that when it quests, you're able to search for cards in your deck. He's elected not to do anything with the Jasmine, though, just keeps it up. Really weird that he's inked the ramp and then played this out. Cobra comes out onto the field. Are we going to discard and gain the 2 additional lore? It does not look like it. Joe is electing to keep the cards in his hand. Quest for 1. You're going to search the cards for an ally card to put into his hand. This can go absolutely nuts because you can get like cards like Doc into your hand, or as we see here, Angel able to throw snowballs, take out cards on the board. A real big threat in this matchup. We ink, oh my god, we ink Jasmine to then play a Pleakley and double ink the cards here, sticking him all the way up to 5 ink total. A humongous turn here for the blue steel player. A purple steel player just about to go on to 4 ink, not able to keep up the ramp that the purple steel player has. Giant Cobra exerting there. Joe thinks something else of it. He's sticking down the ease, but gets the strength of the Rage of Fire, takes it straight off the field. An empty board state now. Quests out for 2. He is able to take over the board game from here. He can go big. However, we have a lot of ramp on the field for the blue steel player. This is going to be a hard matchup for Joe, even with the wide board that he has. Goliath goes into the Inkwell. The blue steel player aware that he doesn't want to give the additional cards to the purple steel player. Cinderella comes down, has the ability that gets to ink an additional card for turn, then draw an additional card. We're ramping heavy here. Chris knows that he wants to get to his bigger characters quick. We stick down Sail the Azrax, so we're able to ink another card again for turn. That can be 3 cards inked this turn because of Cinderella and Sail. Whether he does it, I'm not too sure. Goliath goes into the Inkwell again. That's 2 now gone into the Inkwell. Something that, of course, Joe's going to be aware of. Cinderella effect triggers, then we're going to be drawing and passing on the turn. Now, only 1 card in hand. We do have the Genie. They're not the best card that you want to see. Christopher Robin goes down. Will he play out the Genie? He does play the Genie, gets to draw the additional card in hand. 1 card altogether. Going to be exerting the Yzma there, gets to draw an additional 2 cards here. If he has strength for Rage and Fire, that could be good, but he doesn't seem to have it. Going to be questing out with the Black Heron, and the Giant Cobra goes to 4 altogether, keeping the Olaf ready, and then we're going to be pass and turn back to the blue steel player. Really smart play there, not exerting that Olaf, keeping it protected. You can bounce a card back to your hand when you need it. Maybe the Cheshire Cat, some boost under it. Genie to get some draw. Yzma to protect it. We get Tinkerbell coming down onto the field. 1 damage goes onto every single character. He gets the option now to choose if he's going to bring back any cards into his hand. Looks like he's chosen not to. Yzma is gone off the field. 1 down from there. And Tipo comes down the field. We get even more ramp coming down. Tinkerbell and Tipo on the field for the blue steel player. This is looking absolutely mental so far. Black Heron, Giant Cobra, and Genie on the board for Black Heron coming down onto the field. We've got Cheshire Cat here now, ready to move some damage about if he so chooses to. Needs to be really, really careful about what he does here, because if he exerts a card, Tinkerbell can challenge in, deal 2 damage to another character. Easy way to be able to get rid of that genie. Going to quest with the genie there. Tinkerbell can't challenge into it. Looks like he's potentially just going to be passing the turn there, and I think that is what he does. Really, really strong position here for the blue steel player, even though he is at a deficit. 6-1 in the lead for Joe. Oh my God, Vincenzo Santorini comes down onto the board, has the ability, deals 3 damage altogether when it is played, able to wipe the genie off the field there, and it quests for 3 as well. It's a 2-8 stat line. It's hard to get rid of for the purple steel player. This is going to be a battle for Joe. We get the Elsa coming down, Vincenzo Santorini exerted. We can stick Cat, Elsa, and the Cobra in. If he wants to, he could get rid of it straight away, but no, he decides he's going to boost it. Going to be dealing damage across onto the Tinkerbell, moves Giant Cobra into the Tinkerbell, takes that out off the field already. We are then going to exert Black Heron, Cheshire Cat, and Elsa into Vincenzo Santorini, straight off the board, he says. Only a Tipo left for the blue steel player. This was looking really dominant for the blue steel player, but only had 2 cards left in hand. Very, very difficult situation for him. He's going to need some bigger cards quickly. Joe is looking really strong here. We get the Angel come down off the field, decides to discard the Cinderella, does 2 damage into the Cat, takes it straight off the field. What card do we... Oh, it's a genie underneath, something that he definitely would have wanted. Gets the Jasmine onto the field. Blue steel player able to now do some digging on his following turns, get an ally card into his hand. If he finds the dock off that ally card, that could be absolutely huge. Got the Elsa. Looks like he's inked the Elsa. Plays down a dock himself, able to get some cards into hand here. Really, really nice. But he's going to want to get rid of that Jasmine. Plays down Pluto and Palace card. Very, very nice here. Going to quest out with the Elsa. Goes 7 altogether. And then it looks like a passive turn. Now, no cards in hand for the blue steel player. Top decking. However, the Jasmine's ability allows him to search some ally cards. Can he go into the dock? 6 lore altogether. Searching cards. Searching cards. Can he find that dock? That could be absolutely mental if he's able to get it. I'm not too sure. He elects to go for... Oh my God, he's got Pluto champion as well. We're getting a little bit of a mirror here with slightly different colors, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very interesting play. Now, Pluto has the ability that when you play down a steel character, you can get rid of an item. But then when your steel characters take out another character, you get to gain lore. Now, Angel going to be getting rid of the Jasmine there, and we're going to do 2 damage, but into what? It's not quite enough to take out anything on the board, but he does want to do a little bit more damage into the Elsa. Then we're going to be questing with the Angel and the Tipo, goes to 8 altogether, but more importantly, we have resist on Angel, resist 2, so that means Joe is not going to be able to take out this turn. We get the Pocahontas come down. This could be really, really big. With Pluto on the field, that can be questioned for a total of 3, which would be really, really massive. Need to be careful, though, that we don't let either player get too much advantage here. Looks like we're potentially going to be questing out. Is he going to make the challenge with that big Pluto? Obviously, a huge stat line, 5-5, quest for 2. We elect to go into the Jasmine, stop him from getting that additional draw, stop him searching for that dock. Joe fighting for his life here to make sure he can stay in the game. Blue steel player does not have a lot of resources. If we keep that draw off, if he does not find the docks, if he does not find a draw engine, this could very well be Joe's game. Tipo, Angel, and Pluto on the board. Did he find it? Did he just get a miracle top deck? He's exerting 2. He gets the dock off the top. I can't believe it. What a phenomenal shot. This is exactly what he needed to stay in this game. Something that Joe must have been hoping that he doesn't get. He's going to get rid of the Cinderella, doing a snowball straight into the face of Elsa, the Ice Queen herself, the Princess of the Snow, taken out by a snowball. Absolutely unbelievable. We've got Pocahontas, Palace Guard, Pluto, and Doc on the field for Joe. But we get a Pete coming down on the field. This is massive for the blue steel player, able to boost that card and then look for cards dependent on the amount of boosted cards underneath. If there's 3 cards underneath it, you get search next 3 cards in your deck, almost like a develop your brain, but super get the genie come down for the... We get a dock after a genie. Phenomenal play. This is exactly what he needed. Joe might be able to fight his way through this. We have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lore available for the blue steel player. They can't quite win the game yet. However, if genie can exert, I think that just came down, so we won't be able to get that benefit. But Pluto has. Pocahontas will be able to quest for 3 this turn, which is crazy. He's not got enough on the blue steel side, but he goes into the Tipo. Surely you want to quest at this point, but he's just limiting his options as much as possible. Gets rid of the card on the board. Doc and Palace Guard challenged in, only 1 damage back. Pocahontas, Genie, Doc, and Pocahontas on the board. It decides that he's not going to quest that. Really surprised to see that. I thought he would have been just questing out, but as much pressure on as possible. However, he lets the blue steel player have a little bit of a light in the game. Able to quest with the peak, gets 1 lore altogether, 14 to an 8 deficit. Able to search for 2 cards underneath it because of the boost ability. We now have a lot of ink available. Can he get something like a Hades, something removal? Get rid of the Pocahontas is a big threat on the board. Going to be playing down. Vincenzo Santorini gets rid of one of the Pocahontas. Chris, this is a really big card for him. He's going to be questing 3 altogether. That is 17. This is game on board for the blue steel player. Is there a way out for Joe? I can't help but to think he needed to quest on that previous turn. Judy's going to say strength for Raging Fire. We take out Pluto. That is off the board state, but there is still 5 lore on the board for the blue steel player. He needs a way to get round against that Vincenzo Santorini. He exerts it. He's able to challenge in, do a good bit of damage now. Is there enough on board? We've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've enough to take it. Is that game? Oh my God, we have our big win. Blue Steel has taken it. Unlucky for Joe, not enough to be able to get rid of the Vincenzo Santorini. A thrilling performance here from Chris, able to take a decisive 2-0 victory against our 16-year-old prodigy, Joe. Massive shout out has to go for Joe, making it all the way into the top 4 of this tournament. But my word, Chris showcasing how terrifying Blue Steel can be as a deck. Did not use the Goliath a single time, did not have to play it. What an absolute showcase. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have Chris right in the booth with us in a couple of minutes. Do not go anywhere. Stay at your screens. Following on from that, we'll have a final interview with Joe as well. And then after that, we are going to be going straight into the finals of the Pendulum times Angle Win a Case event over in Grantham. An absolute thriller of a day, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay tuned on the CrawfordCana YouTube channel. It's been a big one so far. I'll be right back with you in a couple of seconds with an interview. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another interview. We have our very first finalist of today, Chris. Chris, a massive congratulations for a humongous win. Blue Steel doing some scary stuff. How was that matchup for you, my friend?
Yeah, I've never really win it online, so I was very worried.
Sorry, just 1 second. Slight tech issue there, guys. Sorry about that. We've got a couple of people laughing at us outside. That's the second time I've knocked this over today. I'm a little bit clumsy. Chris, we're going to start over again. How was that for you, my friend?
Yeah, like I said, I never really win that matchup online, so I was a bit worried going into it, but I'm glad it turned out the way it did.
Yeah, you definitely absolutely blasted for it. And I mean, it's a very quick game as well. I was expecting that to go on for quite a long time. Joe, obviously very young himself. He absolutely rocked through this performance today. You know, there's shown no nerves whatsoever. He knows his deck inside and out. For you, what was the strategy against Purple Steel when you knew what you were going into?
Yeah, so I knew I wanted to aim for the 2-4-6 line. That's sort of the staple for Blue Steel. But in game 2, I think it was, I didn't get that. So I pivoted to Pleakley, Jasmine, and that sort of helped me out.
and then getting the angel just sort of helped keep me in check, I guess.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, don't get me wrong, his board state was getting really, really wide at the end there, and I was a little bit worried that he was able to take over you. Second game, you kind of just didn't really see the draw that you needed to. I was hoping that you were going to get the dot coming off the Jasmine, but then you top decked it, which was absolutely mental. I mean, for you, you said you struggle sometimes against that match online. Is there any other decks that you're like a little bit fearful into, or do you think you're just pretty competent into most decks?
Yeah, definitely Sapphire Emerald. Just any deck that board wipes, really difficult for Blue Steel. But yeah, other than that, I'm pretty confident into most things.
Amazing. Now, we do actually have quite a prominent Blue Steel player that's been in the chat today. We've got Harlan Sweet, so a big shout out to Harlan. Harlan obviously pilots the Kiwi version of the deck and then moved on to the Ally version as well. Do you keep up with Harlan's content a lot?
I don't follow his content. I've seen him talk about his decks in the Discord, and I have taken inspiration from them a few times. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, I do that a lot with my decks as well. I like to see what's going on in the meta, what the pro players are doing. It's really great to see players like Harlan, players like Ed Chu, even players like Lorcana Villain, just see what they're going with their decks, and then almost teching a little bit from them, see what you can do with. I mean, Blue Steel was a very out-of-the-box choice for today. We've not seen a lot of people on that. I think we've only had 2 Blue Steel players for this tournament. If you weren't going to play Blue Steel today, what deck do you think you'd play and why?
Yeah, so I usually play sort of detective, so I'm always sort of on Blue Steel. If it wasn't for that, I'd probably play Ruby Amber. The boost deck seems really fun, just drawing for your deck.
Yeah, the Lucas Cowper deck, the Booster Boys deck that he piloted at DLC again was absolutely crazy. Loved seeing that. I tried it myself. I wasn't very good at it. I just found that I was running out of draw too quickly, which is a little bit heartbreaking. But yeah, definitely a very good one to come into. Now, we're coming into set champs in literally just a week from now. Is set champs something that you're going to be looking to prep for?
Yeah, definitely. Probably playing Blue Steel again. I might switch up for later ones. I don't know.
Fantastic. Now, obviously, we had a 60-year-old that you're playing against, but you're quite so young yourself, my friend, I believe, unless suddenly you're like some crazy 70-year-old with amazing genes. Do you mind me asking how old you are? 25. Okay, so not too bad. Still quite young. I'm 30, so I'm a pensioner compared to you. Is Lorcana your first TCG, or do you have a little bit of a background in any other games?
No, I started with Pokemon years ago. I played Pokemon for 5 years, then moved to One Piece, and then when this came out, I sort of early adopted and played that.
Amazing. Now, so since you've got a little bit of experience in the other games, what kind of skills did you take from them to kind of build yourself as a Lorcana player? For me, Lorcana was my first game, so I've had to kind of learn the very basics of card games and work up from there, but having a little bit of experience is very helpful. We see big players like Zansad coming over from Magic. We've got DKP coming from Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, the background can help. What skills do you think are transferable?
Definitely deck building, sort of knowing what you need in your deck and things like that. And yeah, sort of from Pokemon prize checking, if you're able to search your deck, that's really good to know, especially in Sapphire, to know what you've inked, stuff like that.
Yeah, fantastic. And I'm really glad those skills have been helping you along. Now, we've not got long left until our finals. I don't know who it's going to be. Have you seen the other 2 players that are in the top cut? Do you have a preference for who you'd play against?
Yeah, so out of the 2, I definitely want to play Amber Amethyst. That seems like an easier matchup for me, but I'm sort of fine either way.
Interesting. I'm really looking forward to it. It's definitely going to be a big one. And just a reminder, we do have a lot of prizing on the line here. Now, just in front of me there, I'm going to get you to bring that onto cameras for us so we can just showcase that. Do you mind just grabbing that prize in there? Yep, literally all that there. So first of all, we've got the convention playmat, which has been passed across by Ravensburger. Big shout out to them. Thank you very much for that. We have an additional case that we've got here of Winterspell. Fantastic. This is going to be going out to our prizing as well. And then also, take a look at this. We've got a full case, guys. Can you believe it? Absolute massive prizing from Pendulum. Unbelievable. Now, I'm a little bit gutted that I didn't play in the tournament today because I've seen this prizing and I want a bit of it myself. I'm really, really jealous. If you get this, if you win the case, is there any cards that you're hoping to pull from this set?
Yeah, definitely the Enchanted Scrooge or any of the Darkwing Duck Enchanteds.
Nice. Now, I'm going to give a little shout out to your top here. Is that DuckTales that I see? Fantastic. Now, look at that. Got the sleeves as well. He's really jazzed up. You know what? My style just doesn't compete with yours, my friend. I'm jealous. Is DuckTales like a favorite for you, or do you have a... Nice one, man. Love to see that. You know, Zan said he got was it Dewey or Huey that he had in his Amber Amethyst deck? Got the ducks in there. Would you ever consider Amber Amethyst just to be able to get some of those ducks into your game?
That was part of the reason I wanted to play Blue Steel a couple of sets ago, but yeah, I never actually like committed to that. So
Absolutely love that. Now, listen, Chris, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. In just a second, we're going to have Joe back in the booth. We're going to talk about that game. He had to fight hard there, but we have a very, very decisive winner. So once again, congratulations to you, my friend. Best of luck in the final match. Cannot wait to see if you are able to take it home today. Cheers, bud. I told you guys we'd be right back, and we've got the marvelous Joe back in the booth with us. Now, before we get started on anything, we've got two fantastic people in the chat, which we're going to give a quick shout out to. We've got Donna and Jamie, the parents of this marvelous man right here, sticking along for the whole tournament, watching your games. What does that mean to you, having your parents supporting you while you're playing?
It means everything to me.
That's really, really great. Honestly, it's so nice. We've got such a nice family dynamic in Lorcana. It's very community driven. You see kids, you see elderly, you see middle-aged people like me, old, but you know, there's such a big difference in diversity in our player base, and something I really, really like. Now, Joe, it feels a little bit bad bringing you in here when we do have our prizing right there in front of us. We have the big case. I did just ask to Chris that was just on if there was any cards which he's hoping to pull out this case. If you did win that today, if you were able to take it all the way, what card would you be trying to pull from Winter Spell?
The Angel Enchanted from my deck, obviously. I want to bring it out.
Angel Enchanted is so nice. It's unreal. I had some really good luck when I was at the Leicester CCQ. I got my prize packs and I pulled a Angel and an Enchanted Eeyore in the same pack, and I was absolutely blinded by it. The enchanters in this game are absolutely unreal. I can't lie. I keep going to buy loads of them, and then I realize that my bank account will forever hate me. Do you think a couple of years' time, when you've got a job, that you're going to be spending all your cash on Enchanted, or are you going to be able to hold back a little bit?
All in on Enchanted, all in.
Love to hear it. You're going to see this man turn up at a DOC with a fully enchanted deck, and I'm going to be the first to raise my hand and say, yeah, we saw that kid on CrawfordCana. Now, today's been absolutely crazy. Did you have any losses apart from the top four?
No.
You went unbeaten in a winner case tournament until top four.
Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely unreal. Kid's 16 years old. I'm 30 and I struggle to get out of round one, honestly. No, dude, seriously, you're doing so well at the minute, and it really is an inspirational performance. You know, we've had two really young people here, whereas we had Bradley, who, of course, is Neil's son, has great performances, but you were able to go even further than Bradley today. Making top cut is absolutely terrifying. I mean, what's kind of next for you, Joe? Are we going to see you at DLCs? Are we going to see you on a pro team soon? What is the big plans for your future?
My next big tournament will be this next CCQ in Birmingham, and I want to do well at set champs this set because I really want that mat.
Definitely. The Tinkerbell mat is absolutely stunning. Now, I got a little sneak peek at one, and it really, really is lovely. I loved seeing that, but I can't wait for you to get your hands on it because I'm sure you're definitely going to get this one this set. Have you won a set champs before?
Not yet.
So you mean to tell me we could be looking at a very first time set champion coming up, Joe? That's very exciting. Now, Joe, we said earlier about having a lot of experience on Purple Steel, and it's a deck that you feel really comfortable with, something that you play a lot. So because of those reps, it feels really, really good for you. After today, you've played against that Blue Steel build, and that was really, really hard for you. Is there a world where you look into Blue Steel now, or do you just stick with the Purple Steel and find the counter for it?
I'm just going to stick with Purple Steel and do my jam.
That's the best answer you could have given. It's so easy after a tournament to go, oh no, I lost this deck, so it must be the best deck in the format. But I really like that you got the attitude to be able to turn around and go, no, let's change this up. I mean, do we think we're going to change a couple of cards in your deck, tech it out a little bit for blue steel, or do you think you're just going to keep practicing and get on with it?
I'm just going to keep my deck the same till I eventually win.
Absolutely love to hear it. Yeah, really, really mammoth performance, Joe. Now we've got the finals coming up, which I'm a little bit stressed for because I'm very excited. We could have blue steel versus purple steel, or we could have blue steel versus amber amethyst, I believe. What is your prediction for our winner of the tournament?
It's going to be purple steel because I have purple steel.
We've got the purple steel boys in the booth. Let's go, Joe. Absolute killer. Joe, it's been a pleasure having you here. I really hope we get to have you on stream again sometime. We are, of course, going to be having Store Champs here at April 18th. It would be great if you can make it down to that. If you take the Pendulum Store Champs after today, that would be crazy. And then, of course, we've got the next Winner Case tournament coming up a little bit after that. It's going to be hosted at Angle this time, so more details to come. But, Joe, thank you so much for today. Wishing you luck. Have a safe journey. Any more shout-outs you want to do while you're here?
James.
Hey, yo, big up James, whoever you are. We appreciate you. Cheers, Joe. Nice seeing you today, bud. Right, guys, going to have that finals coming up for you very, very soon. Stay tuned. The biggest match of the day. It's going to be an absolute thriller. Got the TVs live in store. We've got the stream showing. Everyone's sticking around for it. It's going to be an absolute thriller. I can't wait. Stick with us. We'll be right back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CrawfordCana. We are live on YouTube for the Angle times Pendulum Win a Case tournament here in Grantham. We have our finalists ready and raring to battle it out for you. You guessed it, she's back. Stream Queen Beth, top deck legacy herself, has made it into the finals against our fantastic Chris on Blue Steel. Now, this one is going to be an absolute thriller, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm really, really excited for it. A little bit of background gossip for you. It turns out the name Top Deck Legacy has been perfectly told by myself today in Beth's top 4 match. She top decked a dock into a giant cobra 4 game. If that doesn't say that she's got the luck of the draw, I don't know what does. But you need skill, you need luck. She's got it all. A massive shout out to Beth and a massive shout out to Chris, to our 2 finalists. This one is going to be a mega match, and I am so glad that we are getting to see this at the end of the day. Blue Steel versus Purple Steel. We saw Chris absolutely dominate against Purple Steel in his previous matchup, but is he able to do it again against Top Deck Legacy Beth? I don't know. It's going to be a hard one. A very talented player. She makes all the top guts. She's got all the skills in the game. If there's anyone who can do it, it's Beth, but Chris is definitely going to be a hard one for her to take down, and he has every single chance to be able to do so and get this big, massive mega win today live at Pendulum in Grantham for the Angle Pendulum Winner Case event. Big shout out to everyone in our chat staying around with us. It's been a long day. I appreciate it, but I hope you've enjoyed the matches. I certainly have enjoyed commentating them. It has been an absolute blast. We need to give another thank you to RB as well for all the prize support they've offered for the tournament. A massive big help to us, and a big thank you to all the players traveling over to help out and attend this tournament. We've had players from Scotland, we've had players from Birmingham, we've had players all over the country, but it looks like we are ready to go. Beth is on the play. Cheshire Cat the Inkwell, Captain Hook comes out on turn 1, and we are passing turn over to Chris. Blue Steel now ready to try and find the answers they need to control this game and bring themselves to victory. Tipo goes into the Inkwell, Jasmine comes out. Could we potentially have the Jasmine shift line for turn 2 that we had before? Who knows? He's got the ink in hand, he's got the ramp in hand, but does he choose to get rid of it? Elsa's coming down into the Inkwell. We're going to be playing out Christopher Robin. It's an underdog story, but not quite an underdog story yet. It's the turn 2. We have Captain Hook into Christopher Robin, and we are going to be passing turn. 1 law on the board for Beth. Now, interesting that she chose to quest out here, because if he does shift that Jasmine, then it will be able to take out the Captain Hook, but he decides to go for the Sail the Azurite Sea this time, able to draw an additional card for turn, ink an additional card if he so chooses to, and then play out another 1 cost if he has it. But the big question is, does he have it? Vincenzo Santorini, big boy himself, goes into it. We get a second Jasmine onto the board, questing for 1, and then we'll pass and turn. Smart choice by Beth there, electing to quest with the Captain Hook. No need to worry about that being taken out. Turn 3 coming up for Beth. Could she have something like a cat, something like a genie? Who knows? But there's quite a few options. She inks the giant cobra. Once again, surprised to see that. She goes for a dock onto the board, does not trigger the effect. An interesting turn 3 play. And then Captain Hook going into the Jasmine, taking it out. This tells me that she might not have the best hand here. She's having to play out a dock. Could there be multiple docks? We quest for 2. The quest for Robin going up 3 total. 3-1 deficit. Beth in the lead. We see Genie there. It looks like she's got a couple of uninkables. Not what she's looking for, but Angel goes into the Thunderbolt comes down, striking right in the face of Christopher Robin. Zim zam zoom, bat bim bomb, taken straight out of the field. Coming in very quickly, but no cards onto the field for our Blue Steel player. Going to be ink an additional card. Ink the Christopher Robin, and we stick out a Genie onto the field, the Nightmare card for Blue Steel. Now, Beth had some luck against Blue Steel earlier. She was able to take it down. Is she able to do it a second time today? We take out the Jasmine. We did not get the shift line in this game. Dot quest for 1, putting it on 4 total to 2. Goliath goes into the Inkwell, and oh my God, we get another one back to back. Can you believe it? Thunderbolts are frightening, very, very frightening me. Yes, that is a little bit of Queen. And yes, I did butcher those lyrics. Whoopsies. Moving on to Beth here. We're going to be inking Yzma here. Going to be sticking out an additional 4 for another Genie coming out onto the field. We get the +1 draw here. Olaf comes on the field as well. We quest for 1. We're going to be passing turn onto our Blue Steel player, Chris. Chris has a big wad of ink here, but not quite enough to be damaging. Looks like he's on 5 ink altogether. Can ink once and go for perhaps a Tinkerbell, but that means Doc maybe come back into the hand. Something, of course, he's going to be very aware of. He's going to be exerting all. And what is he going for? No, it looks like he's changed his mind there. Surely he's not past turn at that point. He's passed turn to Beth. He's got nothing to play. He plays down the Yzma from Beth. This is exactly what she's looking for. Surely not. Top deck Beth getting all the luck in the world here. Questing out to 9 altogether. The blue steel player having to miss it. Hades comes down, takes out the Yzma. But I think Beth doesn't really care. This is ideal for her. She's got a total of 4 lore available on the board. Can go to a total of 13 altogether. Going to be drawing. Got the Christopher Robin in hand. Does she want to play that, or does she want to play something else onto the board? Only 3 cards in hand, not a lot. But the blue steel player has no resources. Elsa is coming down onto the field, exerts the Hades. We've got either Chinese or Japanese Hades. Do we challenge into it? Looks like we are questing out and we go to a total of 13, and then we are going to be passing turn over to blue steel player. If Hades goes into this Olaf, it means we are going to get the dock back in hand. We get a dock from the blue steel player, exactly what we needed at this point in the game. We've got double docks on the board, one from each one of our players. Hades and dock for the blue steel player. Did he get something to fight back? Goliath comes down onto the board, an absolute mega play, but this could be really good for Beth. We take out the dock, but this means that both players have to discard till they have 2 cards in their hand. It means Chris is going to be able to stick in it because he's getting card draw, but it's awful when you're playing against purple steel, which can top deck like crazy, filling out their hand. They can play with the low curve. They don't need loads of cards in their hand. Giant Cobra comes down, getting Christopher Robin into the discard. 15 lore together. Can quest for a total of 4. Gets the dock on board. I do not believe it. 2 cards in hand. Unreal performance from Beth. She is quest now. She goes to 19 altogether. This could be game 1 already for Beth after a great start. It's game 1 already. Beth has taken it. Stream Queen Beth, top deck legacy, taking the lead in game 1. What's a mammoth performance from Beth. At this point, is she actually beatable? I think she may just be unbeatable. This is crazy. Really showcasing the strength of purple steel. And honestly, it's making me really want to play purple steel myself. I think I've went in the wrong direction, guys. Amber Amethyst, Ruby Amethyst, maybe not. Purple steel is back and it is living large. It is doing huge work in this tournament for the Angle Pendulum Winner Case tournament. This is mental. We had 2 purple steels in our top cut. Blue steel absolutely decimated purple steel 2-0 in the previous round, and Beth has just beat him in about 5 minutes. That is crazy. We are going into the game 2. However, this means Beth is going to be on the play. She is, going to be on the draw. She's going to have to work a lot harder for this one. She was on the play the last time. She had the advantage. There was a turn, but the blue steel player could not play whatsoever. And this is the big issue with ramp deck, guys. Sometimes you just do not get the cards that you need to. You don't get your ramp. You don't get the key cards at the right time. You don't see your removal, and it happens. But purple steel a little bit lower to the ground, able to expand their boards, able to get the draw when they need. So many tools, so much variety. It used to be a fair deck, but now it really could be an absolute pressure cooker ready to dominate in this show. We are going to be drawing out our opening 7 cards. A reminder to anyone brand new to Lorcana, we start off by drawing 7 cards, and then in the mulligan phase, you can get rid of any card that you don't like from your hand and redraw to try and get that exert curve that you want. It's really great for being able to be greedy and get perfect cards, but it can also lead to bricking, and you need to be really careful with what you send. Drawing uninkables, which can be more powerful cards, can be a nightmare for you. Like we saw with Beth, she did not have a lot of playable cards in her hand, had to get to those genies. She was lucky to get the inkables, but she could have been in a terrible position at that start. Playing out a turn 3 dock with no effect, definitely not what she was looking for. But she's primed, she's ready, she's round to go. I saw some ramp in our blue steel player's hand. It looks like he's going to have the curve he wants. He's going first this time. Goliath goes into the inkwell, and we're going to be sticking Jasmine out onto the board. We are seeing shades of the previous game. We've got the Tipo in hand. We have the Thunderbolt. There's a lot of options for him to go here. He just needs to ramp, get his big carrots out. Looks like the exact same start as the previous game. Jasmine and a Captain Hook. Both players do the same. Sell the Azrael. He goes down, but this time we have Shift Jasmine going to be exerting Quest for 1, 5 willpower, so Hook cannot take it out, and then able to get cards into his hands. Goes to the dock already this early on in the game. Absolutely mental. Can only assume that Tipo is going to be coming down on the following turn, but Jasmine able to take out a bigger character by singing that Thunderbolt. Calhoun comes onto the board state. Going to be drawn for turn. Can ink an additional card this turn, going at 3 altogether. Will he play out the Tipo, and will he sing Thunderbolt? Tipo comes down. Going to be ink an additional card. Tipo's effect. Cannot use it afterwards. Goes face down and exerted. Inks the Scuttle. Big Ward Scuttle. 5/5 stat line. Really cool card from blue steel. And then we sing Thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning straight into Calhoun's jaw, taking it right off the field. Fantastic play here from Chris. Starting strong, threatening the board state. Only a Captain Hook left for Beth, but we are at the very early starts of the game. There is plenty of time for her to come back. Cheshire Cat going to be straight into the inkwell here. We're getting a free cost character out. Giant Cobra comes onto the board. We discard discard a dock. We go up to a total of 2 law, and we are passing turn there, not exerting that Captain Hook. Need to keep that ready for the Jasmine. Now, the thing is, though, it looks like she has a dock in hand, and as the opponent, you might assume if they're getting rid of a dock, it means they've got multiples. This is the benefit of decks like Purple Steel. Because of Angel, because of Giant Cobra, you can discard cards that you don't want in your hand. But it looks like we've taken Pete into our hand from Jasmine there. Pete going to give amazing abilities for searching. If he inks a card, he can play out this Pete this turn and then start boosting on the following turn. Think of develop your brain every single turn from a character with 5/5 stat line, which is unreal. But we decide to ink the Pete. We go for Cinderella. We are going for that round. We want to get our bigger characters out on the board. We are going to ink an additional card for turn, perhaps. But no, we quest the Tipo first. Ink the additional card, draw a card for turn, then we pass over to our Purple Steel player. This is going really well for Blue Steel at the minute. They're getting their board nice and wide. They've got the ramp that they want to. They've seen ramp twice, exactly what they need to start putting Beth under pressure. Top Deck Legacy might not have enough gas left in the tank to be able to take this matchup. It might be going to another 3-game set. Who knows? We're still in the early spots, but Yzma comes out already. Draw is going to be coming back to Beth, but she does have that dock in hand. Whether she chooses to use that or not is the close one. But Captain Hook is going to be going in. We take out the Jasmine there. A little bit damage goes back onto the Giant Cobra, and we pass the turn over. 3-2 to the Blue Steel player. Blue Steel in the lead so far, but this game could go to anyone. Blue Steel, of course, on the play. Pleakley looks like it's going into the Inkwell. Tipo comes in, does 1 damage onto the Giant Cobra, 3 damage altogether. Are they going to challenge in and take it out with the Cinderella? Oh my God, Big Tinkerbell comes down. She has done 1 damage to everything on board. We take out the Giant Cobra and we quest up to 4. What a mammoth play. Tinkerbell, an absolute nightmare for the mid-range player. It has the ability that when you challenge into a character, if you get rid of it, can deal 2 damage to another character. Really great at keeping that board at a minimal state, forcing pressure on your opponents, and a 4/5 stat line means it sticks around forever. Really great to see that in the deck. Really strong position for Blue Steel. However, not a lot of draw available. Looks like only 1 card in hand. If they can get the Goliath on board, they could come back into this. Strength is going to be inked for Beth. We're going to be playing out Giant Cobra. We'll get another one. We're discarding the dock. We go up to 4, and then we're going to exert Yzma, draw 3 cards in hand, and we are going to have more ink available ready to use. But how much is there? I think it's 2 she's still got remaining. Looks like we've got an underdog there. We could potentially play that. Can she? She gets the underdog out onto the field, and we are passing turn. 4-4 each. This game could go either way. Yzma, Cobra, Christopher Robin on the field against Cinderella and Tinkerbell. We're going to be counting up our ink for the Blue Steel player. I think we've got 6 altogether. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We get another Tinkerbell coming down. 2 damage onto the Yzma now, 1 damage onto the Christopher Robin, and 1 damage onto the Giant Cobra. We do Tinkerbell, goes into Yzma, that takes out Christopher Robin. Then we are quest for 1, and we are going to pass turn. Blue Steel says, nah, mate, you're all good. I'm wiping your board. Fantastic showcase from Chris so far. Beth doing everything she can to still fight back. But once again, not a lot of draw for the Blue Steel player. Top Deck Legacy Beth goes into another Yzma. Can you believe it? Giant Cobra is going to be going in, taking out the Cinderella, stopping him from getting any additional ramp. 3 damage on the Giant Cobra, and then going to be passing turn. Now, the issue here, Tinkerbell can go into the Giant Cobra and then deal another 2 damage onto Yzma. However, this could play into Beth's hand. It looks like she has the Cheshire Cat in hand, but Arthur comes onto the board. What a showcase. Arthur means that you can challenge ready characters. Tinkerbell going straight into Yzma, takes it off the board state. Beth with nothing left whatsoever. We have 3, 5, 7 lore available for the Blue Steel player, and there is nothing Beth can do to get rid of it, but she gets another Yzma and a Captain Hook. She's got all the draw in the world, but I'm not sure that she's going to have the lore to be able to keep up with him. Blue Steel seeing the big cards when they need to. Tink into Arthur is unreal. And then we go for a dock. We get the additional draw, exactly what he needed. Maybe it's not Top Deck Legacy Beth. Maybe it is Top Deck King Chris going right at it large. Tinkerbell, into Arthur, into Doc. What a mammoth match this is. Questing out for a massive total of 7. Goes to 14 altogether. Has game on board. Is there enough for Beth to be able to take it out? Captain Hook can challenge, Yzma can challenge, but it's not enough to get rid of all these characters here. This is going to be a really hard one. And Namari comes out onto the field, able to draw a card and discard a card if he chooses to. Namari gets +1 strength for every card in the discard. This card can get absolutely huge and basically take out anything. At the start of the turn as well, with Namari, you've got the effect of being able to draw and discard. This is great. Giant Cobra comes down, gets rid of the Cheshire Cat, gets 2 for Beth, goes sick. Going to be drawing up to 3 cards from the Yzma, but I don't think it's enough. Try to get rid of this board state is unreal. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lore available on the board for our blue steel player. Beth going to have a think if there's anything that she can do, if there's anything in attack to help her fight back against this. Doc and Amari not exerted. That's 3 law already. We have 3, 5, 7. And unfortunately, it looks like that is going to be it. Beth is scooping. We are in a 3-game thriller, ladies and gentlemen. What a match. What an absolute finals. This is exactly what we have been waiting around for. Beth versus Chris in a mega match for the Pendulum and Angle winner case, sponsored by Ravensburger. We are going to 3 games. Purple Steel versus Blue Steel. What a match. I am loving watching this, and I hope you're enjoying it as much as I am at home as well. We're going to have a good shuffle here. This game could go either way. I could not put money on either of these players. Now, remember, Beth is going to be going first in this game if she so chooses to. In Lorcana, whoever loses the previous set gets the choice for whether they go first and second. But I will say, as a general, most people decide that they want to go first because there is a slight advantage to going first. Not only do you get your cards quicker on the field, it means you'll get into your curve quicker. But ramp decks like Blue Steel counteract that. It means even though that Beth is going first, they are going to be able to equal ramp with Beth, get up to the same total of ink as they do. But it does mean that the quicker deck Purple Steel still has a solid chance of being able to go through this. Additionally, Chris needs to find ramp as well. If he doesn't find it, he could be in a dangerous position. However, we saw in that game that Chris said, you know what, mate, I don't actually need ramp. I'm all good. He stuck Sail the Azurite Sea into the Inkwell, elected to play out the Shift Jasmine, got that on board straight away, stopped Beth from being able to quest, stopped Beth from being able to do anything whatsoever, left her in a really terrible position. We saw 3 Yzmas back-to-back. 3 Yzmas. She saw every card that she needed to, but just not enough to deal with that humongous board state. Tinkerbell into Arthur, allowing to challenge a ready character was absolutely mental. A lot of people think that it's Hades that you have to rely on this deck. But no, not a chance. Arthur, a one-of tech card in many decks. I'm not sure how many Chris is running, but I guarantee it's not a set of 4. Quest for 3, huge card. Give him resist, allows you to challenge ready characters. That is nuts. And when you combine that with Tinkerbell, who can deal 2 damage into another character after challenging your ready character, I don't believe it. Mega performance. Now, once again, we need to take into consideration that Blue Steel does predominantly struggle against the evasive builds. If Beth is able to find these genies, the Elsas, the other evasive cards in her deck, she might be able to find a way for her to get herself in this. Stop Chris from being able to challenge into any of the counters. He would then have to rely on cards like Strength for Rage and Fire. He hurled his Thunderbolt just to stay in the game. But the question is, can she find them? We've not seen a lot of evasives for Beth so far. The last time at the Pendulum Store Champs, Beth had some awful luck in her top 4. She didn't see the cards that she needed to. This time she is seeing the cards. She's getting every card she needs. But against a deck like this, who can go against it? Mammoth performance by Chris there. This one is one for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. A massive final at our showcase here. 2 excellent players. Beth on the play here, starting off by inking Palace Guard. We get Captain Hook. Once again, our turn 1 play straight out onto the field. Interesting that she's went for the Hook here. Sometimes she might go for the Palace Guards. It sticks around on the field for a little bit longer. However, it does mean she can challenge against the bigger characters. Tigger coming into the Inkwell here. We stick out Calhoun, a very good card to begin with, able to challenge a character, gets resist 1, and if you take out that character, you're getting 2 additional law. Namari into the Inkwell for the Blue Steel play. We get Sail the Azurite Sea. Chris has seen his ramp. He's seen what is needed. He's able to fight back in this. He's got the ramp. He can go ahead. He's able to match turns with Beth now. Goliath goes into the Inkwell, but it looks like he's had to pass turn again. Once again, no cards on the field for Chris so far. At this point, Beth should know just to go wide, build the board set up. Demona is going into the Inkwell. Then do we play out 4 cost? Do we play Mox? We get Giant Cobra coming onto the board. We discard a card, discard the Bender. Getting 2 law altogether. We're then going to be questing for Calhoun and Captain Hook going to 5 total. 5-0 deficit for Beth. Going exactly the way she wants at this point. Chris struggling a little bit. Ink Sail the Azurite Sea. Gets the Cinderella on board. Good. He's got the additional ramp. He can go 1 ahead of Beth now. End of his turn. Ink an additional card. Draw an additional card. Next turn gets the 6 cost character out. But the question is it too little, too late? Best board state getting very wide straight away. If she gets a little bit of draw behind her as well, she could take this game before he is able to do anything. Cinderella effects true. He's got the draw, got the ink. Looks like a Goliath that came into the hand there. Not exactly what he's going to want to be playing at this point, especially with Beth going first. She will lose her cards quicker than he does. 3 ink available. Going to be inking the Angel here. We sing Strength from a Raging Fire. We take out Cinderella. And oh my God, stream Queen Beth, top deck legacy, goes for a Doc into a Calhoun. This girl is unstoppable. Quest for 2 goes to 7 total. What a mammoth turn. Top deck and docks seems to be her speciality today. Tink is coming onto the field. We do 1 damage onto every single character. This, of course, goes around the resist on Calhoun because it's placing a damage counter onto the character. However, with the double Calhoun, we can definitely take out the Tinkerbell here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters on board for Beth. Now, it's risky her quest now because Tink can do 2 damage onto another character, take that off the board as well. But if she goes wide enough, does she really care? That's the big question. She's going to be spending out. She gets a genie on board, evasive, exactly what she wants to see. The evasives are really difficult to deal with, especially if Blue Steel does not see Ink Runner. And at this point, is she going to quest or does she pass? Looks like she's Captain Hook. She's going to exert. She's going to be exerting the Calhoun and the Cobra and the Doc and the Calhoun, going up to a total of 12 altogether. 12-0 deficit. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more available on the board. Beth can go to a total of 19 altogether on the following turn. This is going to be a really hard one to come back from. We can, of course, go Tinkerbell maybe into a Calhoun, take out the other Calhoun or the Doc perhaps, but it's definitely going to be a really, really hard one for him to fight against. Wide board state goes very quickly. Jasmine goes into the Inkwell. We stick down to Hades. We get rid of the genie on the board state. This is exactly what you need to see, but Beth has more cards in the Inkwell now. This gives her more of a chance to get that draw engine going. Tinkerbell is going in, takes out the Calhoun, then going to be taking out another Captain Hook as well. 3 damage onto the Tinkerbell. However, at this point, Beth can challenge Calhoun into Tinkerbell. Gains 2 lore, goes to 14. Quest of the other 2 goes to 16 altogether. This could be absolutely mental. She could take this game already. Only 2 cards left in hand for the Blue Steel player. What does he have left? What does he have to be able to do some removal? Looks like Calhoun is going in. We get 14 lore altogether. Takes it out. Resist 1, but it doesn't matter because Tinkerbell is too big. But we do, most importantly, get that 2 lore. Beth having to think about what she wants to do with this turn. Couple of options left. She doesn't really need to get rid of the Hades. She can just go wide and put the pressure on. And she goes for the Demona. We get 3 cards, up to 3 cards in hand. The opponent draws nothing because they have 3 cards. Looks like we have Goliath, Thunderbolt, and Scuttle in the hand there. It's not the best removal. They can do some, but Beth is already on 60. We got double cover in there. I don't believe it. Surely not. Surely not. Surely she can't take this with that. It will be too much of a scene. She has done this 3 times today. We have a Scuttle going into the Inkwell. The Blue Steel player looking for any answer they can. Hades goes into the Dock, takes it out. We still have Giant Cobra and Timon Field. Double Thunderbolts! We take it out. What a shot. But unfortunately, you know exactly what's coming next. It passes on to Beth, and she says, you know what, Chief? It's the end of the game for me. I am going to, of course, be playing out Quest with a Giant Cobra, and we go down with Giant Cobra, discarding Eastman, gains 2, and we finish off with another Giant Cobra. She takes the win. What a humongous show. Stream Queen Beth, Top Deck Legacy, is your winner today at the Pendulum times Angle winner case in Grantham. And once again, she has done it with that pesky Cobra. Massive, massive well done goes out to both our players. 3-game thriller. Can't believe it. Humongous congratulations. They were fantastic. Chris gave everything he could, but Beth has managed to take it again. Do not go anywhere, folks. We are going to have our final interview. She's been on camera so much today. She must be exhausted. I know I am, but we're going to have a final interview with Beth. We're going to pass the prizing on to her. Please make sure to give her a massive well done in the chat. Please make sure to support Pendulum. Guys, I'm going to be back with you in less than 60 seconds with Beth coming in live for this interview. My God, what a day. We'll be right back with you in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the final interview of the day. It's been one thrilling event. I am knackered. I can't believe it, but we have our winner right here live with us in the room. Beth, a massive congratulations. And of course, another shout out to our second place runner-up, Chris. Two fantastic players who have fought it out to the bitter end today. We've got some great prizes that we're going to pass on to you in a second. But first of all, Beth, let me just get some thoughts to the stream. Tell us about today for you.
Today's been great, to be fair. I mean, I know I've just top decked my way through the day mostly, but here we are. It worked.
Now, I hate to say I told you so, but I patterned you as top deck legacy today, and then you end the day with double Cobra to win the game. That was crazy. Tell me about that.
Well, I knew I had one in hand, and then I got the other one, and I was like, at that point, I was like, well, I was told if I won, I had to play a Cobra to win. So I thought I'd just play two.
It was absolutely unreal. So in her top 4 match, she does the exact same thing. She goes dock into a giant Cobra, and then she finishes off in the final with the Cobras. You know what? You live up to your name. Top Deck Legacy will forever be your showcase name now from now on, Beth. Incredibly proud of you. Incredibly proud of both of you. A valiant effort. Chris came so close. You absolutely rocked the previous Purple Steel match. So I feel gutted for you that you couldn't take the final bit, but great effort nonetheless. Guys, we are going to wrap up in a second, but first of all, let's get this prizing onto our winner. Beth, we have some great prizes. First of all, straight from Ravensburger, we have a fantastic convention mat for you. Looks absolutely wonderful. I want one of them myself. They're gorgeous. But on top of that, we also have an additional box of prizing, which is going to be coming out here. Look at that. Crazy, right? And then on top of it, guys, we've got even more crazy. Can you believe it? We have a full case, which is coming straight to you as well. Our champion, Beth, is coming away with some mammoth prizing and an absolutely fantastic event. Beth, big shout out to Pendulum, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's the 3rd time I've been now, and they're a brilliant store every time. They couldn't do enough for you.
100%. Guys, this is us coming to the end of the day now. We're just going to head off onto our exit stream. A big, massive thank you has to go to everyone in the audience. You have been wonderful. It's been a pleasure getting to cast this event for you. It's been a pleasure being here at Pendulum, seeing these excellent matches, these excellent players. And let me tell you, I cannot wait for the next one. Plenty more to come. Please remember, set champs are coming up in the next couple of weeks. Get yourself entered, get some practice in, pick your deck. Beth, I don't know about you, but I think I might be moving on to Purple Steel next. I'm going to need to get myself some giant Cobras.
Yeah, I think you might need some Cobras.
Right, everyone, thank you so much. That is everything from today. Shout out to Pendulum. We are heading off now. Let me know in the comments what your favorite match was. We'll try and get some more videos for you coming soon. If you haven't subscribed to CrawfordCana already, you definitely need to, so you can get more action from the wonderful Chris and our stream queen, Top Deck Legacy herself. But yeah, it's been a blast, everyone. Thank you for staying tuned. We will see you in the next one.